Redo of Healer Volume 1 Prologue. I had determined that healing magicians are only able to heal. I had admitted that they are an existence that can't do anything by themselves. They cannot fight unless they rely on someone, and because they are that kind of existence, they are exploited by others. Being exploited repeatedly, I have come to this point, and by the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. My life was over. That's why I'll start over. I can't let it be known that I've recovered my ego, so I continue to act dim-witted, all in order to win at the very end. In the farthest lands, there is a desolate world, only knowing the color black. In that place, we were tasked with subjugating the Demon King, the enemy of mankind and the strongest evil existence known to man. It had the shape of a girl with silver hair and eyes the color of blood. She wore a black suggestive dress, with her jet black, fallen angel wings fluttering in the sky. You damn humans, are you trying to take not just the land of death, but even our last resting place? Demon King. Her breath was rough, and on her white skin, there were countless scars pouring out blood. On the other hand, there was the hope of mankind, the strongest party filled with the best heroes in the world, the sword hero, Blade. He is a blonde-haired handsome man with a lean body. His weapon is the sword decorated with jewels, the divine sword Ragnarok. The gun hero, Brett. He is a big man with brown hair and black eyes who converts magic power into bullets and shoots them with his gun. His weapon is the silver cannon, the divine gun Taslim. The magic hero, Flare. She is a beautiful girl with long pink hair and pink eyes. As well as being a hero, she is also a princess and her weapon is a wand made from the world tree, the divine Bunagund. And finally, there's me, the healing hero, Keare. I'm the only one in the heroes party who doesn't have any equipment because I only use my bare hands. Brett, keep shooting at the Demon King and make sure it doesn't have any time to rest. And I'll charge up a strong magic spell during that time. Flare. Yup, just leave it to me. Brett. Without stopping, the gun hero Brett continues to shoot magic bullets from his divine gun Taslim. A hero's firepower is equal to rank 5 magic, the limit of what humans can use, and on top of that, rapid fire is possible. Each and every bullet he shoots goes in a different course that he picks, making the Demon King click her tongue in annoyance. Even though she flaps and tries to avoid the bullets, they change direction to block off her escape route, hitting her in the end. Taking advantage of the situation, the magic hero Flare starts chanting and increasing her magic power. Thanks for waiting. Rank 7 magic, Mjolnir. Flare. The magic hero Flare shot her special magic, and a magic circle with a diameter of a few meters, comprised of 5 layers appeared. Rank 7 magic, Mjolnir is a magic that is 2 ranks above the limit of what normal humans can use, and is limited to heroes only. From the sky, lightning falls straight down onto the ground. The extremely high-voltage plasma that continuously dropped seemed like a pillar of light coming down from the sky. Seeing this, the Demon King completely gives up on evading and puts her all into maintaining the barrier that is receiving it. Blade. I can ask you for the finishing attack, right? Flare. Leave it to me. The divine sword Ragnarok has been filled up with light. I will be the one to kill it. Blade. After hearing Flare's words, Blade starts running towards the Demon King. The divine sword Ragnarok gleams in a white light after converting his sacred intentions into power. Blade believed that the Demon King, who is using all of her power in maintaining the barrier against Mjolnir, wouldn't be able to do anything against him, and would simply get bisected by his sword. However, the Demon King's expression becomes grim and she opens her mouth. Don't underestimate me, Demon King. After saying this, the Demon King's wings spread, dropping feathers from her wings. Then, each and every feather turned into a fallen angel, swarming the area. All the fallen angels started attacking the sword hero, and the gun hero immediately starts shooting them to assist him. However, as expected of the copies of the Demon King, they repeatedly avoid the bullets, and even if they do hit, they don't go down in one hit. The sword hero desperately tries to shake off the fallen angels, but each time he uses his sword, its shine loses color, until finally, his sword got stuck in one of the fallen angels. At that moment, he got slashed at from all sides, and while shedding blood, he decided to retreat. And it wasn't just that, the Demon King began mixing the Mjolnir with black light, mixing in her own magic to directly take control of it. Humanity, this is the power of the Demon King. Demon King. The lightning from the Mjolnir spell turns completely black and then goes back up into the sky, once again falling down. However, this time, it was aimed at the magic hero and gun hero. The Demon King hadn't gotten rid of the magic, but instead, took it. Keare, Flare, Brett. Flare, who has high magical resistance, is in a severe condition and Brett was burned to death. Even though we were just one step away from defeating the Demon King, the Demon King counterattacked and the hero party was put in a catastrophic situation. The only one with no injuries is me, the hero of healing. Oi, you dullard, hurry up and heal us. I've already used up my elixir and since you can only heal, just hurry up and do it. Blade, the hero of the sword, is looking at me and screaming, but I ignore it. The hero of the sword has anger written all over his face and screamed at me once again. Don't ignore me, I only let you live to heal us. Blade. Even though we are both heroes, the hero of the sword was always looking down at me. But there is nothing I can do about it. To begin with, the heroes are strong, they hardly ever need to be healed. And on top of that, there is a valuable item called elixir that can heal anything except for missing parts. Although it is a very valuable and rare item, because it's for the hero's party, it has been collected from all around the world to be given as tribute to the hero's party. The healing hero can only use healing magic, so as long as they have an elixir, they don't even need me. However, I'm there as a reserve so that if they ever run out of elixir, they can turn to me. Oi, are you even listening, you trash? Did your brain become nothing after drinking too much medicine? Blade. Hearing the word medicine, I can't help but laugh at myself. Yes, I was a severe drug addict. Healing magic is a type of magic that returns the person to a normal state, but it is one fatal flaw. If you don't know what that person's normal state, you can't use it. Every single person has a different normal state and you also need to reproduce the experiences that that body has gone through to use it. Therefore, this magic makes the user experience all of what the other person's body has gone through in 1 second, making the user be able to understand what the other person has gone through, pain that goes beyond what you can imagine, and the fear of someone else's pain flooding into you. No one normal would usually be able to withstand it. To say the truth, I really did not want to use this power and once ran away to not use it. However, I eventually got caught, and was drugged, to lose the feelings of pain or fear. After that, I got addicted and used healing magic happily so that I could get the drugs. My ego was broken and I had become a farm animal-like being. The thing is, healing magicians are not able to heal themselves, and no one cared even after I was breaking. Forgetting who I even was, becoming unable to realize that I was breaking. I was just another person who had power that they could take advantage of. Who would heal someone like you? Go die, you scum. Keare. You. Did your ego return? Blade. The sword hero raised a shout of surprise after saying that, but it was an obvious reply, because although I have been with this guy for 3 years, when I first met him, I was already broken. At that time, I was like a doll that simply followed all orders by everyone else. However, 2 months ago, I finally got the skill to resist against drugs and was able to become conscious of myself again. On top of that, I realized that my proficiency in healing magic had gone up enough to the point where I can heal myself. While constantly healing my drugged and broken body, I acted dim-witted so that no one would realize my senses have recovered and continued to sharpen my secret weapon. Today, for just this day, I will run straight to the Demon King and kill her. If I can beat here, then I can get that. Fool. You have no means of attacking it. Do you have a death wish? Blade. While ignoring the hero of the sword's rebuke, I ran straight towards the Demon King. Multiple fallen angels come heading my way, but there is no need to fear. Slow, Keare. While dodging the fallen angels' attacks by a paper-thin difference, I run past them. What made that possible was purely because I used martial arts and ran past them with the most efficient method. As a healing magician, I have experienced many people's lives and experiences, letting me recreate what they could use. And within the countless amounts of patients I have healed, Martial artist masters have also been some of my patients. The side effects of healing magic aren't just side effects, but also experiences that can give me power. My movements probably surpass that of the hero of the sword. This is what I call imitation heal. Keare. When I had come back to my senses, I truly was surprised. After all, there was so much knowledge of different skills from different people inside of me. Many were fighting experts, many were wise, and all their knowledge was inside of me. After seeing how fast I was, the fallen angels started amassing black light. Strengthening magic enchant. The fallen angels speed jump up and they all come at me at the same time from all four sides. Seeing that, I clicked my tongue. Even if I took the best actions, as I am right now, I am unable to avoid getting hit. No matter what I do, it is physically impossible. In this current situation, I've basically been checkmated. Therefore, I have no choice but to raise my power. Transformation heal. Keare. Normally, healing magic reverts your appearance to what your old body looked like, but I figured that you could probably change it into something that was not your old body and something different. I used this transformation heal to rewrite my body into one that was suitable for combat. And with this, although it was impossible for me before, with my new body I avoid the attack and I get a power close to the Demon King. As expected of the Demon King's familiars, they are quite persistent. Keare. Even with all this dodging, it seems that the fallen angels still aren't giving up. And then, the fallen angels all gather up in one place and combine into one. Although it hasn't gotten any bigger, it has become extremely dense and you can just feel the overwhelming pressure from it. The fallen angel starts rising up in the air, and then it started to dive down towards me while throwing a fist. However, there is no need to fear. I grabbed the arm that the fallen angel threw at me and deterioration heal. Keare. If healing magic can revert you back to a normal state, then I figured that breaking them is also possible. Living existences are terribly fragile. All you have to do is just detach the spinal cord and brain and they'll break, and thus, to break them I use deterioration heal. But the scary part about healing magic is that it can ignore every and any resistance, which means that it is impossible to do anything about it. Living things instinctively accept healing magic, which automatically blows off all resistances that they have. As I watch the fallen angel crumble, I see the Demon King in the background look at me and shout out in fear. Who the hell are you? Demon King. I am the hero of healing. Keare. Just an ordinary healing magician. Keare. Healing magic is not just limited to healing people. The moment I realized that, my surrounding has suddenly gotten brighter. The ability to use something from the knowledge of someone I've healed, imitation heal. The ability to change my physical form to what I desire, transformation heal. The ability to cause instant death to something, deterioration heal. If I had these powers 4 years ago, would my life be quite different from the one I live till today? To make this delusion come true, is my purpose in coming here. The Demon King starts shooting countless jet black bullets at me, but to no avail. Using the knowledge that I have gained from healing the wise men, I read through that magic. I see the power, speed, trajectory, and everything. Then I use my knowledge of the martial artists combined with my strengthened body so that I can calculate where I should move to avoid the hits. As long as I can touch her, it's my win. Moving through the gaps of the magic bullets, I come close to the Demon King and touch her. Now all that is left is to use my magic. I see, so this is where my life ends. I feel frustrated that I couldn't protect anything. Demon King. The Demon King starts having a crying yet smiling expression. When I look at that face, I feel an extreme sense of guilt. But I can't stop. I have an objective that I need to complete. Deterioration heal. Keare. Even the Demon King is helpless against my deterioration heal. She slowly starts breaking and crumbling down. Don't worry about it. It'll start again soon anyways. Keare. While I mutter that, I grab the heart of the Demon King out from her body, a crimson red gem. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Good work, hero of healing. Keare. My father. No, the king will surely be pleased with you too. By the way, that gem seems to be a very dangerous gem with a terrible curse inflicted on it, so I think it would be better if I, the hero of magic, held onto it. Flare. After recovering her injuries from the Black Lightning with an elixir, the hero of magic, Flare is talking to me while smiling. I feel nauseous. She has never smiled while talking to me, and always looked at me like I was some filthy stray dog. When I had awoken to my powers as a hero, she was the ringleader of the group that dragged me out of my village, caught me while I was fleeing, drugged me and took away my ego. The Philosopher's Stone. Keare. As soon as I said that name, Flare's face cramped up. This is why you guys wanted to kill the Demon King, right? To kill the Demon King and gain this. You decided to exterminate the demon race. A magic item that explosively increases any magic spells. The greatest magic item in existence. As long as you have this, you could even use forbidden magic. Keare. The reason why I know all of this is because I once healed Flare. In other words, I know exactly what she thought and wanted. Originally, there are two types of monsters. The monsters that were controlled by the demon race and the Demon King, and the monsters that naturally appear who are all violent. They all worked well together with the demon race and the Demon King. However, 10 years ago, the kingdom suddenly got attacked by strong monsters being led by the demon race to assault it. Everyone began to think that to protect mankind, we need to eradicate the demon race. But to say the truth, such thing never happened. To take the Demon King's heart, you need money, troops and a reason to fight. The 10 years they spent warring was an unnecessary war. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable, huh? I had no idea that such a name was placed on the Demon King's heart. Flare. Yeah, I am quite knowledgeable. I also know that you guys hold a dumb delusion of trying to conquer the world by using forbidden magic with this. Keare. For just a moment, Flare's face is filled with hate towards me, but the next moment, she had the face of a softly smiling princess. Well, I don't quite understand what you are saying though. Flare. Is that so? Then I'll be using this for my own sake. Keare. Just for this moment. I pretended to continue being dim-witted and broken. All for the sake of outsmarting Flare at the end. What exactly are you going to do? Flare. Using this Philosopher's Stone, I'm going to use healing magic, as there is something I desperately want to fix. Keare. Yes, something that is broken and can't be achieved using common sense. Something that I am truly craving for, from the bottom of my heart. What are you planning to do? Flare. I am going to use healing magic on this rotten world, and start over from before I met you, 4 years ago. Keare. Normally, I wouldn't be able to use a massive scale healing magic on the world, but as long as I have the Philosopher's Stone, I can do it. Why, it's useless. There is no way you can do that. And even if you were able to do that, your memories would all be gone, so you would make the same mistake again. Flare. Yeah, that might be true. Keare. After hearing my words, Flare has a relieved face. In that case, don't do such a useless thing. If you just pass over that rock, a happy life is awaiting you. The royal family will ensure that. Flare. After I smile at her, she reaches out her hand, her eyes saying to hand over the Philosopher's Stone. This idiot. There is no way I would nod to her just like that. Of course there is a chance that I might forget everything and this might all repeat. Normally, that would happen. However, I'll definitely make sure that won't happen. I'll never forget this pain that I have gone through. Keare. The despair and suffering I went through when I wasn't myself and the grief after I had recovered my senses. These feelings and memories have all been engraved deep into my soul. I get the feeling that those emotions will never be forgotten, no matter how much time rewinds. The new me will definitely be able to find the potential in healing magic and can start over. Are you actually planning on doing it? Flare. See you, princess. When I start over and meet you again, I'll make sure to deprive everything from you. Keare. You retard. Flare. Flare realizes that I'm serious, and points her wand at me. However, it is too slow. I've already charged my magic power till the max. Now all I need to do is use it, from the Philosopher's Stone. Dazzling red light gushes out. Recovery heal. Keare. I used healing magic on this rotten world and it is slowly reverting to the way I want it, and as if the 4 years never happened, I have come back to that day. Next time, I'll do it better. I'm sure that I'll be able to pull it off. Even if all my memories disappear, this pain engraved in my heart will surely be able to make me remember it all. Chapter 1. With my sweat-covered body, I sprang out of bed, feeling extremely unpleasant for some reason. Ha! 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 Is it that dream again? Keare, it's a dream where I, of all the people they could have chosen, fight as a hero to subjugate the Demon King. I don't remember how many times I've seen that dream, but I know my position as a person, and I know I would never be able to become a hero. Oh, the sun's already rising? Keare. Looking through the window, I noticed that the sun had started rising. It's just the right time to wake up. After this I'll go to work. Changing from my nightwear, I put on my clothes for the day and start biting into an apple that was on top of my desk. This was my daily routine. After picking up my big basket, I sling the strap of my pouch, which holds my work tools, onto my shoulder. Father, Mother, I'll be going now, Keare. I mutter out of habit while not expecting a reply. My parents are already dead, and were killed by monsters. I walk out of my house, going out into the village that I grew up in. My village is split up into 3 different sections: the commercial area, the residential area and the agricultural area. The residential area has a waterway that stretches around it, and is filled with green scenery. From there, I start moving towards the agricultural area. Although I was all by myself, without a single relative, my parents left behind their house and apple orchard. Thanks to that, I was able to live on and make a living by being an apple farmer. After arriving at the orchard, I noticed that it was time to harvest. It's finally time to harvest, Keare. Looking at the apples growing on the trees, I happily grinned to myself in self-satisfaction and took out the basket. It seems like with this, I won't be starving to death yet. I climbed the dress, picking off the apples that look good and putting them into my basket. However, for some reason, even while I'm doing this, I still feel weirdly disturbed. A voice is resounding inside of my heart. Is it fine living like this? Isn't there something more I should be doing? Is it fine to not be getting stronger? It is still too early to think about it when my class hasn't even been awakened. Keare. When humans become the age of 14, they are officially considered an adult and awaken to their own class. Depending on each class, different parameters get strengthened accordingly, but people without classes aren't even able to fight properly. On top of that, depending on the class you get, you can get special skills that only people from that class can get. For example, if your class was a warrior, then you have the potential of getting really good at the sword, and it is easier to raise your warrior proficiency level. On the other hand, a magician is incapable of getting a warrior skill and vice versa. Although you can train and swing your sword every day, you will be no match for someone with a warrior class. This is because without a class, you have no attack speed, strength or speed parameter adjustments. There is another 7 days until my 14th birthday, and I have already decided my plan, depending on what class I get. If I get a good class, I plan to leave this town and go on an adventure, but if I get a weak class, I plan to continue living as an apple farmer. Currently, it is the harvesting period for the apples, the period of time where my year of effort turns into money. Even if I go on an adventure, I will have plenty of money to do so. While holding this small hope within me, I diligently continued to pick the apples. By the time I had finished collecting enough apples, the sun has started to set. Just when I had decided to turn in for the day, I heard a loud scream. I immediately ran towards the direction of the scream. No way! There, in the middle of the wheat field, was something that shouldn't have been there. Did the demons cross the walls to come here? Keare. Looking at the monster, I raise a shout in surprise. There was a boar-type monster which was attacking the surrounding people. It had short legs and a harder-looking rock carapace, protecting its body. There was no way that we, simple farmers, could do anything about that kind of monster. The farmers were adults who were class holders, but their classes weren't combat-based, so they became farmers to support themselves. On top of that, they didn't even try to level up their classes. It would be useless to even try something against that monster. After a while, the vigilante corps will surely come to kill it. However, Anna-san, Keare, I recognized a familiar face of the person that lent a helping hand towards me after hearing of my parents' death. She, who was married but didn't have a child, treated me as if I were her own, and always took good care of me. Unfortunately, That very person who took care of me is stumbling and is late at evacuating. As every second passes, the boar is slowly catching up to her, and at this rate, she will be devoured by the monster. Even if I go, it would be useless. It isn't that I don't have a combat class, but I don't even have a class to boost my stats in the first place. No, that's not true. Why do I fear a monster of that level? Status isn't the only thing that can make you strong. Knowledge is also another form of power. The voice that always urges me to become stronger resounds in my head. However, the strength put into that voice was louder than usual, and I had started dashing towards the monster by the next moment. For some reason, I had knowledge of that monster. That monster was not a boar, but a rock mole, which is a mole-type monster. Therefore, it was probably able to bypass the walls by digging under it. The rock mole had one fatal weakness, which was that their eyes were degenerated and was hardly able to see anything. This meant that it had to rely on its Simer's organ, which was right on the tip of its nose, to sense the vibrations from the ground and find its prey. To not weaken that organ, which acts as a sensor, it is the only place that was not covered in rock and was the only fragile spot. And then, Keare, I was sprinting and jumping towards the monster using my maximum speed. If the rock mole uses vibrations on the ground to sense its prey, then all you need to do is be in the air and they won't be able to sense you. I jumped onto the neck of the giant boar, rock mole, and clung onto it tightly. Until this moment, he was unable to sense me. Using my work knife, I pierced his Simer's organ, which was on his unprotected nose. Keare. Rock mole. The rock mole starts rampaging, and I get shoved off easily. Glaring at his nose, I tell myself that with my current status, the best I can do is to wound him, and I wouldn't be able to kill it. I obviously can't do anything about it if I tried my best yet couldn't kill it, so I clench my teeth to hold back the desire to kill it. My objective was to save that woman. Yet why did I try to defeat that monster? Well, hurry up and save her. An amazed voice comes out from inside of me, and I leave the area, panickingly head toward Anna-san to help her escape. The rock mole is still rampaging around everywhere, but neither Anna-san nor I have been in the range of its attacks. Keare-kun, thank you. But was it fine to anger that monster? Anna, don't worry, that monster can't see anything, so it's safe. Keare, having its only sensory organ damaged, there is no way it could find us. And just that is fine. My purpose is not to kill it, but to save Anna-san, which has just been achieved. Now all that's left is to let the Vigilante Corps kill it and it'll all be fine. Afterwards, the Vigilante Corps who had combat-related classes came over and beat the rock mole for us. I was praised by everyone for helping Anna-san, but got scolded by that very person since I was being too rash. However, my heart was strangely cold and I myself do not think that I was being too rash, as if it was only natural to be able to do something like that. Even though it was supposed to be my first fight with a monster, I was strangely calm. Is there some relation to the dreams I have every day of me fighting as a hero? As I started to think about this, the voice that I heard when I fought the rock mole started to speak up inside of me. Become strong. Trust no one. I know the method to becoming stronger. Countless adventurers' experiences and wise people's knowledge are all inside of me. Using all of their knowledge, become stronger by even just 1 second. First off, earn an eye, the eye of the spirit, and the eye of all creation. What is this? This is the first time that I've ever heard the voice this clear. What exactly is this, anyways? Keare. My feet moved naturally by itself and I somehow knew there is a connection point to the spirit world in the woods near the village, where I can get a hold of a contract agreement with a spirit and where I can get the world's best eye. All I need to be able to do is to be able to speak the ancient words and chant the ritual to form a contract with a spirit, just like when I fought the rock mole. For some reason, I knew. I also know that the strongest connection period will be in 5 days, and if I miss it, I'll have to wait another 34 years. It's crazy if you think about it with common sense, but I was unable to ignore it. I feel like if I ignore it, I will lose everything, and felt a threatening voice saying that being weak is a sin. If you can just obtain the eye, you will remember everything. I cannot afford to repeat this all. I will definitely to lead a happier life this time. I start feeling impatient. I feel like if I go there, if I get the eyes of the spirit, then I'll be able to understand everything. Grabbing a few apples and stuffing it into my bag, I leave town and break into the run towards a place that I shouldn't know of, with only the clothes on my back. And I realized, I seemed to be laughing. I see. I was looking forward to it. I was looking forward to arriving at the place that this voice tells me to go. Now then, let's go, to retrieve back the true me. Chapter 2. Grab hold of the eye of the spirit. While being motivated by that voice from inside of me, I slipped out of town and continue advancing through the woods. The daylight is slowly fading away, which is bad news as the night is dangerous. At night, the visibility is low and monsters become more active. Slipping out of the protected town at night is literally an act of suicide, where it wouldn't be weird whenever you get attacked by monsters. And yet I am not scared. Taking out the knife which was in my bag, I peel off some bark on a nearby tree. I then squeeze out all the sap I can from it and heavily spread it all over my body. The demons in this area dislike the smell of sap, and the demons that don't mind the sap are divided into two types. The demons that don't like fire, and the demons that don't attack you as long as you don't enter their territory, letting the smell of sap drift in the air. I hold a torch as well. I also check the trees as I go, to see if there are any wounds left to show the marks of their territory. As long as I abide to these rules, I will be able to go through these woods, is what the voice told me. I really wonder who the heck I am. Keare. As I wonder about who I really am, I keep walking through the forest. Maybe my mind went crazy. If so, my life would just end by me being killed by a monster in the forest. If this voice was actually just a hallucination, then these measures against the monsters would be useless, and by morning, I would have become food for the monsters. At the time when I was fighting the rock mall, I was able to save Anna-san by believing what this voice was saying. Therefore, if I am able to safely travel through the woods this time, then I can definitely believe that the eye of the spirit exists from the bottom of my heart. So for now, let's move forward as I don't have much time. After considering the distance, unless I start sprinting with my fastest pace from now, I won't be able to reach it, and so I diligently continued to traverse through the woods. 4 days have passed since I left the village, and I only have one more day to get there. It's only possible to connect to the spirit world the moment the stars are united. So I have not slept a wink yesterday, simply continuing to travel through the woods, and the fatigue in my body has been piling up. And it wasn't just that. On top of not sleeping, my body has considerably weakened as I could only eat the edible wild plants in the woods and wild animals. My vision is hazy, and I have confirmed something after traveling this whole way. I wholeheartedly believe in the voice, or else I wouldn't have been able to come here without stopping in the first place. I walk, and on the night of the 5th day, I finally reach it. In between all sorts of trees, there was a beautiful lake in the middle, and the stars start shining in the sky. Using the powers of star reading that I should not have had, I accurately read the sequence of the stars, and saw a gate in the middle of opening. It seems that we somehow made it. Now then, get the all-seeing eye. If you do that, you can remember everything. The lake starts sucking in the light of the stars. It is started. My mouth opens. Keare. What I said were the ancient words of the spirits. Occasionally the spirits that got mixed up from the spirit world would give a blessing to the one who spoke the chant, and is basically a repayment for their benefactor and their descendants. Fairies from the fairy world give power to those who can reach this place, learn the secret of the stars and recite the chant. If that person can do all three, then they give power to that person. Obviously, it's not like my ancestors helped a spirit before, and I'm just using knowledge from other people that has saved a spirit before. I came here because there happened to be an area that can connect to the spirit world near my village. It was the time for the stars to be aligned, and because I had knowledge of the chant to form a contract with a spirit. I have stopped thinking about why I know all of these things, because I'm sure that all my answers will be solved if I just get the eye of the spirit. The lake shined brilliantly and it released all of the stars' radiance all at once. In the center of the lake, Blue pillars suddenly appear and a deer forms in that space. From there, beautiful women come out, and one of them was wearing a semi-transparent, blue robe of feathers that stuck tightly to the skin. She spread her wings and slowly opened her mouth. "We are the star spirits, human child. In accordance to our ancient contract, for our companion to repay you for the favor that your ancestor did for her, we will give you the power of the spirits. What do you desire?" Star spirit. The spirit let me choose through 4 options. Although my answer was already decided. Arms that can smash through everything, feet that can cross through storms, ears that could hear from 1,000 leagues away, or eyes that can see through everything. The eye. Please give me the all-seeing eye, Keare. I squeeze out those words in a trembling voice. Then, the star spirit slowly starts floating towards me, and brings her face close to mine. Without thinking, I instinctively close my eyelids, and feel a soft feeling on my eyelid 2 times. "Human child, as proof of our contract, I have given you those eyes, star spirit." My eyes become hot, but it isn't painful, just hot. I feel the power surging and open my eyes. So this is the eye of the spirit, Keare. I was dumbfounded. I could see the mana in the atmosphere, the flow of the dragon's pulse, the status of the spirit in front of me, and even special abilities or the true name of the spirit. Wow, what amazing eyes! And the voice is saying that this is an absolutely necessary ability for the class that I'm going to awaken to. I stare at the surface of the water, and notice that my eyes are shining in a jade green. I then decide to use my all-seeing eyes on myself. I see, so that was what it was. Keare. I was able to see a true picture of the world. I had remembered everything. The despair of the past and the craving for a new life. Even if all my memories disappear, the pain that was engraved in my heart did not disappear, and will probably never disappear. I was able to regain myself. Thank you, the spirit of the stars. Keare. As I say my thanks, the star spirit smiles and fades away. And with this, I have gained the eye of the spirit. No, the jade eyes. So my advance preparations have been finished. In 2 days, I will awaken to the healing magician class and will get the mark of a hero engraved on my left hand, the mark that only 10 chosen people can get in the world. First, I'll need to trace history, I guess. Even if I may have the knowledge, I have lost the skills from my past life, such as the drug resistance skill. If it goes according to my past life, then I will be drugged and forced to heal the warriors in the military. Copying the skills of those warriors isn't too bad, I guess. Keare. And above all, I did promise after all. This time, I will deprive everything of that woman, Keare. I begin to remember a woman from my past life, with light pink hair. She was the princess who was loved by everyone, the magic hero Flare. I should rush back to the village because reuniting with her is the first big step I need to take. Chapter 3. I had remembered everything after getting the jade eyes, which were the eyes of the spirit. The time when I was being used like a slave every day, and the part where I used healing magic on the world to go back to the past. At this rate, if nothing is done, then the same tragedy will just repeat itself. And I just will not forgive myself if that happens. To avoid that tragedy, I will start planning out what I can do. Firstly, in 2 days when it's my birthday, I will awaken to my class. Keare. There are only 2 days until my 14th birthday, and at the same time when I am considered an adult, I will awaken to my class. Of course, I will awaken to the healing magician class, but not only that, I'll also awaken to the extra class, which is the hero class. Why did I have to be hero? Keare. Hero is an extra class which only 10 people can get in the world, and has 4 abilities derived from its class. Class ability strengthening, which is an ability of the hero class which boosts your class up by 1 dimension. The release of the level cap. Every single living being has a level cap to their level, with the exception of the heroes. The amount of EXP that you and your party get is 2 times the amount of what normal parties usually get. The increase of the level cap for your followers. If they do a certain deed, then their level cap goes up. They're quite useful abilities, and they're all abilities that are befitting the title of a hero. Without a doubt, the reason I was able to reach what lied ahead of healing magic, imitation heal, transformation heal and deterioration heal, was definitely because I was a hero. And on top of that, not having a level cap is a nice part of being a cheat. Normally, the level cap is around level 20 to 30, but as heroes' level cap is infinite, our strength can keep on reaching new heights. The dimension of strength is completely different compared to normal people. You can't even laugh at the rise in value of EXP, because if my past life's memories are correct, for each hero in the party, all members get a rise of EXP by 2x the normal amount. And back when I was in a party with the 4 other heroes, it was 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 the normal amount, which meant we got 16x the normal amount of EXP you get. Now then, Flyer should be coming in a week or so, I think. Keare, according to my memories from my past life, the kingdom should send an escort to pick me up 5 days after I got the hero class. Apparently, it seems that the already awakened, magic hero Flare has the ability to discover the birth of a new hero. This time as well, she will definitely come too after finding me, as the heroes, who are only 10 in number in the whole world, are a valuable fighting force. As I diligently walk through the woods, I decide on my plan. First of all, escaping the kingdom is out of the question. Keare. There are 2 reasons for this. The first reason is that no hero can escape from the magic hero Flare with their hero detection magic, especially if my level is low and I have no skills, as the elite force owned by the royal family will instantly capture me. If I were to seriously try and escape, I would have to destroy Flare's detection magic, or else it's checkmate. There can only be 10 heroes in the world, so the royalty would kill off the useless hero, to give birth to another hero. The second reason is that I want to be able to use imitation heal on the people that are strong. In my past life, being unable to stand the pain of using heal, I had ran away, only to be brought back and drugged. After that, the kingdom made me heal all the veteran soldiers that couldn't be healed using an elixir. Although it was a nightmare-like experience, it was a chance to copy the skills of strong warriors that I couldn't afford to miss out on. Going through all of that, there is only one option that I can take, which is to use imitation heal on as much people I can, and then escaping the royal castle using those skills. But to do that, there are hurdles I need to jump over. I definitely want the drug resistance skill, because if I lose my ego after getting drugged, it will be the same as last time. Keare, I need to acquire drug resistance so that I will be able to keep my ego even if I get drugged, and I also need strength if I want to escape, so I would prefer to increase my level. I'm not bothered too much about the latter, because I have imitation heal to cover up for it. As I copy skills, my level will also rise as well. Now that I've decided my plan, I need to start preparing for it. As I return back to the village, I collect poisonous mushrooms and plants and put them in my bag. It took a long time to acquire the drug resistance skill last time, because I had gotten addicted to it and abandoned myself to pleasure from the drugs. To gain drug resistance, I need to try and resist drugs while eating them. So if I continue to eat poisonous plants for a week, the proficiency should increase by quite a bit. Although I won't be able to get the drug resistance skill in a week, I should be able to get drug resistance skill in the near future as long as I continue to raise the proficiency and try to keep a strong heart. But just running isn't fun, so I'll destroy Flare and bring her back, I guess. Keare. In my past life, that woman drugged me to turn me into a machine that can heal, so I'll do the same thing to her, by using transformation heal on her. That being said, I'm not a demon. The Flare of this world hasn't done anything bad to me, so it doesn't make sense to try and break or exploit her. If she doesn't try and break me, I'll let her go. However, if she tries to break me again, I'll definitely take revenge on her. I'll make her understand how it feels to be treated like livestock. Using my knowledge, I continued to ingest poisonous plants or mushrooms that are at the level of not being able to kill someone and diligently walked through the woods. It has been 2 days since I got the jade eyes, and I've gotten much more used to poison. Currently, I have gone to the river to drink water, and as I look at myself in the river, I notice that my cheek has sunk in, and my eyes look vacant. I might have gone a bit too far. Well, whatever. It is something needed in order to let me live happily. As I gaze at the sky, The full moon was shining, and my arm suddenly started hurting as if it was on fire. So it's come. Keare. On the back of my hand, a geometrical crest had been engraved onto it. It's proof that you're a hero. It seems that I was picked as a hero this time too. I should also have awoken to my class now. Looking at the surface of the river, I put power into my eyes, and the jade eyes that I got from the spirits start shining. Normally, you cannot view your status without using an expensive magic tool called the appraiser. However, with my jade eyes, I can see someone's status without using a magic tool. Race, human. Name, Keare. Class, healing magician. Hero. Level, 1. Status, MP, 12/12. Physical attack, 5. Physical defense, 6. Magic attack, 7. Magic resistance, 8. Speed, 7. Abilities. Healing magic LV1. Skills, MP recovery rate increase LV1. Healing magician's skill, MP recovery rate is 10% faster. Healing ability increase LV1. Healing magician's skill adds a positive correction to healing magic. Increase of EXP. Hero only skill gives 2x the amount of EXP earned for you and your party. Level limit breakthrough. Yourself. Hero only skill, the release of the level limit cap. Level limit breakthrough. Others. Hero only skill, by giving your body fluids to someone which have your magical power included in them. There is a probability of their upper level limit going up 1 level. It's very useful to be able to see a status without using a magic tool every time, especially for me, as I can see people's statuses to check if I want to copy their abilities or not. Using these eyes, I can specify what skill I want, and then copy it from that person. And the Jade Eye's power doesn't just stop there. Until now, it was what you could see with an ordinary appraiser, but you can see past that with these eyes. That is, level limit. Talent values, MP, 110. Physical attack, 50. Physical defense, 50. Magic attack, 105. Magic resistance, 125. Speed, 120. Total value, 560. The level cap and talent values appear. Living beings all have their maximum level, and by seeing that, I can see the people who have the most talent. No matter how high someone's stats are, if their maximum level is 10, then they won't be of any use. And the important part is the talent value, because the increase in certain stats after leveling up depends on your talent value. If your talent value is low, then no matter how much you raise your level, you won't be able to get strong. In my case as a healing magician, my physical stats are low, but every other stat is high level. No matter how strong the hero, they wouldn't be able to fight alone. They have to have comrades. If I use these jade eyes, then I would probably be able to find some people that have high talent values. The healing magician class and hero class, the preparations to get the drug resistance skill and the jade eyes. I have gotten all the things I need, and now all that's left is to follow history. It is weird though, because although I hated Flare that much, I'm looking forward to meeting her. Keare. I was praying in my head for Flare to be the trash she is in this world as well. If she is, then I can carefreely carry out my revenge, and cherish her as a domestic animal. While thinly smiling, I stood up and began to walk, making sure that I will definitely fulfill my objective. I took one step at a time, all to lead up to my revenge. Chapter 4. At the same time I became 15, I awakened to my healing magician class. And I also awakened to an extra class which only 10 people in the world can get, the hero class. After I had gotten my class, I had continued to travel back to the village from the woods. But I wasn't just walking through the woods. I had been diligently consuming poisonous plants to get the drug resistance skill. Recovery heal, Keare. Placing my right hand on my body, I use healing magic on myself to remove the poison inside of me. I better increase my proficiency in healing magic as well. Keare. Normally, using healing magic on your own body is extremely difficult, because while you are casting the magic, your body changes and noise enters the magic, making it almost impossible to control. However, I am able to do it because I have used healing magic tens of thousands of times. I just have to make a prediction of how the target is going to change, and incorporate that when I use my healing magic. And because I am able to treat my poison now, the pace of which I can increase my proficiency of the drug resistance skill has increased. That being said, just using healing magic 4 times depletes all of my MP. So if I don't level up and increase my MP, it's going to be harsh. By doing this, I spent 3 days after getting my class, walking through the woods, and I have finally reached my village. As I arrive back in the village, my acquaintances come rushing towards me. It seems that I had worried them since I was away for 10 days without even saying anything. Although I was asked about a lot of things, I was able to make stuff up to not make them suspicious, and even if I were to tell them, there would be no way anyone would believe my story. My jade eyes can also be concealed because unless I'm in an excited state, my eyes don't give off the peculiar jade color. To buy an appraiser, the village mayor asked me if I wanted to ride along with him on his carriage to the royal capital. Although my village is a large village, as expected, there is no one that can make an appraiser which only advanced level magicians can make. To his offer, I nodded my head to it, because as long as I want to hide my jade eyes, I shouldn't know of my class. Not being curious of what class you get after becoming of age is unnatural, because everyone wants to find out what class that they get. Well, either way, it would be wasted because before we set out to buy it, the princess will come to escort me to the kingdom. After coming back to the village, I had continued to train my proficiency of drug resistance and as usual, was taking care of my apples. Although I did want to kill monsters and level up quickly, my physical attack and defense has a low talent value of 50, which means that I won't be able to kill monsters easily. And the only attack magic I have, Deterioration Heal, has a heavy MP consumption, so no matter how much I tried, with my current MP I won't be able to use it. Because of these circumstances, I don't want to fight with a monster, but I don't have to rush it. After all, I can just increase my level however much I want later, by using Looting Heal. Keare-kun, what's that crest on your left hand? Keare. After finishing with my farm work, Anna-san called out to me while I was about to return home. I don't know anything about it either. It just suddenly appeared one day. Keare. Why don't you get Curse Expert to check it out sometime? Anna. I have a wry smile, because although the hero's existence is famous, not many people know about the crest engraved on their body. I'll go have it seen if it starts hurting, but more importantly, it's quite noisy over there. Keare. The entrance of the village was getting quite noisy, probably because the princess had arrived by now. Now then, let's proceed with the history. Once I arrive at the entrance of the village, I was immediately able to see the cause of the commotion. An unfamiliar horse-drawn carriage had been stopped there. It had an extravagant and elegant design, which was not pulled by ordinary horses, but it was pulled by a mythical beast, the unicorn. This was something that a superficially rich person could not possibly afford to buy. On top of that, there were knights equipped with mithril armor, surrounding the carriage to protect it, and above all else, they had a special crest engraved on their armor and carriage, the crest of the royal family. One of the carriage doors open, and a teenager girl comes out of the carriage. The villagers are all looking at her with a dumbfounded look, as they are all watching in fascination by the beauty that stands in front of them, by the elegant appearance of that beauty and the smile of the beauty who seems like a saint. A princess who has an overwhelming amount of charisma and at the same time is a hero. Her name is... Hello everyone, I am the first princess of the Diral Kingdom, the magic hero Flare Earl Grand Diral. Flare. The villagers start yelling with delight, as she has already named herself as a hero. Flare can master the rank 5 magic, which is the highest magic possible for humans. Can also use rank 6 magic, which has never been heard of before, and is revered as the strongest magician in the world. I also know that in a few years, she will be able to use rank 7 magic as well. There is basically no human being that can win against her in magic. Today I have come to pick up a newly born hero which has been born in this village. Flare. The cheers become even stronger, and the villagers begin facing each other, unanimously asking who became a hero to each other. Putting power into my eyes, I activate my jade eyes in order to check what Flare's ability is. Race, human. Name, Flare. Class: Magician. Hero. Level: 25. Status: MP. 155. 155. Physical attack: 40. Physical defense: 25. Magical attack: 70. Magical resistance: 55. Speed: 50. Abilities: Attack Magic, all, LV3. Martial Arts LV2. Skills: MP recovery rate increase LV2. Magician's skill: MP recovery rate is 10% faster. Attack magic power increase LV2. Magician's skill adds a positive correction to attack magic. Transcendental Magician LV2. Magician and Hero composite skill: all types of magic attributes available. High-level magic available. Increase of EXP. Hero only skill gives 2x the amount of EXP earned for you and your party. Level limit breakthrough. Yourself. Hero only skill: the release of the level limit cap. Looking at it again, it is quite a terrifying status, especially the magic attacks. Even on the skills side, she has a composite skill which involves both a hero and magician class, and she can also use all attributes instead of the amount that you can normally use, which is 2. And on top of that, she can also use high-level magic as well. Truly a power that is worthy of being a hero, but the only part that she falls behind in is that she can't increase other people's level limits. Now then, I should also check out her talent values too. Level limit. Talent values: MP, 150. Physical attack, 70. Physical defense, 40. Magic attack, 140. Magic resistance, 100. Speed, 80. Total value, 580. In addition to having the infinite level limit that all heroes have, she also has a total talent value of 580. The average number that normal humans have is around 60 for their talent value, and having a total value of somewhere around 350 is good. Her magic attack is particularly good, because 140 is probably the highest stat value in all of humanity. Because I had gotten the information I needed, I turned off my jade eyes. Just after that, my eyes met Flare's. "You are the new hero, right? Please come this way." Flare. Once Flare calls out to me, the villagers move aside to open a space for me to walk through, and I start walking towards her. "I'm a hero, Keare." I acted surprised, because it would be unnatural if I didn't. "So you hadn't noticed yet? You were picked as a hero." Flare. She comes right in front of me, holds my hand and raises it high in the sky. This crest engraved on his left hand is proof that he is a hero, and I have come to pick you up. Let's save the world from the Demon King together. Flare. The villagers start getting excited, and once again erupt into applause again. A hero had come from their village. That means that their village becomes honored, and they get the benefit of getting support from the country. I can't believe that I became a hero, Keare. It isn't unreasonable to think like that, but it's the truth. Now then, we are going to depart without delay towards the royal capital. After all, there are a lot of things that you have to learn to be a hero. Flare. I became about to vomit, because I knew that what I have to learn as a hero is making me into a healing machine after drugging me. Even if you say that all of a sudden, I need time to prepare my heart. Keare. Fufu, please rest assured, because I'll be with you, and teach you a lot of things as your senior. Flare. Flare squeezes my hand tightly while sweetly smile at me. I can feel that her hand is quite soft, and I notice that Flare smells nice. If you were a man, you would have fallen for her immediately just from this. However, I know the true nature of this girl and can only feel disgust towards her. Okay, I understand, princess. Please take me to the royal capital. Keare. Yes, of course. Flare. None of the villagers try to stop me from going and are blessing me with their words, without even knowing what kind of hell I'm going to go through afterwards. Although there is obviously no way they would know about it, it still puts me into an irritated mood. Riding the horse-drawn carriage, we are heading towards the royal capital. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask your name. My name is Flare Earl Grandyrel. Flare. My name is Keare. Nice to meet you. Keare. That's quite a lovely name. Could you tell me what your class is? Flare. As usual, Flare is using her smile that would charm anyone, and her voice that can capture anyone's heart while talking to me. The fact that she has planned this all out is the scary part. I still don't know my class, since I have only just become an adult and I haven't used an appraiser yet. Keare, is that so? In that case, if it's alright with you, could I use an appraiser on you right now? Fleur calls out to one of her attendants, and her attendant gives her the appraiser after taking it out. Then, Fleur taught me the way of using the appraiser. I had used the appraiser just as I was told, and the result was the same as the jade eyes. However, I couldn't see the level limit or the talent values. My class is a healing magician. Keare. The moment I said that, Fleur's face became a bit distorted and her eyes had the look of contempt. Without even thinking of me as a fighting force, she was probably disappointed at me. Keare-san, would it be okay if I could look at the appraiser as well? Fleur, please go ahead. Keare, while still keeping her smile, she looked through my status. She was probably calculating various things inside her head, since she is that kind of woman. In my old world, the conclusion she came up with is that even if I don't count as a fighting force, her EXP will be 2x higher, making it worth putting me in their party, while making me occasionally heal them. After all, no matter how much you obtain, elixir is quite valuable, so you would want to save as much as possible. Thus, even if I myself am not considered a fighting force, I would be able to recycle injured heroes. As a result of such a cold calculation, she considered me as just barely worthy of existence. If she hadn't thought that, she probably would have killed me and bet on the birth of a new hero. Since there can only be 10 heroes at the same time, you would have to kill one to get another. With me knowing all of that, I'm able to see the face that she tucked away behind her smiling face. While talking about things that weren't of much importance, the carriage we were on had reached the capital. If it goes just like how I remember it to go, in the period of a few days from now, I will be ordered to heal a master swordsman after one of my lessons. Once I used heal on the swordsman, I found out about the extreme pain and fear from using healing magic on people, and refused to use healing magic. However, after finding out about this, the royalty couldn't forgive me and drugged me, training me into a machine. The royal family had only thought of me as a tool, which was why they could do all those cruel things to me. But the new me is not someone that can just be used. If someone was to try and make me into a tool, I'll definitely make them fall into ruin. Just like how the princess is hiding her true face behind her smile, I'll put on the mask of a harmless sheep over my revenge-seeking demon inside of me. They still hadn't realized what was behind the mask. Chapter 5. While being shaken by the carriage, we had reached the royal capital of Dyrel. Just as the name says, it is the capital of the Dyrel Kingdom. The Dyrel Kingdom was situated on the southernmost part of the territory that humans control. Beyond that, there is the territory of what the demon race controls. In other words, the Dyrel Kingdom is the defensive wall to protect the humans from the demon race, making this into the reason to gain support from other countries. The Dyrel Kingdom's strength is connected with the other countries. The support that the Dyrel Kingdom get consist mostly of food and money, but they also get talented engineers or magicians, coupled with many warriors with real combat experience against monsters. There is no doubt that the Dyrel Kingdom is the strongest country in the world. Nowadays, they are performing extreme acts of greed by making more aggressive negotiations to extract more support from the countries that are backing them up. The front lines of the battle between the humans and monsters, the capital, is surrounded by walls with a strange height and thickness. Not only can it protect the capital from physical damage, it can also protect against magical damage. On top of that, there are multiple knights always surrounding the walls, making it quite the formidable protective wall. That looks like quite a splendid wall. Keare. Fufu, you shouldn't be surprised at the wall, because the truly surprising part is inside the town. Fleur. Going through the bulky metal gate, we enter the town. Please look. Isn't it quite a beautiful townscape? Fleur. Once we entered the town, our carriage started running across the well-maintained highway in the Dyrel Kingdom. While I was looking at the town, the magic hero who was also the Princess Fleur, started innocently talking in high spirits. Certainly, just as she says, it is a beautiful townscape. Taking into account of the circulation of money and goods, the main road is wide and straight. The buildings are made of brick for fire protection and of some elegance to it. You can't find anywhere in this place that has useless designs or anything, and they're all just living normally. In this beautiful townscape, there were more people than any other town. It is in a good condition. The energy is overflowing and you can always hear laughing voices. Yeah, it truly is beautiful. Keare. I don't use polite languages towards the Princess Flare as she herself told me not to use it. She said that since we are both heroes and are equal, there is no need for it. Even though Flare is a princess, she is acting as someone who is easy to get along with, so she is trying to match with me while talking. This is my prideful town, and we fight to protect this beautiful town and everyone's smile. Flare. You're so amazing, Flare. Keare. Oh, sorry, for talking so much, but it would be wonderful if we could protect everyone's smile with our power, right? Flare. I laughed back to Flare while she was smiling. It's useless. It feels like my smile would crumble any time now. Everything that Flare is saying is calculated. Her innocent behavior, the moments when she is a bit clumsy, her glorious face and her wish filled with purity to protect the royal capital. Every single part of her act is to try and tie me to this country. The magic hero Flare is a woman who can do all of this, and because I know this, I've had to endure this nauseous feeling inside of me the whole time. In the first place, the royal capital is completely corrupted. The place that the royal capital was built on was the land that they stole from the demi-humans, the Diral Kingdom, who set its eyes on this extremely vast land which had plentiful resources, had burned down all the demi-human villages in the area to claim it for themselves. The demi-humans who fought back were massacred, and the remaining ones were made into slaves for the manpower needed to build this town. For this reason, they were able to make this town, which was optimized to have a good circulation of money. At any rate, because they were able to burn down all of the demi-human villages at once, they started just doing as they pleased. A clean highway, numerous lovely buildings and the smiling faces of the townspeople. In the shadows of all of it, there are the remains of the sacrifices made to make all of this, and you can sometimes see the demi-humans who have collars stuck on them getting overworked by others. In the kingdom, although it is banned to have human slaves, there are no restrictions on demi-human slaves. After all, in the kingdom's eyes, the demi-humans are only considered as beasts. The demi-humans also have a thing called a true name, which the slave owner can use it to make them have absolute obedience. Because it was easier for the humans if the demi-humans didn't have human rights, they were fine with letting them be slaves. This beautiful country is just like you, Flare. Keare. I just said what I thought. A beautiful exterior, with the interior dyed pitch black, exactly like Flare. I'm glad. This is the town that I'm proud of, so more than any compliment, it comes straight to my heart. Flare. Flare puts on her perfectly calculated smile while not realizing my sarcasm, and once again, Flare moves her line of sight outside the window. In that time, I decided to use my jade eyes on the knights who were escorting us to check their strength. When I escape, being able to know their strength would help. After all, they are the princess's guards, so there should only be the elite of elite knights. This means that if I get strength that overwhelms them, I should be able to escape without any problems. There are 6 of them, and all of them have around the same amount of strength. This is the first one. Race, human. Name, Margaret. Class, Knight. Level, 31. Status, MP, 57. Physical attack, 63. Physical defense, 63. Magical attack, 31. Magical resistance, 44. Speed, 57. Abilities, fencing LV3. Martial arts LV2. Skills, fencing correction LV3. Knight's skill. Attacks that use a sword get a positive correction. Horseback correction LV2. Knight's skill, when riding a horse, you get a positive correction. From what I can see, the knight class has a status with high physical attack and defense. His level is high too, because normal humans usually have a level limit with around 20-30. And he is past that, as expected of a knight that guards the royal family. Although there are exceptions, The class that you awaken to usually relate to how you grew up. So he was probably in a family that served as a knight for many generations and was raised as a knight. Putting more power into my jade eyes, I look at the hidden information. Dash 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 dash. Level limit 32. Talent values: MP 40. Physical attack 90. Physical defense 90. Magical attack 40. Magical resistance 60. Speed 80. Total value 400. Dash 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 dash. Although the level limit has almost been reached, the talent values aren't bad. A total value of 400, with no wasted distribution. If I fought with this guy, I would probably be unable to do anything as I get defeated. I stop using my jade eyes after looking at his status. I see, so if I want to escape, then I have to overwhelm this status. Sounds like quite a laborious task. Since my status is magician-based, my physical attack and defense is what I should originally be bad at. I guess I'll need to change my talent value distribution with transformation heal. With this, I convinced I'll be able to escape without a problem if this is considered the power of the most elite guard. Keare-san, did something happen? Flare moves her gaze from the window to me, asks me if I think about how I'm going to enter the royal castle from now. I get nervous. Keare, well, that isn't unreasonable. But don't worry. The fact that you weren't in a position to learn proper manners, or the fact that I forcibly brought you here is already known, so most things should be forgiven. Really, this woman doesn't make any wasteful actions like that. The carriage that we were on started going inside the royal castle. After getting inside the royal castle, I split up with Flare. After that, 5 maids started following me, put me in a bath to clean myself, and made me wear extravagant clothes. On top of that, they taught me as much manners as they could. It seems that I will be having an audience with the king in a few hours, and there will be a lot of tedious things to do. It seems that all the maids here are quite influential people, and I was surprised that there is a great difference in stats with the knight's status that I saw before. Which means that these maids are also here to monitor me while not being able to do anything. The time had come. Now then. For me it is a long time since I had an audience with the king. At that time, I was too happy that I didn't properly listen to it. The superiority I felt as a chosen hero, the beautiful exterior of Flare, the hope the king had for me, and these were the things that stole my heart. However, right now I am extremely calm. I wonder how the king is reflected in my eyes right now. I am somewhat looking forward to it. Chapter 6. For the audience with the king. My body was cleansed. I had changed into the clothes they had prepared for me, and the minimum amount of etiquette was driven into me. Currently, I had been summoned to a place called the space between the throne room, which is just as the name describes it as. While the maids and I were heading towards the door to the audience room, Flare joined up with me with her attendant. It seems that Flare had changed from her magician's outfit to an elegant dress. Keare-san, I was quite surprised at how different you look. You look quite good in those types of clothes too. Flare. Thanks, you look pretty too, Flare. Keare. Fufu, you are quite the flatterer, but I'm still glad that you think that way. Flare. We both exchange empty words with each other, basically just lip service. Like that, the doors of the throne room open, and we enter the room. The heroes have arrived. Random attendant. As soon as I walked in, an exaggerated voice echoes throughout the room. The size of the room is like a joke, and I can see that there is an extremely extravagant throne established at the back of the room. In a place that is 1 seat higher, an elderly man was sitting down, and on both sides, there were nobles that seemed like the country's leaders who were lined up in a line. I don't know how I feel about how they do this much just to meet one villager. No. If I think about it, it's obvious. It just means that the existence called a hero is just that special. Normal humans only have a level limit of around level 20-30, but heroes have an infinite level limit. On top of that, heroes have the skill to let not just themselves, but everyone in their party to get 2x the EXP you would normally get. Additionally, male heroes have the ability to increase other people's level limits by doing a certain deed. It's also guaranteed that they have the capability to increase their original class to a higher level as well. The existence called a hero is an existence that can surpass the battle power of 1,000 troops with just one of them. The attendants get urged to move towards the king, and using what I just learnt, I put my knee on the ground, and lower my head. Using the moment just before I faced my head down, I used jade eyes on the king. Putting power into my eyes, I see the level limit and the talent values at the same time as when I see the status. Dash 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 dash. Race, human. Name, Prum. Class, Magic Knight. Level, 41. Level limit, 41. Status, MP, 153 153. Physical attack, 81. Physical defense, 67. Magical attack, 81. Magical resistance, 75. Speed, 55. Talent values, MP, 90. Physical attack, 93. Physical defense, 75. Magic attack, 92. Magic resistance, 84. Speed, 60. Total value, 494. Abilities, fencing LV3. Attack magic, fire, lighting, LV2. Skills, MP recovery rate increase LV2. Magic Knight's skill, MP recovery rate is 10% faster. Attack magic power increase LV2. Magic Knight's skill adds a positive correction to attack magic. Fencing correction LV3. Knight's skill. Attacks that use a sword get a positive correction. Dash 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 dash. I closed my jade eyes. I got surprised, because he is too strong. Even though he is not a hero, his total talent value is close to 500. Furthermore, apart from his speed, all his stats are above normal, and he is the Magic Knight class, which uses both physical and magical attacks to fight. On top of that, he is a level that is over the amount that a normal person should have, and is over level 40. He is a genuine monster. Having the star next to your level means that you've reached your level limit, and you can even confirm this with an appraiser. Speaking of that, I remember hearing that the royal family was taking in heroes' blood so that they can have a strong bloodline, and if so, then that makes sense. However, I am concerned that there is a question mark next to his race, because this is the first time I've ever seen this kind of notation. There is no doubt that this guy is undertaking something which makes him stray from the path of a human. You did well coming here, new hero. Raise your face. King. Yes, your Majesty. Keare. I raise my face as told, and while I'm raising my head, I think of how I should escape. I should aim for when the king isn't here, since his individual power is quite dangerous, and if he is absent, then his guards would also be absent, making it the perfect time to escape. Fumu. That's a good expression. I have heard from Flair that your class is a healing magician, but is there no mistake in that? King. Yes. It is just as you say. Keare. For one moment, the king puts on a disappointed face, since healing magic can be done using other thing. The king probably wanted a more combat-oriented hero to add to his fighting power, but even then, he puts his expression back to normal and opens his mouth. Having a hero with healing magic is something that our whole country was wanting. So we are pleased to know you have awakened to that power. We will bestow upon you the title, the Healing Hero. King. I am grateful for that title, and I will call myself the Hero of Healing from now on. Keare. You are longing for me? How can he say that so shamelessly? Pushing down my inner anger, I say my words of thanks. Hero of Healing. In our long battle with the demons, many warriors have been unable to fight anymore with their injured state. There are many among them who can't even be healed with the legendary miracle medicine, the elixir, and so we figured that maybe the Hero of Healing who specializes in healing could heal them. King. I haven't actually used it yet, so I'm not sure if it will work. Keare. No, since you are a hero, then you should be able to heal them, right? In a week's time, a very powerful master swordsman will come to visit us, and it seems that if it is just about swordsmanship, then she surpasses the sword hero. King. The master swordsman, it's a nostalgic name. I definitely want to copy her ability no matter what. Unlike the sword hero who relies on his strength of his status, her sword skills are beautiful with no wasted movements. The other day, while fighting a high-level demon, she lost her right hand, so I was wondering if you could use your power to heal her. Until then, we'll have you learn about heroes and we will be sure to prepare the best teachers possible." King. While ignoring the words of the king, I once again realized that history is repeating itself completely. I use recovery heal for the first time on the Master Swordsman, and I truly had the worst luck, considering the first person I had to heal was a Master Swordsman. For recovery heal to return the target to their normal state, the magic makes the practitioner go through everything the other person experienced and all the pain they have gone through till now, to properly return them to normal. The existence called a Master Swordsman is someone that lives through thousands of battlefields, and carrying that burden was too much for one plain villager. Just healing the Master Swordsman almost drove me insane, and doing that gave me a trauma, which made me unable to use healing magic, ending up with me getting drugged by the royal family. Understood. I will dedicate my power for this country. Keare. Phew, that's a good attitude. You may return now, King. Like that, the audience ended after going the same way as last time. After the audience with the king ended, I was given a room to rest in. I also got a teacher specialized in that area, and was making an effort to study. I was taught knowledge that was needed for an adventure, general education and etiquette. A lot of different information was hammered in my head. I once again realized that at this stage, they still were trying to treat me as a proper hero. After studying, it was some light sword practice because although healing magicians can't get sword skills, it still works for self-defense. After that, I had dinner and then took a bath. In the blink of an eye, it had become nighttime. On my bed in my private room, I turned my body to lie on my side. It was a high-quality bed that you could never even dream about in the village, and because my fatigue had built up, I became quite drowsy. Just as my consciousness was about to fade, my door made the sound of opening and I looked towards the direction of the door. When I did, I saw a young woman enter my room and noticed it was the first attendant that I had been introduced to. She was one of the people monitoring me and had a status equal to this country's elite knights. Hiro-sama, I had fallen in love with you the moment I saw you. Please, embrace me, attendant. She was wearing lascivious clothing that lightly stuck to her skin. She then pushed me down, and started stripping me. Stop it, Keare. Even though you say that, this part of you is energetic, isn't it? Attendant. Seriously, stop it. Why are you doing this? Keare. I did say my reason though. I fell in love with you. Attendant. Please stop, Ani-chan. Keare. Although I am desperately resisting, I'm level 1 and so I can't do anything about the difference in physical ability. Forcibly getting raped. I got dirtied. Scared. I'm scared. Keare. During the time before I got dirtied, apart from my mental age, I am a 15-year-old boy who just became an adult, so I tried to act as a pure young boy. It seems that I had pulled her heartstrings, and she was having fun while sexually assaulting me. After the woman left, I laugh by myself. So far, it has been the same as the first week in my past life. I was delighted the first time though. Keare, a healthy boy that was approached by an erotic young beauty, and I was also a virgin, so there was no way I wouldn't be delighted. However, this time I couldn't be honestly happy, as I found out her true objective. She had 2 objectives, and the first one was to win me over. If she can indulge me in sexual pleasure, then it would be easier to control me. The other reason is to increase her level limit. Heroes have an infinite level limit, but male heroes can also increase other people's level limits by 1, by directly filling up other people's origin of life. That being said, no matter how many times you do it in one day, it is only going to increase by 1, unless it is the very first time for the day when it is the most magic power and vitality. It won't work. Putting it simply, if you have sex with a hero, you get stronger. Thinking about it now, the reason why those attendants were so uselessly strong might be because they were first-rate adventurers applying to get stronger. After all, the difference in level makes a big difference over small differences in talent values. So this is going to happen daily. Keare. That attendant is going to assault me every night aiming to increase her level limit. If I'm unable to resist, I might as well enjoy it. Fortunately, All of them are pretty anyways. After arriving at the royal castle, 1 week has passed. I've learned quite a lot of things, and I've gotten more used to what happens at night. I think that at least it's better that I do it with a girl instead of a guy. In the first week after I was drugged, they mercilessly even made me do it with guys as well. The guys think that as long as their level limit increases, they would happily suck all they want. If it is for strength, humans can endure anything just to obtain it. That is also another reason of my burning desire to get revenge on them. There is no way I would forget that humiliation. And finally, the fated day had come. The day that I, as a healing magician, was judged as a useless tool. The day that the Princess Flare had decided I had no use as a proper hero, and used me as if I was livestock. I will be summoned to a room, and will meet a certain girl. I will meet with the master swordsman Keare, the girl with the most beautiful sword skills in the entire world. Chapter 7 Sword Saint Keare. There is no one in the Diral Kingdom who doesn't know of that name. The Claylett lineage is the strongest sword clan in existence. They act as the Diral Kingdom's sword, and are the most feared aristocrat lineage. Every single action they take is all to create the strongest swordsman. Introducing strong blood into their family, they continue to give birth to children specialized for the sword, and is close to madness. According to rumors, if they decide that that child doesn't have strong blood in them, to not dilute their blood, they even carry out consanguineous marriage like it's nothing. After a few hundred years of giving birth to children specialized to be good at the sword, the children from the Claylett lineage started getting an extra class. The name of it was Sword Saint. It was found out by researchers that the class you awaken to is connected to both your blood and the environment where you grew up. The only people that acquired the extra class Sword Saint in this whole world is the Claylett lineage. Furthermore, they don't just have the class that comes with the status. The Claylett's sword is the strongest as the most truest fencing as well. The large variety of sword techniques can even be called art in a sense, and it can't just be labeled as a decoration, as it was diligently built from innumerable actual fights, further backed up by their blood and iron. And among the Claylett lineage, Keare is called a genius of all geniuses. I want it, I really want it. The sword skills of a Claylett. Keare. The me at the time when I healed Keare was still quite inexperienced, so her life experiences didn't get engraved deep enough within me. I didn't have the time to do that as I was suffering from pain and fear, and my recovery heal proficiency wasn't high enough anyways. After that, I had to experience innumerable experiences, so the Sword Saint's experience was pushed out, and I had wasted my chance to gain the world's strongest sword skills. But this time, it won't go the same way. I will definitely engrave the experience of a Claylett inside of me, but I won't be able to gain the extra class called the Sword Saint. If I can just copy the skills of a Sword Saint, not only will I be as strong as her, I would also be able to overwhelm a great number of the employers here. Like always, I was studying hard in my class that is being held in my room, and an attendant came to call me over. Hero of Healing, the Sword Saint has come to see you. She is currently waiting for you in the Rainara room. Please show us the power of the healing hero to your heart's content. Attendant. I put on a bitter smile. The first time I had experienced this first week, I was overflowing with eagerness to do things. As foolish as I was, I had fallen for Flare's exterior, indulged myself in the pleasure with the attendants, truly thought of myself as a hero, and was filled with thoughts of trying to show my cool moments to the girls. Even now, I am filled with overflowing eagerness to do it. But my eagerness is simply because I am aiming for the skills of a Sword Saint. I have also increased my level to the point that I can just barely use imitation heal as well. Race, human. Name, Keare. Class, healing magician. Hero, level, 5. Level limit, status, MP, 2727. Physical attack, 10. Physical defense, 10. Magical attack, 16. Magical resistance, 18. Speed, 17. Talent values, MP, 110. Physical attack, 50. Physical defense, 50. Magic attack, 105. Magic resistance, 125. Speed, 120. Total value, 560. Abilities. Healing Magic LV2. Skills, MP recovery rate increase LV1. Healing Magician's skill, MP recovery rate is 10% faster. Healing ability increase LV1. Healing Magician's skill adds a positive correction to healing magic. Increase of EXP. Hero only skill gives 2x the amount of EXP earned for you and your party. Level limit breakthrough. Yourself. Hero only skill, the release of the level limit cap. Level limit breakthrough. Others. Hero only skill, by giving your body fluids to someone which has your magical power included in them. There is a probability of their upper level limit going up one level. Dash 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 dash. I have raised my level up to level 5. The secret to why my level has risen without me fighting a monster, is because of my 4th version of Recovery Heal, Looting Heal. When using Recovery Heal, while you send magic power to your target, a magic, two-way path gets connected between you and the target. Using that path, it is possible to steal EXP or magic power from your target. Although I can't take EXP that has already been used to level up, I can take the EXP that isn't enough for their current level up. At night, when the woman is assaulting me while being defenseless herself, I take it from her. By repeating that, I had become strong enough to just barely use Imitation Heal. Because I have Looting Heal, I can have a peace of mind even when I'm constrained. Like livestock, even if I am forcibly coerced to heal multiple people, I am still able to raise my level from it. Thus, once I get all the eye-catching skills and reach the level of being able to escape easily, I will fulfill my promise from my past life and destroy Flair's everything, making her my toy this time. To meet with the Sword Saint Keare, I had come to the Rei Ainara room. The thing that is called a Rei Ainara is a white flower with a tinge of blue in it, and is this country's symbol. You can't find any citizens in this country that doesn't love this flower of unparalleled loveliness. The Rei Ainara room is an indoor garden which is multicolored with many different flowers in bloom, and is considered the loveliest place in the castle. I heard that it was made because it was for Flair's hobby. So it seems that although her personality is the worst, at least her hobbies are seemingly good. No, it's actually a grand waste of money, so I guess her hobbies are bad as well after all. While I was thinking about that, it seems that the preceding visitor has noticed me. Hello, are you by any chance the hero of healing? Keare, a girl that was wearing an easy-to-move-in, plain white, night clothes called out to me. That figure who had no openings. A sword that can pierce your skin and an elegant behavior. If there was someone who didn't know her saw her, they would immediately know after seeing her once, that she is there. I am the healing hero Keare, and have gotten the orders from the king to heal you. I have heard of your rumors, and am honored to meet you, Sword Saint Keare. There is no doubt that she is the strongest sword saint. Long silver hair and an expressionless face that is still lovely. That type of girl is the sword saint. And I bet that no one will actually believe it unless they see her. It seems you know about me, but I'll take this chance to properly introduce myself. My name is Keare, and I am the former Sword Saint. Keare. She said the word former, and the reason for that is simple. Since she doesn't have a right hand, her right arm clothes are moving around loosely. A high-ranking demon, an enemy that not even a hero can kill alone, was killed single-handedly. But she lost her sword arm in exchange for it. Now then, let's get started with the treatment right away. Keare. Yes, I'll request it. Since it is something that not even the elixir can heal, the only thing I can depend on is your power. Keare. Keare clenches her lower lip. The Claylet clan is a clan that gambled everything on the sword. So if she can't use the sword, then there isn't a single fragment of meaning for her existence. No, there is one meaning for her life, which is to make a child. She would be coerced to live just for leaving behind strong children because she is the strongest sword saint. That title would inversely torment her. Keare, could you please turn your back to me? To use my healing magic, it's necessary to be facing your back. Keare. After nodding to that, she faces her back to me. To see they're back to use my healing magic is an outright lie, and my true objective is to use my jade eyes on her. I'm doing this because if I face her, it is impossible to hide the shine of my jade eyes from her. Now then, show us the strength of the Sword Saint. Dash 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 dash. Race, human. Name, Keare. Class, Sword Saint. Level, 45. Level limit, 51. Status, MP, 169. Physical attack, 122. Physical defense, 86. Magical attack, 70. Magical resistance, 86. Speed, 103. Talent values, MP, 91. Physical attack, 128. Physical defense, 90. Magical attack, 72. Magical resistance, 90. Speed, 109. Total value, 580. Abilities. Divine Sword LV5. Abandonment LV5. Skills. Divine Sword ability increase LV3. Sword Saint only skill, speed and power data correction. Presence detection LV3. Sword Saint only skill, abandonments detection range and speed data correction. Dash 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 dash. Strong? What is this? This is completely broken. Her total value is at the same level of a hero and her level limit is high. I've never even heard of someone who has a level limit in the 50s, and the talent value distribution is artistic. Only the stats that are useful as a Sword Saint is high, and the useless stats are low. Furthermore, she has an ability which is the highest ability in all the sword abilities, Divine Sword. She also has the ability which boasts of holding an overwhelming advantage in close combat. Both of these abilities have been strengthened by skills. A monster, without a doubt. There is no way that someone can beat her one-on-one. Even heroes that have an overwhelming advantage in level limits would have to rely on large numbers to fight her. Is it fine now? Keare. That was plenty. I'll start the treatment now. Keare, I want to hurry up and make Divine Sword and Abandonment ability mine. Although I can't use Imitation Heal on the skills, I can get those two, which is plenty. Please wait a bit. Flare. Just as I was about to use my recovery heal, the magic hero Flare rushed in, bringing in one old man with her. What happened, Flare? Keare. The truth is, I wanted to watch Keare-san use recovery heal too. Flare. I remembered now. I'm pretty sure the first time I did this, it was the same too. The old man who is following Flare is the person in charge of the magic research team. He's here because depending on the hero, they can be a singularity that have their own classes skills stronger than normal. Therefore, she probably brought him with her to check if I am a singularity or not. Please just do it as you please. Old man. Please don't mind me either. Flare. I have no reason to refuse, so I guess I'll start now. From the outside, it looks like my first recovery heal, so an extremely strong pain will probably assault me. Even though I remember the pain from my past life, I have yet to experience it in this world. There's around a 50-50 chance that I'll be able to endure it. If I just repeat it enough times, I should be able to get the pain resistance skill, which makes my brain able to produce endorphins at will. However, right now I am unable to do that, which means I'll have to fight head-on with the pain. Clenching my teeth in advance, I use my magic. Here I go. Recovery heal. Keare. The moment I said that, every single experience that Sword Saint Keare Claelit has experienced assaulted my whole body. Her childhood training that I can only think of as abuse, thousands of battlefields covered in blood, her whole body getting worn out every day, and an everyday life which is covered by her enemy's blood. Well, it is reasonable since Keare is still in her teens after all. As a teenager, her level is over 40, and that kind of human doesn't live a peaceful life. Every day is a living hell. Killing and continuing to kill every day. It hurts, it's painful, it's scary. Save me. Keare. My voice starts leaking out. My focus is wavering. The hell that Keare Claelit experienced throughout her whole life, was all experienced by me in that one moment. My tears start falling out, and I endure the urge to scratch off my neck. A recovery heal that is once activated, cannot be inactivated by will. Although the existence that was me was literally breaking, I had done my job, and Keare's right arm had been restored, and it was restored just as it used to be, with all the muscle strength in it. I had recreated every single experience, habit and reflexive action that arm took perfectly, making it just as it was before. Once I had finished that, I had collapsed after spasming with tears and drool coming out of me. It was healed, my arm was perfectly restored back to normal. Amazing, it's a miracle. With this, I'm able to fight again. Keare Claylet's voice had echoed through my head, and I was watching that with distant gaze. Although I had prepared myself for the pain, to think that it was going to hurt this much. Well, for my first week, I had fainted, so I guess I have improved by a bit. After all, I'm still conscious, and thanks to that, I was able to properly use imitation heal. I also have divine sword and abandonment now. Thank you so much, Keare. Are you alright? Keare. It seems that Keare, who had gotten overjoyed from my recovery heal's results, hadn't properly looked around her, and only now realized my state. She panickingly raises my body up. Surprisingly, she seems to have a good personality. I pretend to faint, aiming for Flare to let her guard down. While closing my eyes, I concentrate as much as I can through my ears. Keare then gets chased out of the room, because she will supposedly get in the way of the treatment. And while leaving, Keare happily said some thanks. Please tell Keare when he wakes up. Thanks for letting me hold the sword again, and I will never forget this favor. Keare Claylet will definitely give back this favor using all of her power. Keare, she truly is such a good person. While wondering about what Flare will do from now, she opened her mouth. Not even being able to use his only redeeming feature properly. This might be really unuseful. Even though we recycled one of the heroes, it seems it was pointless. Flare, not noticing that I was still conscious, Flare lets out her true nature. Contrasting from that, the old man from the researching team seems really excited for some reason. Princess Flare, this is really amazing. The recovery heal that this man used isn't the ordinary recovery heal that normal people use. Old man, isn't just the normal heal? What's different about it? Flare, it's different right from the fundamentals. The dimension is on a completely different scale. An ordinary recovery heal is a healing magic that uses your own natural recovering ability with magic to activate it. In other words, it can only heal something that a human body can naturally heal. You cannot heal a gouged out eye, and an arm that was cut off cannot be restored, but that recovery heal is different. Analysis, reconstruction, imagination that comes from nothing, or time regression. Either way, it is on the level of God's area. I am getting excited. There is no doubt that the secret lies after him suffering until he goes crazy. It's the first time that a healing magician showed that kind of reaction after using healing magic. I want to study it, and simplify it so other people can use it. I am. Old man. This person is dangerous. While still acting like I've fainted, I experienced fear course through my whole body. Is that so? Then I guess we will be able to use this, it seems. Be it drugging or brainwashing, whichever is fine to control him. After all, he'll probably use pain as an excuse to refuse using recovery heal on others. At least make him able to heal 20 warriors with his healing magic, and help him until then. After that, I don't mind if you break him or whatever, because you would have found out the foundation for his healing magic by then. Flare. At your will, I'll make sure to take plenty of data before kindly breaking him. Foo. If he is going through pain and fear, then we just need to make him enter a hypnotized state with magic, and then drug him to make him go into a pleasurable state. Old man. Like that, my destiny was being decided by these two. I see, so at this stage, Flare had already given up on me. I properly understand now. I'll leave the rest to you. Seriously, if I think that this useless thing is a hero like me, disgust just runs through my body. He's even making us have to figure out the foundation of his healing magic. Flare. After saying that, Flare then takes her leave, and I was desperately using my all to not laugh the whole time. I was truly happy from the bottom of my heart, to the point where I couldn't do anything. That woman is trash. Thank you. Truly. Thank you for staying as the trash that you were the first time round. Now with this, I will have no hesitation and no mercy while I have my revenge. Once I use imitation heal on the heroes that are on your list, that moment will be your last. Chapter 8. When I opened my eyes, I noticed that I was in a white room. Then, I looked around the room, until the old man from before came into view. Wah, Keare. I instinctively raised my voice in surprise when I saw him. What is it, old man? After I raised my voice, he raised a stupid voice in return. Let's calm down, for now. Let's analyze the situation. I remember now, while I was pretending to have fainted, I had truly lost consciousness in the middle of it. I had experienced the hellish road that Keare had gone through to get to her level in such a short period of time, all in one moment, and because of that, I had received a considerable amount of mental damage. And I remember this room as well. This is a hospital room, and the old man in front of me is the supervisor of magic research. He's probably not just treating me, but also checking if there are any problems with my magic circuits. Hero of healing, it seems that you've finally woken up. Are there any problems with your body, old man? Now then, how should I reply? To say the truth, there are no problems to my body as of now, because different from the first time, I had put up my guard before using it, so I was able to survive without breaking. However, if I want to fulfill my revenge, then I can't say that there are no problems. I have no problems, so keep bringing in the people that need healing so I can heal them. If I said that, then history will obviously change, making it harder to achieve my revenge, which is not what I'm aiming for. To definitely fulfill my revenge, I need to properly follow my past life so that I don't mess up. Hi, don't come, I hate it, that sort of pain and fear, I hate it. Keare. While remembering what happened the first time round, I act accordingly. If I remember correctly, I had gotten a trauma from using it once, and ran away to protect myself from using it. I decide to just randomly throw things that are near my hands while shouting out. So I'll start with this pillow. Calm down, no one will forcibly make you use recovery heal. Please just hear me out for now. Old man. Really? Keare. I act as if I've somewhat regressed back to an infant, although it seems like I'm over-exaggerating my act. If a normal person experienced the hellish road that the Sword Saint went through in one moment, they would definitely become like this. That was just how fierce her life was. It's true, it really is true. So, let's talk for a bit. Old man. I put on the act of slowly but steadily relaxing and gaining my composure as I talk with him, to the point where I think this supervisor of magic research has gone through a lot of trouble to soothe me. To start with, why don't you tell me why you had collapsed after healing her? Old man. I should answer this one truthfully. The moment I used recovery heal, information about the Sword Saint flowed into my head, such as her injuries and pains that she got until now. Even her training and battles, everything flowed into me, and when I realized it, I was like that. Keare. The supervisor's eye shone suspiciously after hearing my story. I see, so it wasn't normal healing magician's process which amplifies the body's natural healing process. For that reason, you need to know about the body's circumstances. So to do a perfect recreation like the hero of healing, you need to use that process. It seems. That seems to be quite intriguing. Old man. I became a bit surprised as he had figured out quite accurately what my power could do. Because of this, he seemed to be quite the talented magician, but when I found a gap to look at him with my jade eyes, both his talent values and levels were the standard values. He's probably the type that is really smart, and gets absorbed into his research really well. To satisfy his intellectual curiosity, he has been asking questions about as much details as possible, and after a while, a visitor had come while I had been talking with him. Since I heard that Keare-san had woken up, I've come to greet you. I had worried, you know. After all, you did suddenly fall over like that. I just couldn't stay calm after seeing you like that. Flare. I praise her for being able to emit words that are completely different from her inner thoughts, and both her behavior and expression is perfect. Even I can only see a girl that worried for me from the bottom of her heart. Thanks for worrying about me, Flare. Keare. I'm glad you aren't hurt, because it seemed that the hero of healing's power is quite terrific. It could even heal the sword saint who wasn't even able to be healed by an elixir after all. Even my father was in great joy after hearing my report about you. Fleur. While sweetly smiling at me, Fleur tells me those words. It's not such a big deal. Keare. It is such a big deal. Fleur. While leaning her body towards me, she grasps both my hands. Sword Saint Sama's strength is equal to more than 1,000 soldiers, and she will most likely continue to fight monsters and demons from now on. She is only able to continue to fight because you healed her. In other words, the achievements she gets from now are your achievements as well, as expected of the hero of healing. Fleur. She praised me to a disgusting level, and if I think about the meaning behind her calculative words, I can basically predict what she'll say next. No way. The person working hard is the Sword Saint Keare. Keare. You don't need to be so humble. Fleur. Fleur smiles as if she's crazy, and then she opens her mouth. I muttered on the inside. See, it came. There is a continuation to that story. The truth is, it's not just the Sword Saint who is strong yet cannot fight who is in this country. Keare-san, could you please help them all using your power as the hero of healing? The people that get healed by you, the hero of healing, are people that can save many other people as well. I have already healed the bow god here, so could you please heal him? How with your power? Fleur. Yes. Fleur started off by praising me all just to say this. Her true objective, by appealing to my conscience, she blocked off my escape route, truly something that Fleur would pull. But I don't go with the flow and choose not to accept it. Please wait. Keare. I raise a voice which is partly a scream. I hate it. I hate using recovery heal anymore. It's scary, and it hurts. If I keep on using that kind of thing, I will either break, or I will stop being able to be myself. Keare. Facing Fleur, I let out a miserable and feeble complaint. Hearing that, Fleur purposely and exaggeratedly puts on a surprised face. So that power had that sort of side effect. But even then, as much as the people that get healed by your power work hard, that much more people will be saved. Thousands, and even tens of thousands. For that reason, can't you work a bit harder for them? Fleur. She said that with the smile of a holy mother, and a gentle tone of voice. I don't want to. Fleur can only say that because she doesn't know what it's like to experience it. It really is impossible for me. I definitely won't use recovery heal anymore. Keare. I strongly declare it. But even then, Fleur's smile doesn't break. Is that so? If it is that painful, then I understand. It seems there is no choice. You don't have to use recovery heal anymore. Please just think about peacefully resting your body right now. Fleur. After saying those words, we just had a short chatting session, and she then left soon after. Good grief, she was with me just before, so she'll probably be with me afterwards as well. The next day, after I finished my classroom learning, the attendants brought me a light snack with some first-class black tea to go with it. After the incident from yesterday, Fleur hadn't said a word about recovery heal, which I thought was because she was looking out for me the first time. I had even decided that I would one day try and overcome my pain, so that I can heal people for her sake. I truly was an idiot back then, wasn't I? I need courage to drink this black tea, don't I? Keare. I laugh at myself, since I know what is inside this black tea. The reason why Fleur stopped talking about recovery heal is because she gave up on persuading me. However, that was not giving up on her objective, and she simply picked a method that is easier than persuading me. Her answer is this poisoned black tea. Making up my mind, I drink it all up, and a sudden drowsiness assaults me. Now, this is the start of hell. I wake up and notice that my body is strapped tightly to a chair. The only things that I can see is a stone wall with iron bars, illuminated by a candle's flame. I recognize this place. It is the underground prison, the second most hardest place to escape from in the castle. What's happening? And where exactly is this? Keare. I start shouting and make a commotion, because that would be the normal reaction. A metallic sound makes a clinking sound, and when I look in that direction, I see a man with a large build who is covering his face, and the supervisor of magic research from before, who is now covered in a whole body robe. The giant of a man comes into the prison room, and seriously bashes me who is strapped in a chair. It hurts. My cheek is so hot that it feels like it's burning. This brat was speaking all cheekily, wasn't he? What an idiotic guy. If only he just knew how to stay quiet. Old man. And then another hit. This situation is a truly simple one. Flare became tired of persuading me, so she decided to trap me in this underground prison so that they could drug me and make me into someone that follows every order. That woman doesn't have the kind of kindness to try a second time to persuade me. The thought that I was thinking of the first time, even if I can't do anything now, I want to be of power to her someday, was very simply stepped on like nothing. It hurts. Stop hitting me. What exactly are you saying I did to deserve this? Keare, what did you do? The fact that you didn't do anything is the problem. You useless existence. Old man. The giant man hits me once again. Even though this guy seems so wild and violent, he is actually the captain of the Flare's elite guards and is intoxicated with flair from the bottom of his heart. For this reason, he probably can't forgive me. I'm guessing he hates me who made her beautiful princess sad. I get bashed over and over again by him, and I count each and every hit. Even I don't remember how many times I got hit the first time round. That's why I'm counting this time. Because this time, I've decided that I will send this pain back to him without fail. The beating finally finished, and I am on the ground with my chair knocked down. My mouth is completely filled with blood and it's all I can taste. The giant man forcibly pulls on my bangs and pulls my face up. With this, I'm sure you've at least tasted 1% of Princess Flare's pain in her heart. Guard Captain. 20 hits. Keare, what are you? Guard Captain. 20 hits. I won't forget it. Keare, I stay persistent, and decide that I will absolutely return these 20 hits. You're quite an unpleasant man. Oi, old man, you're going to use some kind of magic, right? Hurry up and do it. Guard Captain. Really? You're such a violent man. What were you going to do if he broke? He's a research material that we obtained with great pains after all. Old man, do you think I care? Guard Captain. Seriously, even though we said that you are only allowed to break his mind, what are you going to do if he got damage to his brain? Old man, I feel a bit relieved after hearing that. Because although Flare thinks that as long as I heal the warriors that can't be healed using other methods, she doesn't need me afterwards, but this researcher thinks otherwise. For him, although my mind doesn't matter, he still needs my functions for his research, so he definitely doesn't want any damage to my brain. Although it's an ironic story, because he had concern for my brain, I was able to live with just my mind being broken. Thanks to that, I can have a peace of mind while repeating the same history. The supervisor of magic research puts a suspicious magic tool next to my eye, and lets it flicker in my eye. It's a tool that forcibly makes you fall into a hypnotized state. I would probably be able to resist it if I try to, but for now, I leave my body to it. Then, a liquid with a very thick texture starts flowing in my mouth. It's opium. My consciousness starts to fade. No, it's getting painted over. Now then, I'll be parting with my ego for a while. The drug that was registered in my body was too powerful for me to resist. I'll probably start going crazy after this. I slowly become unable to properly think, until all I'm able to think about is this drug. However, I will definitely open my eyes someday, since I've already raked in quite a considerable amount of proficiency for my drug resistance. And also, my soul has the intent to resist against this drug, so as I continue to resist against this drug, I'll definitely be able to get the drug resistance skill. Once I obtain it, I will be able to regain myself. While thinking about this, my consciousness slowly gets sucked up into darkness. 1 month after Keare got trapped in the underground prison. Druna Uggs, give me more Druna Uggs. Keare. Once man was clinging to some iron prison bars and was shouting out loudly. He didn't just shout out once or twice. He had been doing it for the few hours since morning. His withdrawal symptoms were pouring out as he was a very heavy drug user and was severely addicted to it. His nails on his hands were all teared off, and because he had been pulling out a lot of hair, parts of his head had become bare. However, apart from that, his body itself was in good condition. This was because each time he got filth on him, the guard who was keeping on watch next to him knocked him out and properly cleaned him. Every night, he releases his sperm into the knights, and get their levels raised. The knights don't want something to happen, even if there is only a chance for it happening, so they make sure to clean him whenever they notice it. He truly is a dirty-looking stray mutt. Drugs, drugs, does he not even have an inch of pride in him? Flare. In this closed cage, one girl comes over. She has peach-colored hair. Her body is overflowing with a womanly charm, and on her face that is always covered in an expression of kindness, there is an expression of utmost scorn. The hero of magic, who is also the Princess Flare, was standing there. If you administer that drug to someone, it naturally becomes like that. That man probably can't even remember his own name. Old man. The old man who was accompanying her, the supervisor of magic research, reproved Flare. Telling me to take care of that thing. It seems even father says quite horrible things. It really is unpleasant after doing it for a while. Flare. Well, don't say those things. Old man. Flare finally pulls out her key, and the prison bar's door open. Immediately after she opened it, the man who was trapped in the cage leapt at Flare. However, the collar that was chained to the wall stops him from advancing, and he falls miserably. Flare then kicks the face of the man who was lying on the ground with all her might, hurling his body away. Disgusting. This is just repulsive. Flare. While saying those words, she walks towards the man who is on the ground. It's time for work now. Here, this is the drug that you love so much. If you want it, start begging like an animal. Flare. Ha, ha, chin chin, chin chin. The man starts imitating a dog, and desperately pleads for the drugs. Looking at that, Flare then kicks his nether regions, which results in the man writhing in pain on the ground. Keare, 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 Keare. Even though the man has already been broken by the drugs, he still understands that if he stops his dog act here, he won't get his drugs, because he only remembers that, while clutching his nether regions, he desperately continues his dog act. Yeah, as a dog you are quite smart, aren't you? Here, it's your drugs. Flare. Flare purposely drops the high in viscosity drug on the floor, and the man then frantically licks it all up. The man continues to lick the filthy floor even when the drug has completely been licked up by him. Even then, Flare doesn't have an inch of pity towards him. They are pushing back his withdrawal by giving him a tiny amount at a time, because if not, he will refuse to go outside. By just giving him a small dose, he doesn't act crazy anymore, as he protects their rule of not going all crazy after getting his drugs. Hey dog, just like always, don't say a word after getting out of the cage. You are only allowed to say recovery heal when it is time to do it, and if you don't follow those rules, I won't give you any drugs when he come back. Flare. Keare, Keare. While still lying down on the ground, the man raises his face happily, but Flare tramples his face with her foot after seeing that. You really are a disgusting man. Flare. The man is only seeing drugs, which is why he is still happily smiling even after getting trampled on. His mind is filled with the thought of I'm happy because I'm going to get a lot of drugs soon. Flare then takes off the collar which is chained up by iron chains, because for the few tens of minutes after relieving his withdrawal symptoms, he properly listens to her orders. That being said, Flare was still quite scared because there still was the chance that this guy might start thrashing around. While unlocking the chains, Flare thinks to herself that she needs to hurry up and make him heal the next person, so that she can quickly trap him back in the cage. Follow me. Flare. After turning her back to him, Flare immediately felt a terrifying chill course through her body, an extremely dense killing intent, and the premonition of her death. Although she turned around, all she could see is a piece of trash that can't even reach the level of a mutt. Just as she ordered, it is following along with its mouth shut. While telling herself that it was just her imagination, she continued walking forward. Anger wells up inside of me. That's right. It's anger. It slowly enhances inside of my brain, and albeit being only a bit by bit, my reasoning power is slowly coming back to me. You really are a disgusting man, aren't you? Flare. While being looked at with eyes that look like they are looking at trash, I get my face trampled by one girl. Who is that girl? Although I can't think too much with my reason lost from my brain, My soul is raising a voice of deeply held resentment towards her. Even while my mind had died, my soul kept shouting out loudly, "That thing is the woman that stole my everything, the ringleader of the people that made me taste hell." Unforgivable. I swear that I will absolutely not forgive her. Even if my memories disappear or I lose my mind, I still remember this pain engraved into my soul. That's why, right now, the pain that is overflowing from my soul is waking up my rusted mind and purpose. My mind is rapidly coming back to me. With my raging anger, I lit a fire to the small ruins of my mind, and resisted against the drug. The drug that contaminated my mind are almost like chains to me. However, as big as the chains that are binding you get, if I resist to it, the proficiency that I get increase in proportion to the size. And finally, the time has come. The proficiency that I got from diligently increasing it in the forest, and the proficiency that I gained from my anger, has finally unlocked the drug resistance skill. That's right. My name was Keare. I am myself. My mind suddenly became all clear and the mist that enveloped my mind disappeared. Because of the effects from the drug resistance skill, I was able to recover myself. In this state, I turn and face forward. Flare, who is my archenemy, is facing her back to me, and a crazy amount of killing intent seethes out from inside of me. Facing that killing intent, Flare's shit twitches as it starts trembling. Oh no! I should hold down my killing intent. Flare turns around and looks at my face with cautious eyes, and once again faces forward. It seems that somehow, I was able to feign staying normal for a moment. It seems that she thought the killing intent that accidentally spilled out was just her imagination, and was able to ignore it. My memories of when I had lost myself begin to return to me, and it seems she really just did as she pleased with me. Well, thanks to that, I had gained pain resistance, and the amount of abilities that I could use had increased. On top of that, my level increased as well, which means I probably had been using looting heal unconsciously. Well then, Flare, I'll have you taste the same amount of disgrace and humiliation I had to go through. Everything I suffered through my first life and my current life. It's fine if you still think that you hold the collar on me. But you know what, Flare? This collar on my neck has already been completely taken off. Even while I'm scorching my mind with this blazing hatred, my brain is cold and composed, and I'm currently thinking of a method to escape while kidnapping Flare after breaking her. The day that I'm going to carry out this plan is close. Chapter 9. Thanks to my hatred towards Flare, I had finally obtained the drug resistance skill. Since I knew that I was crossing a dangerous bridge, cold sweat ran down my body, but I had to cross it because of two reasons. In that state where I didn't have pain resistance, I couldn't rely on drugs to distract myself from it. Even I wouldn't be able to continue taking the full brunt of that pain after a while. Therefore, until I got the pain resistance skill, I wanted to rely on the drugs. The other reason was because I wanted an honorable just cause for my revenge, because this time's Flare still hadn't done anything to make me hate her. Even though the first time's Flare gave me extremely bad treatment, it goes against my aesthetics to outright condemn this time's Flare with no questions asked. To say the truth, I could have been in a favorable relationship with Flare this time and realize her wishes. However, that kind of thing is out of the question. If I did that kind of thing, my resentment will never be refreshed, and on top of that, if I continued to keep on healing as Flare tells me to, my actions will be restricted, meaning I won't have any freedom. And as a final result, I'll just be kept as a pet until I die. For this reason, I have traced history all up until this point. Thanks to that, I've gained pain resistance, amassed a lot of power, and have gotten a just reason to carry out my revenge. You're slow. Hurry up, you dullard. Flare, who was walking in the front, shouts at me in an unpleasant voice. Following Flare, I head to the guest room after exiting the underground prison. We are currently heading towards the guest room so that I can heal the warrior that Flare picked. While listening to Flare and her attendant, the supervisor of magic research, I find out that the person I'm going to heal this time is an alchemist. I'm thankful that the person I'm going to heal this time is an alchemist, because the magic they use are very convenient and useful. I certainly want to remember this one. Let's quickly finish it, because I want to enter a bath as the dog's smell seems to have transferred over to me. I guess I'll need to throw away this dress. Fleur. As always, Fleur is spitting out such abusive language where no one can see her, so it seems that she doesn't like my smell. Huh? Well then I'll be sure to heavily soak her in my smell later. While thinking those things, because I was ordered not to open my mouth, I continue to diligently walk behind her. We have arrived at the guest room, the Reinaro room where I healed the sword Saint Keare. It appears that Fleur eagerly wants to boast of this garden which she made with her own hands, that it inevitably always happens here. The alchemist seems to have lost both arms, and from how the opening of the wound is carbonized, it probably means he lost them from an experiment, rather than a wound from an enemy. Fleur and the alchemist seems to be happily talking to each other, which I quietly watch from the side. Fleur then introduces me as someone that is quite reticent, which is honestly quite a faultless excuse. Choosing a time that they aren't focusing on me, I use my jade eyes on the alchemist to see his status. Dash 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 dash. Race, human. Name, Wakilda. Class, alchemist. Level, 28. Status, MP, 84. Physical attack, 51. Physical defense, 39. Magical attack, 49. Magical resistance, 47. Speed, 33. Level limit, 33. Talent values, MP, 70. Physical attack, 81. Physical defense, 60. Magical attack, 77. Magical resistance, 75. Speed, 50. Total talent value, 413. Abilities: Blacksmithing LV5, Metal Tempering Magic LV5, Metal Tempering Knowledge LV3. Skills: Metal Tempering Magic Ability Increase, Alchemist's Skill, Reduction in MP and Accuracy for Metal Tempering Magic. Blacksmithing Ability Increase LV1, Increase in Concentration and Accuracy when using the Blacksmithing Ability. Dash 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 dash. The alchemist guy seems to be called Machilda. His talent values seem to be lower than the standard values, and his level limit isn't that high either. However, his status is not what made him become a strong warrior, but instead, it's the metal tempering magic, which is an ability that only someone who holds the rare class of alchemist can use. You could even say that metal tempering magic is an all-purpose magic. Blacksmithing, compounding. It is a magic that includes everything needed for an alchemist: extracting active ingredients from raw materials, stirring, separation, heating, fusion of metals, increasing pressure, decompression, etc. As I can't increase my abilities with skills, I would never be able to defeat an actual magician in a proper fight. For this reason, I absolutely wanted the metal tempering magic, because it is a magic that can put my knowledge to good use in practical application. As long as the limit of magic you can use is just one, metal tempering magic is a necessity. It seems that imitation heal has its ability limit as well. Although I can accumulate as much knowledge and experience I want with imitation heal, there is a limit of only being able to get 5 abilities. That is the so-called limit of my caliber. And although it may increase as I level up, for now, it's just up till 5. However, I can swap out those 5 with others as long as the ones I want to swap are ones that I can vividly remember the knowledge and experience of. That being said, in my experience, the only abilities I can swap out are ones that I got a month ago at most. Having to only pick out of 5 is troubling. The skills Divine Sword and Abandonment from the Sword Saint class, which is the strongest out of the close combat skills. With that, I'll definitely have metal tempering magic as well. Whereas the other 2 I guess I'll just change depending on the circumstance. It seems that Fleur had finished her talk with the alchemist while I was thinking, and then orders me to use recovery heal. While still pretending to be a dog that still has its collar stuck on it, I obediently use recovery heal. Of course, I also use imitation heal to copy his ability, and looting heal to steal his EXP. The metal tempering magic ability firmly establishes itself onto my body, and it seems that I even accumulated enough EXP to level up. Thanks to the pain resistance skill, I'm able to endure side effects of recovery heal, and because of it, I'll be able to cast Recovery Heal without any hesitation. I'll properly make sure to check my status afterwards, because I won't be able to form my plans without knowing my status properly. After that, we parted with the alchemist and I once again was restrained in the underground prison. As a reward, they give me a large amount of narcotic drugs, but they had thrown it to my face, and on top of that spat at me. This is just my thought, but Flare is probably doing it not because I'm unpleasant, but because she takes joy in doing it. Really, what a great hobby. I plan to give Flare all the pain and humiliation that I got from her, and because she doesn't know that, she is just continuing to dig her own grave. Honestly, since she has done this much to me, it'll be such a pain to maintain her sanity by the end of my revenge. Well, it doesn't really matter I guess, because if Flare breaks, I just need to use Recovery Heal. After all, I definitely won't let her run away from pain and fear. After Flare left, I use Recovery Heal to fix my drug dependence and start planning out my escape. When my brain had started functioning better, even my sense of time is vague. Food that seems to be my dinner gets brought down to this underground prison, and I see that it is soup with bread floating in it. As there are no knives or forks, they are telling me to eat with my bare hands. They really are treating me as livestock. However, I'm thankful that it is a liquid form because I can look at the reflection of my face and use jade eyes on myself to check my status. Luckily, the guards aren't looking inside right now either, so it's safe. Dash 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 dash. Race, human. Name, Keare. Class, Healing Magician. Hero. Level, 29. Status, MP. 133. Physical attack, 34. Physical defense, 34. Magic attack, 66. Magic resistance, 78. Speed, 75. Level limit. Talent values, MP, 110. Physical attack, 50. Physical defense, 50. Magic attack, 105. Magic resistance, 125. Speed, 120. Total talent value, 560. Abilities: Healing Magic LV2, Divine Sword LV4, Abandonment LV4, Metal Tempering Magic LV4, Ground Shrinker LV3, Serene LV2. Skills: MP Recovery Rate Increase LV1, Healing Magician's Skill, MP Recovery Rate is 10% faster. Healing Ability Increase LV1, Healing Magician's Skill, adds a positive correction to healing magic. Increase of EXP, Hero Only Skill, gives 2x the amount of EXP earned for you and your party. Level Limit Breakthrough, yourself. Hero Only Skill, the release of the level limit cap. Level Limit Breakthrough, others. Hero Only Skill, by giving your body fluids to someone which have your magical power included in them. There is a probability of their upper level limit going up one level. Dash 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 dash. While I was in a state with no ego, thanks to me diligently using Looting Heal, I had raised my level all the way up to level 29, and when you speak of the number 29, it's basically close to the level limit of an ordinary person. Also, about my abilities, my healing magic had gone up one level. On top of that, I have the Sword Saint's Divine Sword and Abandonment, with the Alchemist's Metal Tempering Magic. In addition, I also added the convenient Ground Shrinker and Serene because it is still in my memory. Although the abilities are one level lower than Keare or Wakada, it is fine because it in the process of using Imitation Heal, the level lowers by 1. The other two skills are Ground Shrinker, which lets me use high-speed movement, and Serene, which makes my cognition accelerate by putting me into a deep concentrated state. They are both extremely useful and easy to use. As long as something big doesn't happen, I think it'll be fine if I establish my abilities as those 5. Either way, I can switch out Ground Shrinker and Serene with other abilities depending on the circumstances or the opponent. Well, even if I've settled the problem with my abilities for now, there is a problem with my original status. Keare. During my escape, I will be outnumbered by many, so no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to get out unharmed. Therefore, I'll need at least the minimum amount of defense, as my current defensive ability will give me a fatal wound in just one hit. I'm uneasy about my offensive ability as well, because my instant death magic, Deterioration Heal, doesn't have the best magical power efficiency. Even if I can replenish my magic power with Looting Heal, I still want to preserve as much as possible because I might not even be able to get a chance to use Looting Heal. Because of this, I'll need to be able to defeat enemies in close combat. I curse my own magic specialized status, and decide to tamper with it. Transformation Heal, Keare. By using Transformation Heal on my own body, I optimize myself, resulting in an increase in talent values. Due to this, my talent values increase by around 10%, and if I want to do more, I'll need to take in another factor. That being said, it is still better than not doing it. Race, human. Name, Keare. Talent values, MP, 110-116. Physical attack, 50-53. Physical defense, 50-53. Magical attack, 106-111. Magical resistance, 126-132. Speed, 120-126. Total value, 560-591. My body has now properly become stronger, but it's still nowhere near enough. It hasn't even reached the standard parameter that ordinary humans have, which is 60. That's why I'll do an even further transformation heal. I am unable to raise this value any higher than it is right now, but I am able to change around the distribution of values. My talent values were arbitrarily decided, and have an excessive amount on MP and magical resistance. Therefore, I'll add that excess to physical attack and physical defense. Although my magical attack stat also seems a bit excessive, I need at least 100 in that value or else it will mess with my accuracy of using recovery heal. Transformation heal, Keare, Race, human. Name, Keare. Talent values, MP, 116-80. Physical attack, 53-130. Physical defense, 53-83. Magical attack, 111-100. Magical resistance, 132-72. Speed, 126-126. Total value, 591-591. This is exactly the ideal distribution I want if I'm going to escape. With this status, even though I'm only level 29, I'll be able to escape. However, I have a need to return all my pain and humiliation back to Flare, and once I do that, it's the end. In a state where her ego has been taken from her, I'll use her as a convenient tool as the kind of punishment I need to give her. To do that, I need to at least get another 5 levels, but on the other hand, you could say that I only need 5 more levels. I have decided the time of my revenge. It'll be after I raise my level by 5, and when the king takes the elite knights together with him, making the security become a bit short of hands. Until then, I'll just have to endure, and the time of my revenge probably won't be so far away anyways. It has been 2 weeks since I regained my awareness, and because I've regained my sanity, I realized that I have been living in the most disgusting and worst lifestyle. In this period, I've had sexual with many people aiming to increase their level limit, and obviously, the ratio of men wanting to get stronger was high. After all, there are more men that are knights or adventurers than women. My body had become a toy for the men that had come here to get their level limit increased, and there was even a guy with that kind of fetish, and raped me without even needing to. It seems that he wanted to have a friendly relationship with a cute boy like me. But I endured it, while being sane the whole time. I endured and didn't go mad. I don't mind getting forcibly made to use recovery heal on other people. However, each time, Princess Flare would cruelly trample all over my dignity, and I can't even count how many I suppressed the urge to kill her on the spot. The reason I was able to endure was probably all for today. During that 2 weeks, I only thought about the best and the most pleasurable way to get my revenge on Princess Flare. Gruesomely, brutally, without any mercy. I'll continue doing it until she pleads me to just end her life. I'll ridicule her after cutting off her tongue, only to instantly heal it back. Once everything is over, the existence which is Flare will be deleted. She'll just be my pet that exists as an useful tool and use her until her breaks, and I'll be able to do that by using Transformation Heal. Right now, it is late at night, the time when everyone has fallen asleep. In that time, I was glowering with my jade eyes, shining the jade light everywhere. The soldiers who are guarding me are unprepared. They probably think it would be impossible for me to defy them even in their dreams. The time that I had to endure is over now. Keare. I have already caught the information that the king is departing to a foreign country with his elite knights. I've got the ideal abilities that I could have, and my level has been raised to a sufficient level. My preparations to escape have already been arranged, and even my preparations to go to Flare's room have all been completed. Now then, it's the start of the party, so I'll come get you now. Keare. I take off the collar on my neck with metal tempering magic, and melt the chains as well. Pouring that metal into the keyhole, I cool it, turning it into an instant key and open the door. Without any sort of trouble, I opened the door of this cage, and if I was going to escape, then I would be facing the outside. However, I have the objective of getting my revenge on Flare, so I'm aiming to go to her room. It's the start of my revenge. Leaving the cage, I use all my power and start sprinting. Chapter 10. It has become late at night, and I use metal tempering magic to escape from this underground prison the moment the lookout guard stops focusing. It has been 1 month since I was trapped inside the underground prison and 2 weeks since I regained my sanity. In that time, I had used Imitation Heal and Looting Heal many times on different warriors, resulting in me gaining levels and abilities. By using it, I had even gained knowledge and techniques that weren't in their status as well. On top of that, I had used Transformation Heal on myself, optimizing my talent value distribution to a sufficient status. Race, human. Name, Keare. Class, Healing Magician. Hero, Level, 34. Status, MP, 9999. Physical attack, 81. Physical defense, 54. Magical attack, 63. Magical resistance, 47. Speed, 79. Level limit. Talent values, MP, 80. Physical attack, 130. Physical defense, 83. Magical attack, 100. Magical resistance, 72. Speed, 126. Total value, 591. Abilities: Healing Magic LV2, Divine Sword LV4, Abandonment LV4, Metal Tempering Magic LV4, Ground Shrinker LV3, Serene LV2. Skills: MP Recovery Rate Increase LV2, Healing Magician's Skill, MP Recovery Rate is 10% faster, Healing Ability Increase LV2, Healing Magician's Skill, adds a positive correction to healing magic, increase of EXP. Hero Only Skill, gives 2x the amount of EXP earned for you and your party. Level Limit Breakthrough, yourself. Hero Only Skill, the release of the level limit cap. Level Limit Breakthrough, others. Hero Only Skill, by giving your body fluids to someone which have your magical power included in them, there is a probability of their upper level limit going up 1 level. This is my current status. My values were optimized to have a vanguard-orientated distribution, with high speed and high power, while also holding normal physical and magical defense that is higher than the average number. I have optimized my values so that I will be able to fight multiple enemies by myself, because although I'll try to avoid fighting as much as I can, when I will fight, it will definitely be one to many. Even though letting it not turn into a fight is the best option, it is still important to prepare for the worst. Now then, as I don't have much time, I'll get rid of the guard who is currently on the lookout. Right now, the guard is facing his back to me, and although I unlocked the door without making any noise, I'm sure the guard will notice in a few minutes' time. Therefore, I make a soundless high-speed movement. Even though it isn't established inside my body as an ability, out of the people I used Imitation Heal on, there was someone who excelled at scouting, and I'm currently using those techniques to not make noise. Without any uselessness in my actions, I creep up to his back with smooth movements that remind you of a cat. Humans are even able to do this much by using their techniques, and not having to rely on abilities. I then touch the soldier with my hand and deterioration heal, Keare. The instant death attack that disregards physical and magical defense, deterioration heal. By changing their body into a broken shape, I destroy their body, a power that is only permitted to be used by me. Without being able to do anything, the guard who was on lookout becomes a corpse. He wasn't even able to raise a scream, and because it'll make a noise if he collapses onto the ground, I catch him in a way that doesn't make sound and gently rest him onto the ground. It sucks that I can't use looting heal on a dead body though. Keare, I complain to myself, because looting heal, which lets me steal EXP and magical power, can only target living things. To be safe, I do want to make them instantly die. But if I do that, I won't be able to replenish my magical power. This is quite troubling. Deterioration heal has bad MP consumption efficiency, as it uses nearly 20 MP for one use. This means that I'm only able to use it 4 times, which means that I have to think about whether to use it or not. Wait, no, I've though of a good method to deal with that, so I guess I'll try it out later. After getting rid of the guard who was on lookout, I decided to hurriedly set out for the office that the guards on lookout use. There is always 2 people on lookout, as it's a 2-person system where one of them patrol the floor I'm in, and the other is always inside the office. Once they realize that the guard who was patrolling hasn't come back, they'll probably call other people and check this floor in a group so that no one knows I've escaped. I have to dispose of the other guard. I took a sword from the guard I had just killed, as if I didn't have one, it would be such a waste of the sword saint's abilities. The moment I had grasped the sword saint's abilities validated, and I noticed the power that rose inside of me. Now then, I've got no time, so I'll need to do it efficiently. I stealthily enter the office with the scout's techniques and see that the soldier inside is doing paperwork. Thanks to that, his caution to the outside has become distracted, so from my perspective, all I can see is a sitting duck, just like before. I sneak around to his back from his blind spot and deterioration heal, Keare. I use deterioration heal for the 2nd time and the soldier collapses onto the ground. However, the soldier is still alive. Phew. This way is much more convenient after all. Looting heal, Keare. This time, I was able to properly steal the EXP and magical power, as I had come up with a plan before using deterioration heal. Instead of completely killing him, I stopped it at just destroying the spinal cord, which basically put him in a vegetative state. If it's like this, then I will properly be able to use looting heal, and it's safe as well. While I was at it, I also used recovery heal to get his memories, and confirmed the guard system that they used. Since my magical power had returned as well, I start my preparations. I take off the clothes that the guard is wearing, and change into them. Now then, how much time will I be able to save, I wonder? Keare. While changing, I start tracking my brain, until the next guard comes to this office. My escape probably won't be revealed, but according to the guard's memories, it will be another hour until the next group of 2 comes. And as expected, once it is time to swap over, my escape will definitely be exposed. However, if I have that much time, it gives me plenty of time to achieve my objective. While wearing the guard's clothes, I calmly escape out of the current floor that I'm in of the underground prison. After exiting the underground prison, I then head towards the knight's lodging house. Although it's not a place I need to go if I want to run, if I wear the clothes of a knight, it'll definitely be easier to run past the castle. After all, I have the knowledge and memories of the soldier that I have disguised as, which means there will be no faults in my act. However, it is not enough with that. I still haven't gotten my revenge against Fleur, and to do that, I'll need to use a human that can meet directly with her. That is exactly why I'm taking a detour. The place I'm heading towards is not just an ordinary knight's lodging house. It is the lodging house of Fleur Imperial Guards that only assemble if a noble tells them to. Because it is her Imperial Guards, it is convenient because they can meet with her face to face. In my plan, I will make use of the Imperial Guards to go to Fleur. While using the Sword Saint's abandonment to perceive enemies and the scout's techniques to kill my presence, I walk towards the castle cautiously. Just because I'm pretending to be a soldier, it's still bad if I stand out. I should try to not get found out as much as possible. I don't want an idiotic situation where I get my identity revealed after being blamed for leaving my stationed area. Leaving the castle, I started heading towards the knight's lodging room that was in a separate building, until I began to hear awfully loud noises from inside the castle. It seems that I had spent too much time since I had erased my presence. Seems my breakout was finally exposed. Keare. I could tell that from sensing a presence that couldn't be called a trivial matter. I should probably assume that by now, all the knights have been roused out of bed, and given orders to search the inside of the castle and blockade the town gates with a watchman keeping a lookout. On top of that, I should also assume that they've found the guards that were on lookout. The people in the castle are most likely thinking something like this. Even though he is a hero, his level hasn't even passed 10 and he's a drug addict, so even an ordinary knight will have an easy time to beat him. And they don't even understand how much of an advantage that misunderstanding gives me. Although it was a bit faster than I had expected, this uproar is still part of my plan. Come on, start uproaring. While in a soldier's disguise, the moment I took a step into the high-class knight's lodging room, I shouted loudly. I have come to bring a message to the knights. A prisoner from the underground prison has escaped. Please be on your guard. Keare. I was able to easily enter the knight's lodging room under the pretense of coming to give them a message. Because I had a soldier's identification paper and there was this uproar happening, my message was considered as credible. The person at the reception desk started to thrum the waking up bell to rouse the knights awake. I then explained that there was something I definitely had to tell the captain of the Imperial Guards, so I confidently entered the room. The knights also have a social position, so there is a frank difference in treatment between commoners and knights that work for nobles. The lodging room that I had entered truly lived up to the name of knights that were picked for Flaire's Imperial Knights, and had the kind of stuff that high-class lineaged people would use. I could tell that there was a lot of money used for it. Even among those, there was one which is a conspicuously better room than all of them, and I head towards it, but the door had a lock on it. However, that kind of thing is something that is the same as not being there for me who has the metal tempering skill. I slowly opened the door. You bastard. How did you? Guard captain. I entered when a big man was changing into his armor. I remember what this giant did to me really vividly. This man is the captain of Flaire's Imperial Knights. He is the man that I first met after waking up in the underground prison. I had already decided that I would use this man to meet with Flaire, which I had decided only because he had the most useful position. I am a very tenacious man who also protects all of his promises. 20 hits. I have come to return the 20 hits that you gave to me, Keare. I smile sweetly towards him. To this man that still hasn't realized anything after all this time, I reach out my hand. 30 minutes later inside a room in the royal castle. You have taken much too long to get there. Can you still call yourself this country's strongest elite knights? My Imperial Knights? Flaire. I am very sorry. Imperial Knights. Flaire's Imperial Knights had received 2 messages, which the first one was to be woken up, and the second one was that they were called over by Flaire. Without even caring that it was late at night, the Imperial Knights formed a line without any disturbance. Good grief, how on earth was that dog able to escape in that state? Flaire was biting her thumbnail and her boastful peach-colored hair had unusual split ends. She had somewhat felt fear from the hero of healing, which is why the moment she had gotten the message that the hero of healing had escaped, she was unable to calm down. Unable to stay still or stand, she mobilized all her soldiers to thoroughly look everywhere, and even called for her Imperial Knights. She already knows his status and so she obviously doesn't need to be afraid of it, but even then, she's scared. There is no motive or anything behind it, and it was her 6th sense which she had polished for a long time, telling her of an impending crisis. Princess Flaire, with all due respect, I have a message for you, guard captain. With a proud look, the Imperial Guard captain looked to Flaire and opened his mouth. In this situation, If it is an insignificant thing, I will get angry, you know. Flare. Those words did not just have the meaning of saying she will get angry, it had the meaning that she will give out a punishment under her jurisdiction to him. There is a reason to why we were late for your summons. Guard Captain, are you going to give out an excuse here? Flare. Flare puts on a sadistic face because inside of her, the Imperial Guard Captain was about to be mocked as useless. No, it is not that kind of thing. It's something that Princess Flare will surely be overcome with happiness about. Guard Captain. Go on, say it then. Flare. A smile that looks like it is mixed with cruelty floats on Flare's face. 2 messengers had entered our lodging room, and although the second one had a face that we recognized, the first messenger had taken actions to hide his face because we thought that it was suspicious. When we tried to see his face, it happened to be the hero of healing himself. We were late coming here because we had to capture him. Honestly, what an idiotic man. To think that he would sneakily enter this country's strongest of knights, Princess Flare's Imperial Knight's lodging room. Guard Captain. Once he said that, one of the Imperial Knights pushed out a robed man with hit marks all over his body, throat smashed, seemingly being unable to talk. A strange whistling noise came out from his nose repeatedly. I am quite surprised. I'm really surprised. I wonder what was in his mind when he thought to enter the knight's lodging room. Flare. Although his face was beaten up really badly, Flare could still tell that it was Keare's face as it still retained some of his features. He probably had planned to escape by slipping into the crowd of soldiers, but when he realized that they were on guard, he gave up and decided to hide in an empty lodging room. Truly a man with no wisdom. Guard Captain. Fufu. Did he honestly think that such an ill-prepared strategy would work? I wonder. Seriously, he is such a dumb trash, isn't he? Flare. Flare smiles in a good mood since her anxiousness had disappeared after hearing that and became relieved. Princess Flare, I have gotten the information of why he tried to escape out of him after I seized him, and in there was something that I just could not overlook. Even though these people are my subordinates, I'm not sure if I should tell them, so could you clear everyone out for now? Guard Captain. Is it something involved with heroes? Flare. Yes, I had trembled the first time I heard it and would certainly like it to go enter Princess Flare's ears as well. Guard Captain. Flare puts on a thinking posture, and then smiles happily. It is fine, but even if we clear out the people, it is still unsecure here. After all, things regarding heroes are top secret, so come to my room. The rest of you can return, and just tossing that trash in the underground prison is fine. I will come later to discipline him so that he won't do it a second time as well. Flare, the hero of healing, which had become something similar to Tatterdrags, had tried to open his mouth and say something, but it was sensed by the other knights, who then viciously beat him down. I don't mind if you hit that thing, but please make sure not to kill it because he can still be used. Go ahead and punish him as much as you want, but with some degree of holding back. Flare. The knights skillfully avoided fatal wounds, and repeatedly continued assaulting him. It seems that the hero of healing had somewhat been able to not die thanks to Flare. Once the storm of violence had ended, they roughly carried him towards the underground prison. Well then, Imperial Guard Captain, please follow me. My room is the most soundproof room in the whole castle, so secret talks are the perfect thing for it. Flare. Flare, who was in a good mood, brings along a maid that isn't suited for escorting, and returns to her room while bringing in the guard captain. Flare's room was filled with an assortment of furnishing that was the best possible quality you could think of. Despite all that, it had all been polished and refined without any dirtiness, and you can tell that it was a good taste that was naturally picked up by being part of the royalty. Imperial Guard Captain, you are allowed to enter my room, and isn't there no reward better than that? Flare. Yes, it is happiness that I am grateful for. Guard Captain. The Imperial Guard Captain respectfully shows his gratitude. Well then, please talk. I am quite curious about what that trash said. Flare. About that? Guard Captain. The Imperial Guard Captain happily smiles, and is not something that you would show towards your master that you serve. It was an extremely wicked smile, and in that instant, he pulled out his sword and cut off the necks of both attendants. The elegance and speed of it was just like the Sword Saint. Even though they are Flare's attendants that train themselves to protect her, It would be too harsh on them to tell them to react to that speed. The Imperial Guard captain that just slaughtered the two attendants raised the corners of his lips and has his eyes shine brightly. With the hand that wasn't holding a sword, he holds it up in the air and strikes the direction that Fleur is in. Fleur then gets blown away into the wall, gets kicked, and crumbles down. The Imperial Guard captain then rides a Fleur as if horse riding, and tightly grips onto her face. Looting heel. Guard captain. All the magic power inside Fleur gets extracted from her and she completely falls into a panicked state. My face hurts. The man in front of me is scary. I don't know what's what anymore. Fleur, even if you are the hero of magic, without magic power, you are the same as any weak girl. It's fine if you resist, you know. Guard captain. Imperial Guard captain. Exactly what is your purpose? Fleur. Imperial Guard captain? Are you talking about me, right? Guard captain. The Imperial Guard captain has a vacant look, and then starts loudly laughing. Oh, so you hadn't even realized yet. Transformation heel. Guard captain. The Imperial Guard captain uses magic and his body becomes smaller first, and then his face quickly changed into a face that she was surprised at. Your most hated, cute doggy, Keare has come to play. Because I was lonely, I escaped out of a prison to meet my master. Just kidding. Ahahahahaha. Keare, the person who Fleur had scorned, called a dog and given miserable rags, it was the real thing. Keare. Yes, Keare had used transformation heel on himself to change his appearance, and the person from before who had rags put on him with a broken throat was the true Imperial Guard captain. Fleur finally understands the current situation after coming here. Her attendants are dead, and she is together with the man who has the biggest resentment towards her in the most soundproof room in the castle. On top of that, she has her magical power taken from her, so she can't even use one elementary level magic. Fleur's face distorts into fear, and Keare's smiles becomes even more wicked. Right now at this moment, a tragedy was about to occur. Chapter 11. Now then, since I've already exposed myself, I guess I should get started with my revenge. Transformation heel is an ability that changes my body to the way that I want it to, so I can obviously change my body appearance like I did right now. I was currently on top of Fleur, imitating horse riding, and was looking down at her. Right now, Fleur has had all her mana taken by me with looting heel. Because her talent distribution is magic orientated, without her mana, she can't do anything. Wait, please wait. Keare-san, you are misunderstanding something. Fleur that was underneath me had a cramped smile while opening her mouth. A misunderstanding, you say? What is it? Keare, I used the drugs because I was thinking for your sake. I did it so that your heart doesn't break from the pain. I had also planned to eventually let you out from the underground prison. Fleur, well, at least she isn't saying any lies, because in my first life, she completely got rid of my personality, made me into a doll that doesn't have the function to feel pain or fear, and then let me out. I see now. So Fleur spewed out abusive language at me, kicked my crotch, stepped on my face, and gave my body to someone else every single night all over of kindness. Huh. That's quite a funny way of expressing love. Keare. Fleur's face distorts. Oh, I get it. Fleur thought that my memories from when I was indulged in drugs didn't exist inside my head. I remember everything. Keare. Ah, that as well. It's different. It's different from that. Fleur. In the first place, if you want to make me not feel pain, then it would have been fine if you just didn't forcibly make me use recovery heel. Keare. That was to save many people. Fleur. That's a lie. You only have an interest in increasing this country's power, don't you? After all, you only healed warriors from this country. Keare. I already knew that increasing this country's power was her objective from the start. In reality, I wasn't made to help a single warrior from another country. In that group of people I wasn't made to save. There was even an influential person who was a sword saint and even extremely famous people in there. That was just by chance. My information network had. Fleur. That is also a lie. Keare. This woman isn't that incompetent. She has at least understood the situation of the other countries. But, Fleur. Well, honestly speaking, I couldn't care less about that kind of thing. I fell into hell because of your fault, which is why I figured I might as well let you savor the taste of hell as well. Even if you really were a good person, or your actions had good intent behind it, it really doesn't matter for me. I was made to suffer, which is why I chose to take revenge. It's quite simple, isn't it, Keare? I couldn't care less about a reason. I'm fine with just knowing the truth. Flare keeps sprouting out poor excuses, but it's starting to get annoying now. Flare. I start off with breaking her finger, and just with that, she raised a shameful scream. Oi, if you are in this much pain now, you won't be able to hold on hereafter. Oh yeah, I just thought of something good. Flare, do you want to play a game? Keare. A game? Flare. Flare puts on a dubious face after hearing that. Well, I guess that's understandable. I'm planning to return everything that was done to me right now. To be specific, I'm going to give back the equal amount of pain that I received from you. I'll sexually abuse you. I'll emotionally corner you. I'll destroy your personality and recycle you into a convenient tool to use. Well, basically just everything that was done to me, because I figured that it would be a good if you were in the position that received damage, even if it was only occasionally. If I do that, will Flare finally become self-conscious of the sins you've been piling up? Keare. Flare face turns pale, and she looks at me with appealing eyes, but in the next moment, she turned even paler than before. After all, she was able to understand I was serious after seeing the look in my eyes. If it's money you want, I can give it to you. Even political power, I can give you a court rank and make you into a noble. I can also give you pretty young noble women, as much as you want, and you can do whatever you want with them. That's why. Flare. Ahaha. You really think that I'll believe that kind of bullshit? Keare. This woman would never forgive her own enemies, and these are just my thoughts, but she'll probably do all of what she said right now. However, that is only because she is trying to lower my guard and take my head while I'm sleeping. Honestly, it seems that I'm being quite underestimated here. It's the truth, and either way, even if you use violence on me here, you won't be able to escape. It'll just end with you being killed, which is why it should be obvious what the smarter decision is. Flare. I stay silent, and break one of her fingers. Flare. She raises an idiotic scream which can't be thought of as a scream of a princess. Because Flare was going on about such annoying things, your total amount of game chips went down by 1. Keare. A game? Flare. Yeah. I'm going to break your fingers and tear off your nails, one by one. After that has finished, I guess it'll be your feet next. If you manage not to raise a scream by the time I'm done breaking all your fingers and toes, it'll be your win. If you win, I'll stop my revenge immediately. But if you do scream, I'll do everything I explained before, and I'll even add a bonus for you. Keare. This is something I'm doing out of consideration so that Flare's mind doesn't break, because if she ends up giving up on everything, her reactions won't be as interesting after all. That's why I made a situation to give her hope so that she can directly face pain. I understand. I'll do it. That's why if I am able to endure it. Flare. Don't worry, because unlike you, I protect my promises. Keare. Flare puts on a face of determination, and clenches her back teeth. With this, she'll probably keep fighting against the pain until the end. Now then. It's the start of a fun game. Flare. Flare frantically tries to keep her scream from coming out as her bed and dress continues to get dyed with blood. I really am surprised at this. She has already endured until there is only this one last toe left. Even with her fingers being broken and her nails teared off, she was still able to endure. As expected of the princess, truly a heart of steel. However, it seems what was going inside her mind wasn't that good though. She has been fighting with the conditions that I set of not letting out any screams while I break her fingers and toes. Therefore, recovery heal. Keare. Flare. At this situation where there was only one left, I used recovery heal out of my kindness to heal all her fingers and toes. Well, Flare, I used recovery heal for you. Now then, should I start from the hands again? Keare. I sweetly smiled towards her while saying that. I can't believe how much of a kind person I was. Unfair. This kind of thing is unfair. After all, this kind of thing. Flare. I said that I would break all of your fingers, right? From the start, I had taken into account you having to endure until my mana depletes when I was making the game conditions. Now then, I wonder how many more times I can use recovery heal. Keare. A weird whistling noise leaks out from Flair's throat. Even though I had gone through trouble just to give her hope that she'll be able to win once my mana runs out and I become unable to use recovery heal. I guess I'll check her condition for a bit. Oh, as expected of Flair, she was able to set her resolve for the second time. She's quite a praiseworthy person. Well, unfortunately for her, unlike deterioration heal, the efficiency of mana usage is good and only consumes 5 MP each use. I'll be able to casually use it for another 10 odd times. However, Flair probably has the misunderstanding that my level is still low, and probably estimates that I'll only be able to use it 2 times at most. Come on. With this much determination and hope, I wonder how much happiness I'll get if she breaks. While thinking about that, I reach my hand towards Flair's finger. It is now the 50th time, and because her endurance had reached the limit, Flair finally raised a shameful scream. Ah, that was so close. Just another 8 times and it would have been Flair's win. It truly is bad luck. Keare. Ha. Ha. 8 times. Flair's eyes get dyed with despair, and her face that is already splattered with tears starts getting more tears spilled on it. Although it is unfortunate, it's time for your punishment. Well, it seems that I'm going to have you enjoy some more pain in a bit. Keare. Like that, I had enough knowledge stockpiled in my head, and so until I move on to the next course, I'll be having some fun while making sure that she is just not broken. After that, for 30 minutes, I had continued hurting Flair's body. Her dress was all tattered, and you could see injuries from the exposed skin. Flair's tears had withered and her voice was cracked. Yeah, I was able to have a considerable amount of fun. With this, she'll probably have experienced at least 1% of my pain. For the next part, I guess I'll go with sexual abuse and mental abuse. I tear off Flair's dress. Flair. With Flair's current cracked voice, nothing she says can even turn into proper words. Besides, although I stripped her of her clothes, I already know this woman's true nature, and her body is full of injuries, which makes me lose strength. Well, I wonder what I should do. Recovery heal. Keare. I started off with making her appearance into something bearable, but I left her Achilles tendon alone as I cut it while torturing her to restrict her. It would be quite troubling if she ran around everywhere after all. Hi. Forgive me already. I hate it. I hate it. Please. It hurts. I'm scared. Stoop. Flair that became able to speak once more held her head in her hands while still being nude and was weeping. It seems that her withered tears had come back as well. Flair, you do know that I said because the pain was too much for me, to not make me use recovery heal as well, right? At that time, could you remind me what you did then? Keare. I am different. It's different, Flair. It's not different, which is why I'll be doing the same thing back. That being said, I've gotten tired of giving you pain, so I think I'll violate you. Keare. Flair's eyes open widely, and she then starts shouting. No, I don't want to be dirtied by someone like you. I'm a princess with high-class blood. Someone like you, of the lower class. Impossible. Absolutely, impossibly. No. Flair. Humans show their true nature when they get cornered. I see. It seems that the incredible princess, who smiles at any commoners without discrimination, thinks of herself as a chosen person. When you hate it that much, I also lose strength. From the start, I guess I wouldn't be able to get excited over a pig like you anyways. Keare. Flair misunderstands something, and a face of relief floats onto her face. What an idiotic person. I then move towards the fireplace inside the room, melt the equipment used to adjust the fire, and make it into the rod shape. After heating it for long enough, I put it near the carpet, and the carpet makes a sizzling noise until it starts burning. Flair, I'm planning on giving you all this burnt iron rod. I'm thinking of putting in one of them into Flair, but which one do you want? Because I'm a nice person, I'll let you decide. Keare. If I don't get an erection, I can just replace it with something else. Humans are a species that specialize in using tools, but it seems that Flair didn't know about that. It can't be helped since she's a pig after all. That's Flare. By the way, if you don't answer, I'll put in both. So answer by the time I count down to 0. 10, 9. Keare. Once I started the countdown, her facial expression literally fell out, and she opened her eyes to the limit while shaking and letting out a scream that couldn't be put into words. While speaking in a loud voice, I continue the countdown. Flare faces me with a pleading gaze, to which I return back with a smile, resulting in her face becoming even paler. I'm sure Flare already knows that I'm a man that does what he says by now. Your one is better. Flare. I don't quite understand what you mean when you say it like that. Keare is better. Flare. Better, huh? I see. So you don't like it. Well, I shouldn't force you after all. So let's do it with the burnt iron one. Keare. Flare starts trembling all over with fear, clenches her fists hard, and shouts out with a discouraged and blushing face. Keare Sans is better. Please, give Flare Keare Sans. Flare. I unintentionally start roaring in laughter after hearing that. Hi. This is quite pleasant. To think that a princess would say this. I think I'll tease her a bit more. I see, so you wanted that much. Flare. You really are such a lewd pig. To think this thing is the princess. The king must be weeping, and the citizens are so pitiful. Keare. Yes, I want it. Please, I beg you, please give me your compassion. Flare. She even prostrated on the ground for me. Flare really is such a lewd woman. However, as unfortunate as it may be, I don't get excited when I'm doing it with a pig. Oh yeah, do anything, and just try to excite me. If you can't do it within 10 minutes, it'll be the iron rod. Keare. I'm such a kind man. Flare unsteadily gets up, and starts doing an enjoyable performance while shedding tears. It was quite fun afterwards, as Flare was doing idiotic poses which she thought was arousing, and did a dodgy dance as well. Thinking if it's not enough with this, she came up with many ideas to excite me. I was desperate to hold in my laughter the whole time, but even then, it's still as expected of a princess. She's originally a beauty of the highest grade, and she seems to get the gist of it. Thanks to that, she was safely able to get what she wanted, and spilled tears of joy from being overcome by emotion. After everything was over, she still seemed to not have had enough. So I gave the burnt iron as a present to her, who was immersed in the aftertaste. I really am such a kind person. Although I expressed that she was a pig, she really is just a pig, and she often cried out saying piggy. Well, I guess you can say that all the pain, sexual abuse and mental abuse has mostly finished now. Now all that's left is to break her ego, and make her into an useful tool. Flare is about 90% broken, but if it was an ordinary woman, they would have broken a long time ago. She's as insistent as a cockroach, which is why I was able to have fun, but I'm starting to get bored of it by now. I give her the finishing blow. Recovery heal. Keare. I heal all of her injuries, and then use transformation heal to deal the finishing blow. Flare. As she started making noises like a baby, I grabbed her hair and dragged her over to a mirror. I let Flare look at herself in the mirror. My face. My face has, Flare. How is it? I made it look cute. You should be grateful about this. Keare. No, this isn't my face. Flare. Yes, Flare's face had changed into a face that wasn't hers. While leaving a few traces of her old face, I changed it into a face that is my type. Your memories will be erased after this. Having a different face and losing your memories, you will disappear from this world, and you will then publicly become my tool. As a slave to deal with my sexual desires, or even as a shield in battlefields, I'll use you well, so don't worry. If it's about the castle, then you don't have to worry, because while I was coming here, I used transformation heal on a dead body to make it look like you and then hid it. They will surely find it someday, and they'll take it as your death. Keare. If I just normally kidnap the princess, this kingdom will definitely search to the edges of the world to find her. However, if they find Flare's corpse on the grounds, and if the person herself has a different face with no memories, no one would think it was me who kidnapped her. Therefore, I can have a peace of mind while walking with Flare. Aren't you lucky? After all, the next time you wake up, you'll be my faithful and loyal slave. Isn't it just the best for trash like you to get your mind replaced and make a fresh start in life? Keare. Hi. No. No, don't want to. Stoop. No 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 no. Flare. Flare thrashes around, but because of the massive difference in status values, there is absolutely no meaning to it. Because I'm nice, I'll even give you time to say goodbye to your current self. I guess you should be praying or something in this 1 minute before Flare disappears. Keare. Flare cries out, acts violently, and by the end, she had completely broken. Ah, that's good. I was able to make her completely break at the very last moment. See you, Flare. Transformation heal. Keare. All of Flare's memories were erased, but only her memories. I've let her knowledge remain, and once she opens her eyes, I'll amusingly and strangely tell her about a whole lot of things. Now, since I've completed my objective, I should hurry up and bring Flare with me to go outside the castle. I was able to break the woman who broke my life and even made her into an useful tool. The air is delicious. My body is light. It's amazing. So this is the feeling you get after accomplishing your revenge. Right now, at this moment, I am the happiest man in the world. Chapter 12. After I accomplished my revenge, I begin thinking up a method to escape from the castle. Although there is a lock in this room, it's the princess's room, so it wouldn't be weird if someone just comes in. Since I have large baggage, the difficulty of escaping is also increased. If I was alone, then it would be easier, but since I have another person, I'll need to think of some kind of scheme. Well, before that, I guess I'll take some money for my current living funds. Keare. I pull out a wallet from the attendant's corpse, and I then look around the room, taking all the things that could be worth money. To say the truth, I had even taken the Imperial Guard captain's wallet as well. As expected of the princess and the people close to her, they are casually walking around with gold coins in their wallets. I probably won't have any financial problems for a while, although I can easily gain a lot of income by using the power of my recovery heal. There is a dilemma of standing out too much if I use it. At the very least, I don't want to make an uproar in this town before I leave. I put on the armor of the Imperial Guard captain, because if I have the appearance of the Imperial Guard captain, I'll probably be able to escape from the front. Ah, the Imperial Guard captain really did such an idiotic thing, didn't he? His subordinates are able to give a testimony that he went to Flare's room, which means that he will have to shoulder all responsibility for all of this uproar. After leaving the castle and change my appearance, I should try and not be caught. This is because the royal family would probably massacre the Imperial Guard captain's whole bloodline. Now then, I'll need to do something about this woman, don't I? Keare. Although it is the Imperial Guard captain, if he's seen while carrying a nude woman, I think they will become suspicious. I took off the underwear of the armor, and put it on Flare, who was nude and unconscious. None of Flare's clothing is in this room, and she most likely has a clothing-dedicated room elsewhere. Since the attendant's clothes are also unable to be used as it's all bloody, I had no choice but to do this. Taking into account that Flare's face transformed because I used transformation heal on her, no one should be able to tell that it's her. If someone does criticize me, then I can just say she is a certain noble's daughter who got drunk, and I was in the middle of escorting her home. Since I finished my preparations to depart, I chant transformation heal and disguise myself as the Imperial Guard captain. On top of that, I've collected flammable objects and put them in the best possible place. And then, I pour plenty of oil that is used for lighting on them, and light a fire. A small flame gets produced, and smoke starts rising. I then adjust it so that it will become a fire in 1 hour from now. So by the time I leave the castle, it'll probably start grandly bursting into flames. This is my so-called diversionary tactic, which will also destroy all the evidence. The thing that is called a magic investigation is actually not as stupid, and will be able to trace the marks in this room. From those traces that remained in this room, they might be able to reveal the truth, and start pursuing us afterwards. Nevertheless, I committed an unthinkable serious crime of slaughtering the princess, and then set fire to the whole place. If I ever get caught, I can't even guess how much of a punishment I'll get. Well, whatever, because after all, The one who'll suffer the punishments from the crimes will be the Imperial Guard captain. Anyways, I feel like I've overlooked something after slaughtering the princess, but in any case, I should hurry. I've got no time until the fire starts burning up. I leave the room while carrying Flare in a princess carry, and the moment I leave the room, I pay attention to my surroundings. As expected, if I get seen here, there'll be nothing I can do. While I was leaving the castle, sure enough, I had been questioned by someone, but I was able to pass it off with my excuse I had already prepared. I told them that I brought in a woman to have fun with her, which resulted in them thinking that I was a lowlife, but there's no problem with that. After leaving the castle and out into the town, I headed towards the river that flows inside the town and let my knight armor flow away, while only keeping the sword. It's just that it's too big and heavy, making it hard to handle in my hands. Since I do have metal tempering magic, I tamper with the shape to make it into a sword of my liking. I unintentionally look to the direction of the castle and see it burning furiously. Ah, it's beautiful. I did quite a good job if I were to say so myself. It's dangerous to leave the town at night, so I'll be staying at an inn for now. Now then, I wonder what kind of face I should transformation heal into. Let's see. I guess I'll change my face into a friendly young man kind of look, which is influenced by my real face. Yup, that will be good, and that one seems like a more convenient one. If you look at it, you can see it's the face of a good young man, just like how I had imaged it to be. Afterwards, I stayed in an average quality inn together with Flare, as I thought it was a good idea to take their wallets since their coins are actually able to be used in normal situations. I passed a night in the inn and had thought about what I'll do from now during that time. What I want to do from now is to achieve 3 main objectives. The first one is to continue my revenge. I'll need to show my thanks towards the sword and gun hero's affection towards me. Those two were deeply in love with Flare, and to get friendlier with her. They put me through horrible experiences because I was the one she hated. I'll need to properly show my gratitude for that. The second one is that I want to meet with the Demon King. It's not like I have a grudge against her or something, but it's just that I am a bit concerned about her final words. I want to know exactly what it was that she was trying to protect, and while I'm at it, stopping the war between the humans and devils will be a brief entertainment for me. My third one is to become stronger until the utmost limit. To say the truth, as I am right now, I'm pretty weak because what I want is strength that will let me fight against suffering and hardship. Last night, I suddenly realized the unbelievable error I made. I had forgotten to kill the Imperial Guard captain who I had used transformation heal on to make him look like me. Although I destroyed his voice to the point where it is absolutely impossible to heal him with normal methods and even made him unable to hold a pen, once they look at his status through the appraiser, it'll be revealed that he is the true Imperial Guard captain. Once they do that, they'll realize that I have the ability to change my appearance, and will know that the Imperial Guard captain who was carrying a woman while going outside was me. On top of that, if they connect the dots, they'll realize that that woman was Flare. However, I don't think they'll think of using an appraiser on the Imperial Guard captain who's in that state, but after they notice he became absolutely unable to use recovery heal, they'll become troubled and use it to find out the cause. If I go along that way of thinking, I still have time until they find out. Or they might use an elixir on the Imperial Guard captain, and he starts desperately telling them that he is not Keare. Or possibly, if I sneakily enter the castle at this point of time, it'll be quite painful. Keare, at this point of time where the princess has been killed, and the castle has been burnt down, they'll have security maxed out to be as severe as they possibly can. Therefore, it's probably not a good idea to burden myself with useless risks. The safest possible thing I can do now is to hurry up and escape into another country. Today, for the full day, I'll have to do some work for Flare to be able to be reborn, so I'll depart tomorrow. If I am going to go somewhere, I guess I should aim to go to an eastern country. Those countries are usually free countries, with people coming in and out, and the management is quite loose. Next to me, a woman starts squirming. It's Flare. Yesterday, I had slept in the same bed as Flare, so she was finally woken up. I wonder if the erasure of her memories went well. Flare probably gets up, looking at her surroundings restlessly. Where is this place? What exactly am I doing, Flare? And now, she started staring around with a puzzled face. After pondering for a while, she then held her head in her arms. I can't remember anything. In the first place, who am I? Flare. While being in an anxious state, she frantically tries to think. She's doing a futile act. After all, she won't be able to remember anything because her memories have already been erased. No, it's a bit different. It's more correct to call it that she lost the key to open the gate of her memories. Even with my magic, it is still impossible to erase their memories. And so I made it that she won't be able to remember anything instead. One day, if I let her become able to remember again when she's in a position where she can't go back from, it might be good. For example, if I do it after she falls in love with me and destroys her own country that had believed in evil, it would be quite an enjoyable situation. Leaving behind my wild ideas, I start doing quick preparations. So you finally woke up. I'm relieved. Keare. I embrace Flare's body, as if I was her lover. Who on earth are you? Flare. Are you not able to remember me? Keare. I purposely make a surprised reaction towards that. Yes, I'm not too sure. I don't even know about myself. Flare. Releasing Flare from my hug, I firmly hold her shoulders. No way. Why did it become like this? Your name is Freya, and you're my attendant. Even though we loved each other so much, you're saying that you forgot everything. Keare. I stare straight into her eyes while using hypnotism magic. I then use metal tempering magic to vaporize the remaining opium inside of my body. I use 2 layers that are of magic and drugs to complete it. It works well on people with no memories and is in a blank state. If I use the knowledge inside of me for practical use, I can do things like this. The name Freya is just the new name for Flare that I came up with. Even though her appearance is different, it is still safer if I change her name as well. The reason why it's similar to her old name is to reduce this sense of discomfort that I'm unconsciously feeling. Me and you had loved one another. Freya. That's right, you were deeply in love with me. From around 3 days ago, you had fallen unconscious because of a high fever, and when you had finally woken up, to think you lost your memories. I feel so sorry for you, Freya. Keare. Although this is a rough setting and acting, it is plenty for Flare as she is right now. As proof of that, she has drowsy eyes, and steadily believes the random things that I said. I put in humorous settings as I go. Former Flare, Freya, is a woman who felt supreme delight when she was made to serve me, would happily present her life if it was for my sake, and was obedient, so who would happily obey any order, no matter how horrible they were. I am, Freya, your servant. A sow. Freya, with eyes that had lost reason. Flare was just repeating those words. No, Freya was repeating those words. If we put our bodies together, you might be able to remember. Freya, let's do the thing we do all the time. You know, Keare. Like that. I made a non-existent all the time. I added in a characteristic that we never do, and toyed with her. In the middle of it, I was able to complete her hypnotized state because of the pleasure she got from it. After everything had finished, I lay down on the bed and Freya comes over and holds my hand. I really feel as if I'm her husband. While I doze off on the bed, Freya looks at me with affection and opens her mouth. Fufu, although my memories haven't returned, I can tell that you are an important person to me. Also, I hadn't asked you an important question, but what is your name? Freya. I become a bit troubled as I hadn't decided it yet. Since I had changed my appearance, I might as well change my name as well. Well, I guess I want a powerful sounding name. My name is Keare. Don't ever forget it again, okay? Keare. I, who had reborn as Keare, am stronger than Keare. I took one day to make Flare into my cute slave Freya, and by the next day, I had finished my preparations to leave. The princess is bravely holding my baggage for me, while having a wholehearted smile. It's quite an enjoyable scene. To go to the next town, I'll need to first buy some slaves. I want at least 1 slave as a vanguard. I am only able to modify my talent values, so Flare, who is a magician, has a low capability as a meat shield, meaning we have to have a vanguard. A demi-human slave will be good, because if we use a certain method, a demi-human slave definitely won't betray me. I can't trust humans as I don't know when they will choose to betray me. I have already decided that I'll only use brainwashing against my revenge targets. So the good person who I am can't use someone other than a demi-human. And if I'm going to buy one, I want a woman. When I am raising their level limit, a woman is more convenient for me. Although I can still do it with a man. It is the problem of how I feel. As I think about those types of things, the bulletin board comes into view. Ahahahahahahaha, Keare. I instinctively burst into a roar of laughter. After all, what was on there was a portrait of the Imperial Guard captain, just as I had expected. As the man who was a great sinner, there was a large prize money for getting him, and if I look closely, I see that there are more of these portraits throughout the whole town. Honestly, they are misunderstanding who they should be catching. If it's like this, then I'll probably be able to easily escape from this town. Now then, while these guys in this country are exposing their own stupidity, I should find a companion and go to the next town. Chapter 13. After buying the things necessary for going on a journey, I started leaving the town together with Freya, who was formerly Flare. Although I thought of using a carriage to go to the next town for regular service, because of this strict guard system, they are all confined inside. Thanks to that, we ended up going on foot, and right now, we have just left the town. We were able to easily pass through the inspection, but it is a matter of course, because they are looking for the Imperial Guard captain, not me. Freya, make sure to firmly hold on to the baggage. Keare. Yes Keare-sama. Freya. I still haven't been able to get used to my new name, Keare, and my responses are one beat late. Freya and I are both carrying heavy backpacks that were densely packed, because to get to the next town, we'll have to travel dozens of kilometers. We probably won't be able to secure food or water until then, so we packed an ample amount of it. We also packed a change of clothes as well, and apart from that, we brought a various amount of things, which resulted in it being considerably heavy. And since we prepared that much baggage, the expenses were also quite large. If we are stingy about what we bring, we'll definitely regret it. So we bought a complete set of clothes for 2 people, which is light, made from durable cloth, and has even been tightly sewn, with a cloak that covers the body. As expected, I hadn't taken the magically enchanted ones, but sooner or later, I'll do it myself. With alchemy magic and my knowledge, as long as I have time, I'll be able to do it. Although metal armor has higher defensive abilities, that's out of the question. Only people who are dim-witted fools wear metal armor in long journeys. A water canteen and preserved food that is protected from the outside, a sleeping bag and so on. I used about half the amount of money I had on hand, which means that I'll probably need a way to quickly raise money. Please, wait a bit. Keare-sama. The baggage is heavy. Freya is taking in rough, short breaths. Phew. From her status, I figured that she wouldn't have too much of a problem with that amount of luggage, but it's probably because she hadn't moved her body much that she isn't able to do it. However, with a bit more exercise, I think she'll be able to go back to her real value. Since it's you, Freya, I'm sure you'll be able to endure, so do your best. Keare. But since it's my first time with this kind of luggage, please go a bit slower. Freya, this is for you. Freya, if you say that you're tired and so you can't move in a battlefield, you'll die. Besides, I said it before, but if it's you, Freya, then I'm sure you can do it. Keare. It can't be helped if she really didn't have the ability to do it. But even though she's a magician, she's level 25 and her physical strength is at the stage of a superhuman. In other words, she is only bringing her limit lower because of a problem with her feelings, which can only be fixed by forcibly moving her body. If I pamper her, then she will be stuck that way for eternity. I understand. I'll work hard to live up to Keare-sama's expectations. Freya. Hearing my words, Freya starts moving her legs faster, so it seems that she at least got into the mood of doing it. Well, if her stamina becomes exhausted, or gets muscle pains, I can just recovery heal her at that time. By the time we reach the next town, she will probably have improved by quite a lot as well. Come to think of it, Keare-sama is aiming for the neighboring town Ranalita. But do you have some kind of purpose for going there? Freya: yeah. I'm going to gather some comrades because both Freya and I are rearguards. I want a vanguard. Keare: by the way, I made Freya believe my setting that I'm a certain country's noble, and I'm traveling about to gain skill in combat, while going on a journey to save the world. Well, it's not a lie, since I'm planning to travel around the world and I am planning to become stronger as well. On top of that, I'm also intending to end the war between the devils and humans. Indeed, there were quite a lot of strong adventurers in that town, weren't there? Freya: if I was to explain Ranalito in one word, it's a town that's in disorder. A lot of commodities that have gathered there without even being asked if they are legal or illegal, and the security to leave or enter is very loose, which is why many people gather there. For this reason, many Yakuza-like adventurers intentionally choose to live here. If you are a strong person, then that town is a place which is easy to live in. I'm not expecting anything from adventurers, and what I am expecting is a surprise for when we get there. Keare: my aim is to go to the slave market. Since 60% of this country's slaves have been sold to Ranalita, most of the demi-humans who were captured to become slaves have gathered in Ranalita. Even among the adventurers, there are illegal requests to attack the demi-human villages, kidnap the women and children to circulate them into the slave market. Personally, I don't really like the existence of that myself, but I'll use the things I can use. At the very least, I want to give the slave that I'll buy good enough treatment so that they'll think it was good that I was the one who bought them. However, I need to be cautious about the time I purchase a slave because there are lots of hits or misses with slaves. Most of the time, because they are demi-humans who have been forcibly abducted, there are a lot of times when their condition is bad, or they die straight after they are bought. The quality of their talent value and level limit also depends on luck. Demi-humans that come with an appraiser have their value become much higher. That being said, I have both the Jade Eyes and Recovery Heal, so I can choose a demi-human who has high physical attack, defense and speed, and if they are damaged, then I can just heal them as well. Freya and I both continue to diligently walk. During that time, I sometimes picked up wild grass or mushrooms, as I had thought of one way to earn money. If it goes well, it'll become good money in the next town. Both of us had high levels, so our speed was also fast. If we continue going at this pace, we'll be able to reach the town by only camping twice. While I was thinking about that, Freya called out to me. By the way, you've been gathering wild grass and mushrooms since a while ago, but what are they for? Freya: it's to earn money for our traveling fees. Keare: while saying that, I show her the insides of the basket I was carrying in my hands. This is Freya. These are mushrooms and wild grass that I can use to make medicine. Because I can use alchemy magic, I can extract ingredients with high efficacy for medicine and make them into potions by using a magically bestowed enchant. Keare: so you can even do those kinds of things? Freya looks at me with eyes filled with respect, to which I put on a bitter smile. Alchemy magic's practical use is wide, and can be used for things other than fighting, such as a production skill. No, in one way of thinking, using it for production is the right way of handling it. Using Recovery Heal for this is quick and easy, but it'll make me stand out too much. For that part, as a doctor, if I use Jade Eyes and alchemy magic to make highly efficient potions cheaply, I can gain money without standing out too much. Besides, I can create fake evidence that I'm an alchemist. Once we reach the town, let's work hard to sell it. Freya: well, it'll sell if Freya is there. Keare: if it was just me, no matter how good the effects of my potions are, it'll be difficult to attract customers. However, if an extraordinarily beautiful girl like Freya was there, customers will immediately come over. An excellent appearance by itself can become a weapon. As long as customers come, I can challenge them with my quality, and once it becomes like that, it is only obvious that I'll win. After all, they are potions made by an alchemist. For now, I should focus on getting the materials to earn our traveling expenses. So I put power into my Jade Eyes to find wild grass and mushrooms to gather. After that, We continued walking for another 2 hours and then left the path to find a clearing in the forest, and we are now starting to make our camp. While teaching Freya how to do it, I started doing the installation of our camp. While looking at how I do it, she tries to memorize it. Since she is smart and skillful, after we do it one more time together, I should be able to leave it to her afterwards. While I was in the middle of making our camp, I sensed the presence of Mana, and when I look that way, I see a one-horned, rabbit-type monster looking this way. Oh, lucky! I happily laugh, and throw the knife which was in my pocket that I had purchased in the town. The knife then pierces the rabbit's forehead. Pidgeot rabbit. After saying those final words, the rabbit turned into a corpse that speaks no more. Isn't this great, Freya? We get to have meat for our dinner that was supposed to be preserved food. Kearuga-sama, that's a monster, you know. If you eat a monster, you'll get a stomachache. Freya, what she pointed out is correct, because the difference between a monster and an animal is whether they carry miasma in their spirit or not. For humans, miasma is like poison to their body, so if you eat the meat of a monster, you won't get off unharmed. However, in the knowledge that's inside of me, I know how to remove the miasma, and it is knowledge that I got from a certain sage when I used imitation heal on him. A very old hero called Sage had also known this information, and wrote a thesis about it. Well, don't worry, it's safe, and besides, it's something necessary to get stronger. Kearuga. Even I'm not particularly doing this troubling thing because I want to eat a monster. In the thesis that a very old hero wrote, this was written down: monsters have a factor that humans need for becoming stronger. And in reality, with my jade eyes, I can see that factor as well. If I eat this meat, it will adapt into my body, making my talent values themselves rise. I once used transformation heal to raise my talent values, but I'm unable to raise it any higher. However, the only exception to that is to take in that factor inside a monster while it is in appropriate shape. While laughing, I expose the meat of the one-horned rabbit as I became a bit nostalgic. In my past life, I had done the same thing. Out of harassment, there were many times when I wouldn't be able to eat anything, so I would sneakily slip away from the party and use the technique I learned from the old hero's thesis to remove the miasma and eat it to endure my hunger. It might be because of that I was able to overwhelm the Demon King in the decisive battle. The me of that time had reached the limit of proficiency for recovery heal, and was even able to do things like concentrating all my talent values in only the things I need, all in an instant. That is exactly the style that I am aiming for. Freya, I'll be able to make a tasty dinner soon, so look forward to it. Kearuga. Now then, let's have a tasty dinner. Unexpectedly, monster cuisine isn't that bad. Chapter 14. A one-horned rabbit luckily appeared, which I then defeated, handled the meat, and started a fire to do some cooking. Naturally, it's for today's dinner. Monster's meat contains miasma, which is poison for a human's body, and it is considered taboo to eat it. However, apart from the miasma, it also has a factor that can be used to make someone stronger inside it. The factor changes depending on the monster, so there is no meaning if you just continue to eat the same monster over and over again. For example, if I were to take in the factor of this one-horned rabbit, oh, my talent value for physical attack went up by 2. Kearuga. Just like that, it raised my talent values. My status is comprised by multiplying my level and talent values. Although it only went up by 2, I'm still happy that my base talent values went up, because as your level rises, the differences in your talent values become big differences. I then used transformation heal on the meat that I handled. Using the foundation of Etherian old, great hero made, I removed the miasma which activated the factor. It's not like just eating any monster makes you stronger either, as you'll need to check if it is a suitable factor each and every time. The thing that is terrifying is the fact that without using jade eyes, a hero who's called Suji was able to find out how to remove the miasma and also found the factor inside it. In addition, there are even rumors that he had left numerous papers, but he is a few hundred-year-old hero, so most of them are gone. I really do want to look through them all at least once. Suji is the Sword Saint's ancestor, so perhaps Keare, the Sword Saint I used recovery heal on, would let me look through their treasured documents to repay her favor. If I ever meet the Sword Saint again, I guess I'll request that. Now then, I should concentrate on my cooking. Keare. It seems my thinking had gone into a weird direction. Rather than thinking about the future, right now I should be thinking about today's dinner. I cut up the meat of the one-horned rabbit, and chose to make the most delicious part of it, the leg meat, to make our dinner. I'll make the remaining meat into jerky and stock it. It is purely because I want to increase the amount of preserved food we have, and also to feed it to a new companion we'll be getting soon to raise her talent values. I thinly cut today's portion of meat, sprinkle some salt onto it and then fry it. At the same time, I bring out our preserved food, which is bread, and cut it in half, putting the nicely grilled meat on top. I then add dried tomatoes and heated cheese as toppings. Although it is a simple meal, it's finished with this: a toasted sandwich with a one-horned rabbit's leg meat inside. In addition, by boiling some medicinal plants, I prepared an instant tea. It became a menu that you could enjoy, considering we are camping outdoors. Freya, let's have dinner. Keare. As I smiled at her, Freya, who was watching me cook, made a blank face. Keare-sama, that's incredible. I was surprised at how great your skills were. Freya, well, it's all about getting used to it. Keare. It looks so tasty even though it is meat from a monster. Freya, it actually is tasty. If you just eat it, you'll know. Keare. But the poison, Freya, have faith in me. I've already removed the poison. Keare. I pass Freya a sandwich with the one-horned rabbit's leg meat inside it. Right now, she is not Princess Flare, she is Freya, a convenient attendant. Therefore, I'll be troubled if I don't raise her status values. Freya timidly receives the toasted sandwich from me. The violent charm from the meat's sweet fragrance, the tomatoes' freshness, and the melted cheese makes Freya's stomach start growling. Considering we walked the whole day and smells this fragrance right when she's hungry, it can't be helped. While blushing, she continues staring at the toasted sandwich. That expression is overflowing with expectation, and it seems that her fear of eating a monster has blown off. Keare-sama, do we not have knives or forks? Freya, come to think of it, Freya used to be a princess, didn't she? She most likely doesn't even have the idea of biting into it in her head. You eat this kind of food like this? Keare. Because I can't be bothered to explain it, I show it to her by biting into the toasted sandwich. The juices from the leg meat overflow in my mouth. That seducing taste becomes tightened by the acid in the tomato. Although the bread, which was baked until it was really hard to be a preserved food, is hard to eat on its own, the dried out bread together with the meat juices and cheese make a flavor that is just right. If I were to explain it in one word, it's delicious. So you eat it in that vulgar way, but it still seems delicious. Freya. As she says that, Freya bites into the toasted sandwich, although a bit reserved. Her eyes start sparkling as she chews on it, and then, delicious. Freya, she says, while having a face that's beaming with joy. I didn't know that monsters were delicious, and my stomach doesn't hurt either. From now on, let's actively continue eating this. Freya acts like a small animal as she restlessly eats the toasted sandwich little by little. I didn't know that you could make such delicious things with these ingredients. Keare-sama, you're amazing. Freya, well, I can't make exquisite stuff, but I can do the minimum to have a good meal while on a trip. Keare-sama, that's still plenty. It really is amazing. To think I had even forgotten Keare-sama's cooking skills. I'm a failure as an attendant. I want to hurry up and get my memories back. Freya. For one moment, Freya had a sorrowful face, but she went back to normal and went back to eating again. She really does eat it deliciously. That fact made me a bit happy. After finishing eating, I chose to give her some advice. Although I agree that monsters are delicious, don't eat anything other than the monsters I cook, or else you'll die from the miasma. Keare. Removing the miasma is something that definitely can't be done if you don't know the method. It is so complex that I can't even explain it in words. Also, even if someone does know the procedure, The degree of difficulty for the magic used is too high. For this reason, this method probably hasn't been spread much to others. At the very least, I won't be able to eat a monster someone else prepared because I'll be too scared. Freya sprouts out her after a meal tea. It was a warning for her because if I left her alone, she seems likely to try and hunt a monster herself to eat. Well, if I say this much, she probably won't do anything weird. We spent one night in the forest, and I slept while having one part of my consciousness stay awake to be on the lookout. Although I did burn the incense which I purchased in the town and is the effect of keeping beasts away, the forest at night is scary. There are both beasts and the monsters there. This sleeping while being on guard is a technique that doesn't rely on the abilities I got from imitation heal. When I look at Freya with a sidelong glance, I see that she is sleeping comfortably without a fragment of weariness. It's probably because she unusually overused her body, and I thought that it was a bit cute. Today as well, I had fun with Freya's body before going to sleep because her memories are gone. Freya, who thinks that I'm her beloved, happily accepts it. I'll need to make sure her feelings don't transfer to me. Keare, since she became Freya who has no memories, when I see her innocently yearning for me, my heart becomes disturbed and I become anxious that my hatred towards Flare might fade away. I decided to not kill Princess Flare, and instead use her as Freya. I have multiple reasons for that, and the first one is that she has a lot of war potential as the hero of magic. She also has the double EXP for the party she's in, and is a powerful ability that can even have stacked effects. Rather than killing her, making use of her as a tool is more humiliating. So that I can become the strongest, I'm just doing this to Princess Flare to get my revenge. That's why I will use her and then make her into a shield if danger to my body comes my way. I'll use her until the very last moment, until she's in tattered rags, and then dispose of her. By no means did I hesitate in killing her. In the first place, she's only the first person. My revenge still hasn't finished. Sword and gun heroes are still remaining, although I can use those too. I'm going to kill them anyways to not unnecessarily bother my mind more than it is right now. The next morning, we removed our campground and departed. As for our breakfast, I used the remaining meat from yesterday and made soup. Before we departed, I checked my status. The monster's factor from yesterday had adapted into our body, so our physical attack talent values had increased by 2. Due to that, my physical attack went from 130 to 132, and Freya's went from 70 to 72. Although it looks like there weren't any big changes, if we continue to pile it up, it'll become a big change. Although taking in any more of the one-horned rabbit's factor has no meaning, only the types of monsters which have an adapting factor can make you stronger little by little. The next day, we went at a speed that goes beyond my imagination, and it's thanks to Freya becoming more used to doing physical labor. Because of that, she was able to show the real power from her status, and we had reached Ranalatu before the sun had completely set. Ranalatu is different from Mother Town because you basically don't need an identification confirmation, and can easily enter the town. As we entered the town and started walking around, a carriage which was going at an unthinkable speed came and just barely passed us. Although that was quite dangerous right now, in Ranalatu, it is an everyday occurrence. When I look at it again, in the cargo part of the carriage, it is made into a cage, and I could see cat-eared girls being restrained with chains while holding the cage and crying. They most likely kidnapped them from a demi-human village to sell them as a slave. I had immediately been overwhelmed by the liveliness and disorder of this town. It was different from the square and tidy kingdom townscape, because this town had disordered building and citizens that only thought about their own convenience. The sounds of voices attracting customers or angry roars are always reverberating, and even though it is the evening, the town continues to shine as an unsleeping town. Ranalatu is called by a lot of different popular names, such as the place where numerous crimes occur and illegal commodities are being sold, the Town of Darkness. The laws established are unclear, so everything is your own fault, and there are always fights breaking out, which is why it becomes a paradise for stronger people, the town of survival. However, for that reason, this town is the liveliest town which has a lot of money circulating, and lets you become rich. The town of gold. In this town, the prices of lives are cheap. So if you put your guard down for just a bit, you'll lose everything. To become the one who takes, it is necessary to be strong and smart. So I'll be the one who takes. Now then, after I find an inn, I should immediately go to buy a slave. I'm going to get myself an excellent shield. Chapter 15. After arriving at Ranalita, Freya and I searched for an inn in the town of Ranalita. There are many visitors, adventurers, criminals and poor villagers who are working away from home. On top of that, there are merchants and dilettantes that come here aiming to buy slaves that you can only buy here. There are a great number of visitors like them, so there are also enough inns to accept that amount. Among them, there are inns aimed for poorer people, and inns aimed for wealthy people. If I think about the amount of money in my wallet, it would be better to stop at a cheaper inn, but it's better if I avoid that. In this town, staying at a cheap inn is scarier than being in the night forest. It is basically the same as saying please go ahead and help yourself to my belongings. Staying at a guest room is also scary, and there is the possibility that the shopkeeper would also steal. Freya and I go towards the middle class section from the 3 sections this town has. The poor people section where the pauper, ruffians and criminals live has bad public order, and is overflowing with illegal things. The sanitation is also not good. The middle class section where people who have a decent income live and we can secure minimum amount of safety and sanitation. And finally, the wealthy section where nobles and rich people live. By donating a large amount of money, you can live in a place that is beautiful landscape with good security as well. I decided to pick a somewhat higher priced inn from the middle class section, based on the amount of money I had and the security. Keare-sama, I can't wait for the soft futon since in a sleeping bag, the quality of my sleep is a bit bad. Freya, certainly, with a sleeping bag you can't relieve your fatigue. Keare, I put on a bitter smile after hearing Freya's words. To think she would say she had difficulty sleeping after falling sound asleep from her fatigue. That being said, this princess hasn't become used to going on a trip. Today, I'll be able to wash my body with plenty of hot water and sleep in a soft futon. That night, thanks to picking a good inn, I was able to relieve my fatigue. The fee was also more or less necessary, and we couldn't replace the security. Freya and I are heading towards the poor people's section to sell my medicine. Since slaves were quite expensive, I won't be able to buy one without making money from selling medicine. Until last night, I was troubled about what type of potion to make. On the trip to coming here, I gathered absolutely every piece of wild grass and mushroom that had high medicinal efficacy. But there would be nothing I could do if I made medicine that didn't sell, so I decided to not make a potion. However, right now, I've made up my mind on what I'm going to make, and I'll without a doubt make a large profit from it. I remember about yesterday's inn. Even though it is a middle-class inn, I picked one with a higher ranking which was worth it, and it came with dinner that didn't taste bad. However, there was one fatal defect about it. Keare-sama, you said not to drink this water, but why is that? Although I was happy that you ordered some delicious alcohol, I'm worried about our traveling fees. Freya, with good timing, Freya asked me about the fatal defect and I choose to answer it. Because my eyes are special, they can see bad things, and I can see that there is poison in the water. I searched into it because I was curious, and it seems that this town's source of water itself is polluted. A lot of monsters' corpses that carry poison must have sank upstream, but even if that's not it, something has happened. Although the poison has become weaker, you'll probably fall ill if enough of it stores in your body. Keare, I had felt a sense of discomfort from the water's taste, so I used jade eyes to check everything. At the start, I thought that the shopkeeper had mixed sleeping pills in it, so that he could take all my possessions at night, which is the routine welcome in this town. However, I found that this poison was a monster's poison, and one that doesn't have instant effects. Therefore, I ordered Freya to not drink the water, and ordered wine instead. After that, I checked the water from the well and guessed the cause of it. If the water is polluted, wasn't the meal from yesterday dangerous since it had water in it? Was it okay? Freya, as long as you pass heat through the weak poison, it's fine. Well, considering it has weakened quite a lot, it'll be fine as long as you don't take in too much of it, and it doesn't matter too much, because even if they don't replace the water, in 1 month it'll probably settle down. Keare. Well, it seems fine to just leave it alone. The illness you get from this isn't fatal either, and it doesn't have any long-lasting after effects either. Phew, I'm relieved. We absolutely shouldn't drink any water that hasn't had a flame passed through it from this town though. Freya. Well, even if there is an outbreak of an illness, it isn't a big deal anyways, since at most, you'll be bedridden with a fever for 2 months and you'll writhe from the pain that feels like it's stabbing you all over your body. Keare. Wait, no. Isn't that an extremely big deal? Freya starts making an uproar over such a small problem from taking in too much poison from monsters. If you look outside, a lot of the time, you can see a large amount of people getting illnesses, and in 1 week, there'll probably be an outbreak of people with serious illnesses, most likely a few hundred. No, a few thousand people. I thought that this town had a considerable amount of people that were in an unhealthy condition. But is it possibly, Freya? Yeah, there are quite a lot of people suffering the initial symptoms from the poison, but considering the water source itself has been polluted, it's only natural that it happened. Keare. Isn't it really bad? Freya. If it's like this, then I'll be able to relaxingly gain money. Indeed, my luck is great. That reminds me, in my first life, I remember hearing that an infectious disease had spread widely through Ranalita. So this is probably it. Keare-sama, you are putting on a face that's thinking of something really evil. Freya. I'm not thinking of anything evil, since I can save everyone by coming at this timing. I'm just being delighted at that fact. Keare. After saying that much, it seems that Freya finally realized what I was planning to do. Keare-sama, are you able to heal their illness with your potion? Freya. Yup. It seems that I can somehow do it. Keare. I gulped down water from a flask that I had asked the shopkeeper to prepare before we left the inn. I washed it all down my throat with a lot of force. Keare-sama, why are you drinking the water? Freya. I'm fine since I can fix it myself, and I need ingredients to fix this illness in the first place. Keare. Ingredients? Freya. It's my blood. I'm going to make an antibody by drinking this poison. Then, I can make the potion by using the antibody which is inside my blood as a base. That's the quickest and easiest method to make it. Keare. Jade Eyes, Metal Tempering Magic and Recovery Heal. It's only something that can be done by combining those 3 things together. The strange disease which is assaulting the town has an unknown cause, unknown treatment, and the amount of infected people are unusually high. I was able to get confirmed that information yesterday at the bar room in the inn. Therefore, there is no way that the remedy for it wouldn't sell. I concentrate on my body, and strengthen my immunity strength, which continuously starts making antibodies inside my body. I accelerate that by using Transformation Heal. I extract that by using Metal Tempering Magic, and also extract the active ingredient from the medicinal plant which I'm holding. And then, I synthesize it. I then put the liquid I just made into the water flask that I drank up. Now then, with this, my potion is complete. On the way, I purchased 30 containers and poured the liquid for an adult male's quantity. That's amazing. Keare-sama, if you heal this illness with an unknown cause, you'll be this town's hero. Freya. I don't plan on being a hero, and I don't plan on naming myself this medicine's producer either. However, I do plan on using as much medicine as I can. Keare. No way. If you name yourself, you'll get praised by everyone and you can get money and honor. Keare-sama, you're too humble. You are such a man of character. Freya. To that, I put on a bitter smile. Although I won't deny it since it's too troublesome, Freya is making too big of a misunderstanding. I'm 100% only thinking about myself while doing this. Selling medicine that can heal an unknown, spreading disease which also doesn't have a proper treatment for it is just a lump of profit. If I can get monopoly and selling it, it can become a terrifying amount of money. However, it also has the same meaning as danger because those guys who have money and influence will use all their power to capture the producer, so that they can monopolize the medicine to gain more money and influence. Those guys without money are also dangerous, because they'll try to take the medicine and might even kill to take it for their own life or an important person's life. No matter how many lives I have, it still won't be enough. If people say that a medicine that treats the strange disease was made on the main road and keep buying, my shop will fall to ruin without lasting a day. A convenient power is always a double-edged sword. That fact was beat into me to the point until I hated it in my first life. A business that handles lives risks your own life, which means the maximum caution is necessary when selling. I had thought up a method that will let me comfortably and safely make a large killing. Now then, let's hurry to the Poor People's section. Chapter 16. We enter the Poor People's section, and notice that the townscape has completely changed. Even the smell has changed, and the stench of something rotten sticks to my nose. The Poor People's section handles the illegal good, and what we're heading towards is the shop which handles illegal commodities. If we go there, we can find people who have money in these slums, or the people who deliver illegal commodities to the rich people. Freya, be careful, since it's not weird whenever you get assaulted here. In this place, you'll only be seen as an attractive commodity, and although enslaving humans is illegal, this town's people think it doesn't really matter to them. Keare. Freya is an extraordinary beauty, and even though she is wearing something that was bought only thinking about practical use in a journey, she can't hide that beautiful face. Since earlier, I had been putting awareness into the sword that was hanging down from my back. It's the manners for when you're walking through this section. Yes, Keare-sama, I will not fall behind ordinary people. Freya hits her chest with a slap and makes a smile full of confidence. At her level, there shouldn't be a problem unless there is quite a strong opponent, but that is only if they fight directly in front of her, fair and square. Since I finished warning her, hasten our legs to reach our destination, I then abruptly force my legs to stop, pull out my sword from my back latch, while still keeping it in its scabbard, and thrust it while aiming for Freya's face. Hi, Freya. Looking at the scabbard of the sword which drew close to her, Freya raises a scream. My thrust just barely passes by her face, and strikes between the brows of a scrawny person. Jahua, that hurts, it hurts. Scrawny person. He was holding a cloth in his hands, and it was giving off the smell of drugs. It's evidently clear what he was trying to do. Freya, be more cautious from next time. Next time, I'll train you in some close combat, and even though you're a magician which makes you incapable of getting those sorts of abilities, it is still better to learn the techniques. After all, even though you're a rearguard, if the distance is shortened, it'll be troubling if you're not able to stall time until the vanguard comes. Keare. That's true. To think that I would get my back taken so easily. Keare-sama, please teach me close combat techniques. Freya, this time's opponent was a professional that was quite familiar with it, and it can't be helped she wasn't able to sense his presence, especially when she is naturally an amateur at anything non-magic related. He was probably one of those guys who came to kidnap people from rich families who came to buy a slave because they saw a scary person. It seems Freya had become scared or something, so she held onto my sleeve, and although it is a bit of a nuisance, it should be fine if it's just for today. I continue walking while smiling at her. Freya and I had reached our destination, but we just watched people without spreading out sheets or anything. Since before, I had been using jade eyes on everyone to search for a sitting duck. During that time, I chased away people who were trying to make passes at Freya, but still kept my ears clear. It seems that the strange disease had become a topic even in the Poor People's section. If it's like this, my business should be easy to do. And finally, the duck had come. That person enters a certain shop that deals in illegal commodities, which was right in front of me. He seems to be a merchant that has a good amount of influence, and also has a guard to escort him. That merchant has a peculiar atmosphere around him, and I can understand what kind of person he is. In addition, that perfume he is using is popular with the wealthy people, and is quite expensive. If he wasn't doing business with wealthy people as his main job, he wouldn't have put on this perfume. If this kind of merchant is coming to buy an illegal commodity, I can speculate that he is a broker that sells them to the rich. Also, that merchant and the escort seem to have gotten the first symptoms of the illness. To think that I would be able to meet someone who has reached the conditions I was looking for so quickly. As I thought, my luck is good. Around the time I finished the business discussion with Freya, the merchant and his escorts left the shop. Freya stands right in front of them, and gives them a message that we had previously planned. The fine-looking uncle over there, I have a good story for you. Freya, the merchant and the escort stops moving their legs, and it seems that they became fascinated by Freya's beauty. The reason I made Freya do the talking is for this reason, because if I talk to them, they won't even stop moving, and the negotiation won't even be able to establish. However, if it was a beautiful girl like Freya, as long as the other part is a man, they would stop their feet and listen to her story. What a beautiful woman. Your skin's glosses, your elegant manner. Are you a daughter of a reputable noble? Merchant. I become a bit surprised, as one would expect of a merchant. He was able to see through her lineage even though she is in this appearance. To that, Freya simply smiles without giving an affirmation of denial. I have come to bring you a get-rich-quick scheme. Freya, that is quite interesting. I had thought you were a child that was playing around and came to ask me for some playing money. But to think it would be a negotiation. Will you let me hear it out? Merchant. The merchant is looking at Freya and I with lukewarm eyes, and is probably thinking that this is just children playing house. However, because the possibility she is a noble's daughter is high, he can't flat out reject it. We'll stand out in this place, so let's move somewhere else. Freya. Haha, you're quite earnest, but that's fine. We can go to my favorite shop. I'll hear your negotiation there. Merchant. Like that, we left as a four-person group. The shop the merchant guided us looked like any other shop in the poor people's district from the outside, but the store interior was clean and well preserved. He ordered a few people's portions of milk tea, which he said was his treat. Freya is looking my way, and thanks to her, we were able to start a negotiation. So now it's my turn. I'll hit him hard right from the start. What we call our get-rich-quick scheme is to sell medicine that cures the strange disease that spread in this town only to you. If it's a merchant of your caliber, then you should understand the meaning of that. Keare. The moment he heard that, the merchant's expression changed. However, it immediately changed into a sarcastic laughter. Oh, that's incredible. You're saying you children have the medicine to cure strange illness that all the doctors and healing magicians in this town gathered together still can't cure? It's as if you're making a bad joke. Merchant. Freya and I have only just become 14, so in their perspective, we still look like kids. It's the reaction I was expecting. Although there is no helping it that you doubt us. It's the truth. We were born in the West, and over there are techniques and medicine they've developed which are different from here. Because of that, I'm able to make it. The specific medicine for this illness. Keare. I then line up the subdivisions of medicine I had in my pouch. Fumu. So that's the medicine, huh? However, where is the evidence that it's the real thing? Merchant. Shouldn't you be able to know if you drink it by yourself? After all, you and your escort are both going through the first symptoms of this disease. In a not too distant future, you'll collapse because of a high fever, and you'll writhe in pain that runs across your whole body. Keare. While smoothly talking about that like it's nothing, I smile at him, which in turn makes the merchant's face pull back. I have not fallen ill or anything. Merchant. You have. Because in reality, you do have some knowledge of it, right? Your body is strangely sluggish. Pain sometimes runs across your feet's pinky. Only the right half of your body is cold. All of these things are the first symptoms of this strange disease. The people who hadn't collapsed yet all were in this condition. Since you are a merchant, you should know about this with your good ears. Keare. His words get stuck in his throat. It's not like he isn't self-conscious about it, but it's just that he doesn't want to admit it. If that medicine is the real thing, I would pay as much money as you want. So I'll just ask you this only for reference, but how much do you want? Merchant. It's not like he believed me, but it's more like he wants to at least cling on a piece of straw. The terminal symptoms for this strange disease are disastrous, and if you see the real thing even once, you would think that you don't want to become like that. You're quite hasty, but let's do the fee negotiation afterwards. First, I'll give you 2 of them as a test to make our trust. Keare. I hand over 2 potions to him, and the merchant swallows the saliva in his mouth. The meaning of giving him 2 is telling him to first use it on the escort. To drink medicine that a suspicious person suddenly handed is completely impossible for this merchant. To show him the effect of this medicine, it's necessary to give him the escort's portion as well. The merchant notices my intention, and lets the escort drink the medicine. His face that was losing color regained its vitality, and the escort becomes absent-minded for a few minutes, until finally raising a surprised voice. My body is light, and my sluggishness has been blown off. When was the last day I had this refreshing feeling? Escort. The potion which was enchanted had quite high instant effects, and on top of that, I added in a few adjustments. It also had the effect of an enhancement medicine which I added to show a more dramatic effect. Thanks to that, it makes the person who took it think that their body suddenly became better. The merchant who was checking out the condition of his escort also gulped down the medicine. After a while, he looks up and closes his eyes. By the time the effect of the medicine showed, both his eyes and the mouth was open. Oh, I see now, this medicine certainly is the real deal, and I understand that we were having the initial symptoms. However, I do want to know if this medicine works on people who have gotten the terminal symptoms. Merchant. Yes, I guarantee it. Now then, since you've confirmed the effects of the medicine, let's return to our first discussion. We are thinking that it's fine to sell this medicine only to you. Keare. I emphasize the only to you part. The merchant gulps down his saliva. By now, in a terrific speed, his mind should have completed a plan of how much money he'll gain, who to sell it to, and how much political power he could gain from his negotiations. Although the medicine is good, are you able to sell the recipe as well? Merchant. Well, it's only obvious that that would come, because after all, that one is more of a delicious deal. That is something I can't do, because it's a secret recipe passed down through my family. Additionally, it's a high-level recipe that requires precise magic ability, and the ingredients aren't something that can be found in this country. That's why, even if I do give you the recipe, it won't produce anything. Keare. Although the first half of it was a complete lie, the second half is true. My body is able to create antibodies for it, but normal humans aren't able to create antibodies that can counteract a monster's poison. Also, alchemy magic is a unique magic that only people who have an extremely rare class, the alchemist class, can use. Without that, you won't be able to synthesize a potion of that level. The merchant looks towards the guard. Well, I knew it was coming anyways, so I'll pin him down with a nail. It'll be better if you don't do that, because I'm stronger than him. It'll just result in wrecking our negotiation, and either way, if I can't go outside to buy the ingredients, I won't be able to make the medicine. Keare. Ha ha ha, what exactly do you mean by that? Merchant. The merchant puts on a forced smile and tells a barefaced lie. I would be happy if it was just some unnecessary concern. Well then, let's start our negotiations then. First off, I have 28 potions on hand right now. Keare. Would I be able to ask the price properly? Merchant. A gold coin for each potion. Keare. 1 gold coin is an amount that a day laborer earns in 1 month, so it is expensive to use for 1 potion. However, the merchant shows ridicule towards me for just a moment, but I guess it is only normal. It is too cheap for this potion, considering that if you sell it to the right person, it'll sell for 1 or 2 digits higher. That will be fine, so I will be buying all of it. However, with just this, it's not at all enough, so I would like you to prepare more. But I will buy what has already been prepared. How much time would it take to create more potions? Merchant. If you give me 2 days, then I'll be able to prepare some more. So how about we meet in this shop 2 days from now in the evening? Keare. Well, that will be something to look forward to. I'll make sure to bring a bag tightly packed with gold coins. Merchant. The merchant happily smiles, and I then tell him one important matter. By the way, although we made the deal of 1 gold coin for each potion this time, I can't sell it to you for the same price next time, because this time was just for building up our trust. Keare. The merchant's smile gets pulled off. He must have been thinking that each time from now it would only be 1 gold coin for each potion. How much do you want for the second time, merchant? I will leave that price for you to decide, but include half the amount of profit you get from selling it. If you choose to pull insincere acts, I will never sell medicine again to you, and I can just sell it using a different method. Keare. The merchant must have had various conflicts going on in his head. Selling it and being insincere to get more money is easy, but in the case it is found out, this method of definitely earning a lot of money would just go to waste. But since he can get an enormous amount of money even with his income being halved from the start, would the man in front of him sell this to another merchant, or possibly it might be better to capture him by sneak attacking him in our second negotiation? Well then, I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. Keare. I stand up because there is nothing more to talk about. The merchant says goodbye while having various expectations in his head. After parting with the merchant, I went towards the shop from before. Keare-sama, why are you giving that merchant your medicine instead of selling it yourself? Wouldn't it be more profitable if you sold it yourself? Freya asks me a question while having a curious face. We are on a journey to save the world, so we don't have the free time to be tending to a shop. It's better to leave those kinds of things to a professional merchant. Keare. That's true, as expected of Keare-sama. You really don't have any greed. Freya. I tell her an ostensible reason. Well, that reason is part of it. The number one reason is for safety. As the amount of people who know that I can make medicine increase, the danger increases. So the current situation where only one person knows I can make the medicine is nice. Also, that merchant will probably try to hide my existence to monopolize the medicine, which can lead him to great profit. Thus, I have no personal connections to safely sell this medicine to. Although I want to sell my small amount of medicine to someone who'll pay me a high amount, I need connections to do that. For this merchant who takes care of illegal commodities, he has a lot of connections in the underworld community, which means he can properly sell it at a high price to the appropriate person. In addition, he can do that while also keeping my secret safe, and is a process that is definitely impossible for me. If I think about all this labor, the best thing I can do is to pass on all the risk to the merchant. Of course, there is the chance that that merchant could be driven by greed and try to capture me. There is a limit in how much fighting power one merchant can gather while trying to do it secretly. It'll be much easier than taking on all the people in this town. That being said, I would like to avoid troubles things. So if I sense a disturbing presence in the meeting place for our second meeting, I'm planning to just leave. Now then, we've finally reached the shop from before. Keare. Now that you mention it, I didn't hear you saying anything about buying something else. What exactly are you going to buy? Freya. A slave. Keare. I answer her question while smiling sweetly. I have the gold coins on hand which I earned just a while ago, and it is a day laborer's total amount they gain in 2 years. It's a reasonable price for a slave. Now then, I'll use jade eyes to find the number one slave in this shop and buy it. The slave I'm going to buy is a woman with high talent values, and the level limit can just be increased casually since that slave is a woman. While holding expectation in my chest, I entered the shop. Chapter 17. Freya asks me what I'm going to buy in the poor people's section. Since there is no meaning to hide it anyways, I honestly tell her I'm going to buy a slave, which makes Freya frown. A slave, you say? Freya, you don't like it, huh? Keare. But don't you just feel sorry for slaves, stealing their freedom and forcibly ordering them around? Freya. I unintentionally burst into laughter after hearing that. Even though she did lose her memories, to think that she of all people would say that. That's true, but it's tragic for the slaves that couldn't be sold, or were bought by strange customers. You know. I'm nice, so the slave I buy will be able to live as a slave that's happier than the others. I guess you can call that an act of mercy in some way. Keare. I do agree with you about that. But why a slave of all people? Isn't an adventurer better at fighting than a slave? Freya. I shake my head after hearing that, because recruiting an adventurer is only something someone out of their mind would do. Unlike Freya, who loves me dearly and obeys me, adventurers take actions for their own convenience. You don't know when they leave, and the reward money is high. In addition, what I'm looking for is not their current strength, but their talent. So in the end, picking a slave who hears me out and has talent is the best option. Keare. Humans don't take actions for others' satisfaction, and only do things for their own convenience. Stopping that is impossible. It's possible if I erase their personality and train them with hypnosis like Freya, but I've already made a rule not to do inhumane things to people other than my targets for revenge. That's why the only choice is to pick a slave that isn't selfish. Adding on to that, demi-humans generally have higher talent values than humans. It depends on their race as well, but demi-humans have an average total talent value of 400, whereas humans have a total value of 300. However, demi-humans have a trait of having a low-level limit, so humans usually are stronger if both are compared at their utmost limit. I understand. It's something necessary for Keare-sama to save the world, so I'll help you pick a good child with you. Freya. Freya tightly grips and makes a fist. Freya has recently been too obedient and it is unpleasant. With that voice and the attitude that she takes, my condition goes out of order. It would be troublesome and annoying if she puts on a cheeky attitude. But this attitude is also quite complicated right now when she doesn't have any experiences that can decide her personality. In one way, you could call this Freya's most pure state. Is this what Princess Flair's original face was like? No, there's no way that's possible. And she's probably just trying to butter up to me. There is no change in the fact that I'm going to use her until she breaks. Well, it's fine. I should enter the shop for now. I entered a famous shop for the people in the underworld which is located in the poor people's section. This shop was made for high-class customers, so considering it's in the poor people's section, the interior is quite wide and clean. It also has the characteristic of having a lot of bodyguards. Although they are guarding the high-priced goods, they were probably hired to prevent the slaves from escaping. In this shop, they are trained kidnapped demi-humans, and sell them as slaves. So of course some of them would try and escape. That's why they need guards that are strong at fighting. Welcome, our dear customers. What kind of merchandise are you searching for today? Employee. An elderly employee called out to me. Although he is putting on a smile, he doubts me about whether I'm here to window shop. I came to go to the basement. Keare. In the first floor of this shop, stolen goods, illegal drugs, magic tools that were made from a prohibited recipe and so on are lined up, and in the basement, the slaves have been lined up. My objective is to buy a slave from the basement. I beg your pardon, but my dear customer, how much do you have on hand? Employee. While staying silent, I hand him a small bag filled with gold coins. Inside that bag, the majority of my whole fortune, 32 gold coins, and sundry other copper coins. From the start, I had 4 gold coins for my traveling expenses, and it amounted to this much after earning the 28 gold coins earlier. Excuse me for that. Please come this way. Employee. A slave's price is usually around 20 to 30 gold coins, and if they come with an appraiser, it becomes a bit more expensive. If it's the amount I have now, then there'll be no problem whatsoever. The existence called a slave is convenient, and is expensive considering the price is the income of a manual laborer after 2 years. For this reason, those guys that go slave hunting appear as they would think of demi-humans as quite good prey. Well then, it'd be fine if there are good slaves, but we arrive at the basement. Both sides of the wall have been made into a cage, and demi-humans with various different races were restrained with chains. Some have eyes filled with resentment, and some are trembling with fear. Various different types. Incense was consistently being burned. It's to remove the smell of the demi-humans. To preserve the worth of this shop's commodities, they care about the sanitation. However, because of the fear, many have urinary incontinence or vomit from the stress of the change in environment. In this place, it's not weird for those kinds of things to happen at any time, so that the customers become unpleasant from them. They strengthen the smell of the incense. But of course, that smell just becomes more stress for the sensitive demi-humans. Does our dear customer have knowledge about magic? If you do, then we'll prioritize the demi-humans who have revealed their true name for you. Employee. I can use magic, but I want to see all of the demi-humans. There is no need to choose from the prioritized ones. Keare. I shake my head. True name. That is something that all living beings apart from humans have, and is a name that is engraved into their soul. The slave magic which uses that true name is something that the humans developed. If you use that true name, then you'll be able to manipulate the demi-human as much as you want. This is one of the major causes as to why the humans were able to win the war against the demi-humans. Demi-humans never speak of their true name, but because the slaves, which are easier to use, are sold for a better price, the kidnapped demi-humans go through torture to try and get their true name from them. The employee and I slowly walk while looking through the demi-humans. How are they, my dear customer? Have you found a child that you like? Today's recommendation is a young man from the white tiger race, a boy from the sand dog race, and a woman from the moon cat race. The white tiger race boasts of their strength and the sand dog race has physical strength, so they won't break even if you overuse them. The moon cat race is the most suitable to accompany you in the night. Employee. While ignoring the employee's explanation, I use jade eyes to peek into the demi-human's talent values. We've gone one lap around the room, and with this, I've seen all the slaves in this shop. There isn't really one that stands out for me. Keare. Out of the demi-human men, there was a monster which was vanguard-orientated, and was in the latter half of 400. However, using the hero's skill increasing someone's level limit by giving them body fluids is extremely hard to use towards a man. It's not particularly necessary to use semen, but the probability drops terribly low. Semen with high concentration has a near 100% probability of increasing someone's level limit, but blood or anything else only has a success rate of happening 1 out of 100 times. It's possible to give a man semen, but I couldn't voluntarily do it. I can take it in consideration if their talent value is overwhelmingly high, but that's unfortunate. It seems that there was no demi-human that passes in your judgment. By the way, were you looking for a sex slave this time? Or else a manual labor slave? Or was it possibly a combat slave? Employee. A combat slave. Keare. Once I said that, I was brought over to the male slave I had my eye on before, the giant white tiger race. Unfortunately, however, he is not needed. I guess I'll go search in another shop. Wait. No. It's strange. What are you doing with the demi-humans who have diseases in this shop? Keare. With the disease spreading this much in the town, there's no way all the demi-humans in this shop are safe. The ones who have fallen ill must have been isolated in another room so they wouldn't spread the disease. Since it's not good if an accident happens to our customers or other merchandise, we keep the damaged goods isolated elsewhere. Employee. Are you able to show them to me as well? Keare. Since I'm able to cure the illness, I have no problem with damaged goods. I think it'll be better if you don't, because it's not really a pleasant thing. Employee. From this man's way of speaking, I can basically see what the circumstances are for the isolated demi-humans. It seems they've been given considerably horrible treatment. Please, I want to see as many demi-humans as I can, even if there are only a few. Keare. I somehow persuade the hesitant employee, and walk inside the room where the isolated slaves are. The moment I entered the room, my face screwed up. This is quite horrible. To start with, various things have been thrown out, and the smell is intense. A few demi-humans that are going through the terminal symptoms of the strange disease come into view. Tormented from the pain coursing through their whole body, they raise screams while struggling. It's not just that. There were also many demi-humans who had external wounds which weren't from the disease. Although this is just my assumption, they are probably the demi-humans who were being rebellious, or the ones who didn't say their true name until the very end. I'm very sorry, my dear customer. There is a room which is a bit better further away, so let's start looking from there. Employee. Yes, I understand. Keare. He said that it was better further away. That room probably has demi-humans that would decided to still have room for rehabilitation, or can get back their commodity value by treating them. I wonder how cruel humans can get. While looking at the demi-humans who are going through pain and despair, I think about that kind of thing. The room I was guided to was, as expected, better than the room I was in a bit earlier. There is also a full set of the minimum necessities for treating illnesses or wounds. But in this room, there still wasn't a demi-human, which passed my judgment. After telling the employee there wasn't a slave whom I wanted, we returned to the room filled with slaves that were planned to be disposed of. There are around 10 people in this room, and they were in tragic conditions. However, there wasn't a demi-human that could be called a hit. The last one, once I thought that, my eyes were drawn to one girl. That girl was just silently sitting down. It's a child from the Ice Wolf race. She was a girl that had just about every part of her white, her hair, her skin, her wolf ears and her tail. Her age was 2 years younger than I am. Although she has become thin and weak, even then, she is still beautiful. The surprising thing is, her symptoms from the strange disease are severe, and she is enduring the pain which would make a grown-up cry and shout while looking at our direction. My legs unintentionally moved towards her. My dear customer, she is a failure. We used the appraiser on her to sell her expensively because she was quite strong, but she's already reached the level limit. It was our first time seeing someone only has a limit of 7. Employee. Even though an appraiser can't find their level limit, if the person has already reached their limit, there is an X to their level, so they are able to tell if they have hit their limit. A level limit of 7 is abnormally low, even in demi-human standards. However, that won't be a minus for me, especially if it's a beautiful girl. In the first place, she has a severely frenzied behavior. She wouldn't cough up her true name no matter what we do. She can't be used in battle, and can't even be sold as a slave since she doesn't listen to what you say. So when we tried to at least make her remember a man, she broke off the nether regions of an animal trainer with her kick. Employee. I become absent-minded, and then laugh. She's a strong-willed child. On her neck, a slave's collar is coiled around it. That is a physical restraint developed for demi-human use, and has the effect of scattering the gathered mana, and the effect of making them feel a sense of fatigue so they can't move properly. In addition, it's a troubles thing that makes an intense pain run through their body if they try to injure a human. To think she can withstand the pain from the illness and still resist even after going through all of this, it's definitely not something someone with ordinary emotional strength can do. Her spirit is strong, and although it's hard to handle, it'll be useful once I can manage it. Above all, the thing that caught my attention the most were the eyes that are staring at the employee, and those blue eyes looked like beautiful jewels, and there were deeply held resentment that was darker than the depths of hell. She detests something, that she just can't help it hating it. Once the employee and I get close to her, she springs out and extends her hand. Although the collar has a chain, it is just barely the distance for her hand to reach. She must have been enduring the urge to assault until the moment her hand could reach. She was fortitude and a smart brain. I'm getting more and more pleased with her. Shut. Employee. The employee cries out, which makes the slave collar violently close, and the Ice Wolf girl collapses. While having rough breaths, the employee kicks at the Ice Wolf girl, over and over again. Even though we paid a high amount of money to buy you because you were a rare Ice Wolf, your level limit is trash. You don't listen to anyone. You're about to drop dead from the disease. We had a huge loss because of you. Die. Someone like you should just die. Employee. There was no pain or fear in the girl's eyes, and there was only hatred in it. Rather than this man's kicks, the pain from the strange disease is much stronger, but it's only obvious. I put power into my jade eyes. Race, Ice Wolf. Name, Satsuna. Class, Ice Wolf Warrior. Level, 7. Status, MP, 2727. Physical attack, 20. Physical defense, 15. Magical attack, 20. Magical resistance, 15. Speed, 21. Level limit, 7. Talent values, MP, 76. Physical attack, 105. Physical defense, 71. Magical attack, 106. Magical resistance, 71. Speed, 108. Total talent value, 537. Abilities, Spirit Magic, Ice, LV2. Werewolf Close Combat Techniques LV2. Skills, Ice Spirits Follower LV2. Divine Protection of the Ice Spirit. Increase in automatic MP recovery, Increase in accuracy and power of spirit magic, Ice. Ice Wolf King's Lineage LV2, physical ability increase. Increase in power of werewolf close combat techniques. You are able to make a child that is clad in an aura of ice. Dash 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 dash. Although her age seems to be around 12 to 13 years old, since demi-humans become an adult early, she's already awakened to her class. Nevertheless, she's strong. A high-speed attacker skilled in both fields. Her total talent value has surpassed the average. Even though an average demi-human is around 400, a value surpassing 500 is excellent. Besides, her special class, Ice Wolf Warrior, isn't bad either. Her fatally low-level limit of 7 can be compensated by me as well. I would appreciate it if you could stop hurting that child. This child will become mine now. Keare. I grabbed the shoulder of the employee who was pouring down insults while kicking the persistent Ice Wolf and stop his assault. Are you sane? It's impossible to make this child listen to what you say. Besides, she's infected by a disease as well. Employee. There'll be no problem as long as I pay the money, right? Keare. Well, we're fine with that, but we won't receive return good later on. Employee. I won't do something like returning her. If you want, I could write a written oath. Keare. Something like me returning this child is absolutely impossible, because she is the same as I am. She has a deep, deep hatred which continues going forever. Until now, this girl didn't say her true name no matter what torture she faced. But she'll probably reveal her true name if I hint at her revenge. She'll absolutely not be able to win against the temptation of revenge. That's why I approach the Ice Wolf girl and whisper quietly near her ear so that the employee isn't able to hear. I'll buy you, and if you follow me, you can have your revenge. You hate them, don't you? That's why you should shut up and follow me. Keare. The girl looks at my face, and for a small moment of time, for only a small moment of time, she smiled, and then, the girl lost consciousness. Until now, this girl was enduring much past her limits from suffering because of the pain and high fever of the strange disease, and the slave collar which was tightening her neck. From the interruption in her mental strain, her consciousness immediately dropped. After that, we pay the gold coins and leave the shop. Originally, she would have been an extremely expensive slave. The fact that she's an Ice Wolf which is powerful and rare, she is a beautiful girl, she's a virgin, she comes with an appraiser and so her pluses are too much. If it was a slave with all of those extras, they would probably cost around 50 gold coins. But because she's damaged goods, and it's a trouble to take care of her, they sold it to me for 20 gold coins which was cheaper than the market price. As long as her true name isn't revealed, the employee pressed me to at least keep her slave collar to restrain her, but I don't need that kind of thing. This is because she owns better chains than that, which are the chains of revenge. I returned to the inn while carrying the Ice Wolf in a Princess Carry. Well, I was able to do some good shopping. Although she is also good as a meat shield with splendid abilities, I have an interest in other people's revenge. The moment she kills the person she hates just as she wanted to, I wonder what kind of face she'll have at that moment. I want to see that scene. She's going to become one of my important pieces. After I cure her and heal her physical strength, I'll get her true name out of her while suggesting to make a contract with a demon while using revenge as bait. As the kind person I am, I plan to lend a hand for her revenge. The strength of the unconcealable hatred. It seems like it'll be quite an enjoyable thing. Now, what will come, I wonder. I was looking forward to it so much that I just couldn't help it. Chapter 18. We returned to our inn after buying my ideal slave. The Ice Wolf race girl that I bought has a high total talent value which exceeds 500, and there is nothing to criticize about the distribution. That distribution really helps me out, because although I am able to change my own distribution, it's hard to tamper with other people's distribution. Furthermore, her abilities and skills are excellent, and she's hiding the best talent possible. It's also great that she's a beautiful girl, which makes the process of raising her level easier. Guys are out of the question from the start, but I would also hesitate if it was an ugly girl. I take off her clothes while she is lying down on the bed, but it isn't to assault her. It's to take care of her. Using hot water and a cloth that I had prepared, I wipe her body. She probably wasn't able to properly clean her body these few days, considering the cloth is becoming blacker. Nevertheless, it seems she wasn't able to eat anything nutritious, because she is surprisingly skinny. Once it gets to this much, a normal person would already lose strength. I don't get excited over skin and bones. After cleaning her body, I put her clothes back on, and obviously, they are new clothes that I bought for her. Now, I should first restore her health back to the minimum amount necessary. Recovery Heal, Keare. I use Recovery Heal on the Ice Wolf race girl. I heal her external wounds, restore her fallen physical strength, and at the same time, I read her memories. I see, so this is her wish. Rejoice, Setsuna. I will grant your wish, Keare. The reason I read her memories is to make our discussion when she wakes up easier to do. As long as you know the other person's memories, it's a simple job to guide their thoughts. I confirmed it. This child will come to desire me from herself. I purposely left the strange disease with her, and only restored her physical strength to the minimum. These are necessary things for the play. Well, I might as well make her owe me a favor. I put a specially made, medicinal kanji, which had the potion that healed the strange disease, mixed in the physical restoring potion, and also added in ingredients that had plenty of nutrients, and fed it mouth to Setsuna, who is currently unconscious. 2 days later, Freya and I came back to the inn from the shop we went to before. Today was the day to negotiate with the merchant we're selling our medicine to. And surprisingly, the negotiation ended safely. I completely thought that he would prepare plenty of soldiers to kidnap us at our meeting place, and then use Freya as a hostage to get the secret of the medicine, but I guess I was worrying over nothing. That was unexpected. To think that that merchant hadn't set up anything. Keare, isn't that fine? We got this much money anyways. If we live a modest lifestyle, we can live for the rest of our lives with this much. Freya. Inside the small bag that Freya is holding, there are 300 gold coins in it. That merchant gave us 10 gold coins for each potion. It's not a bad price. He must have had the confidence he could sell it for double the price. 300 gold coins is the amount of income a day laborer would get in 30 years. If I was an ordinary person, that is, but since I'm going on a trip to save the world, that amount would end up being used for one magic sword and a robe. Keare. A weapon with mana residing in it costs an absurd amount of money. Costing a few hundred gold coins is normal. Also, to increase my chance of survival, I want clothes that have high defense and is light. As I think about that, I become unsure whether 300 gold coins are enough. You just have to earn some more money. It's a fantastic thing to be earning money while saving people's lives. Freya. I put on a bitter smile. Freya thinks that I can only make 30 potions in one day, but if I wanted to, I could prepare much more. I'm intentionally only making 30 a day because if I want to sell it at a high price, then I should keep it at this amount. In one way, I'm letting other people who I could have saved die for the sake of my own profits. Well, it's not necessary to say that out loud though. After all, the other person thinks of me as a hero who's going to save the world. Now then, I should check out how my other companion is going. I head towards the room with the bed. Freya and I look at the Ice Wolf girl who is lying down on the bed. This girl still hasn't woken up, it seems. Freya. She was weakened after all. Keare. If it wasn't this girl, it wouldn't have been weird if they died from it. It has been 2 days since she's come here, and she still hasn't woken up yet, but I used Recovery Heal earlier to make her wake up in a few minutes. That's the best and the most convenient timing, since I need an urgent situation for my play. I think she'll wake up in just a bit more, since her strange disease has already been cured. Keare. She's currently going through the phase of healing her weakened body. Inside a pot, I put in a physical strength restoring potion and mashed up ingredients that have plenty of nutrients, and heat it up with alchemy magic. With this, the physical strength restoring potion kanji has been completed. I put that into my mouth, and feed it to her mouth to mouth. In these 2 days, I've been repeating this every day. There is no other way to give nutrients to a bedridden person apart from this. The Ice Wolf girl's throat moves, and she swallows the physical strength restoring potion kanji. Unusually, her white wolf ears start moving, and her ice blue eyes open. "Nen, Setsuna." She who had woken up let out a surprised voice, and hit my cheek with her palm. If I tried to avoid it, I could have, but I chose the option of not avoiding it. While jumping on my own accord crashing, I make it look like I received damage. The girl glares at me, and opens her mouth. "This man, what is he doing to Setsuna?" "Setsuna." She looks at me with cold eyes. She probably thought I assaulted her in her sleep, but it was a situation where it's only normal to think that. "I could say that to you. What kind of terrible thing are you doing?" Freya. While shaking her pink hair, Freya becomes angry at her. "This man assaulted Setsuna. The person in the wrong is this guy." "Setsuna." "That's wrong. Kyaruga-sama was nursing you. Even right now, he was just making you swallow food by feeding you mouth to mouth. It was an act of medicinal treatment for you who was bedridden." Freya. It would be hard to clear her doubt if I were to say it, but Freya, who is the position of having the same sex, and is a third party, is able to instantly increase her persuasive power by seriously showing her anger. "That kind of lies, Setsuna. It's not a lie. In the period of the 2 days you were bedridden, Kyaruga-sama cleaned your body, made medicine for you to drink, and was always helping you. And to that person, your behavior to him is this. I can't believe it." "This ingratitude." Freya talks on and on without pause, and the Ice Wolf girl properly looks at her body for the first time. "It's not painful at all, and my body also feels light." "Setsuna, that's only obvious. After all, Kyaruga-sama has been feeding you a kanji with plenty of nutrients and a specially made medicine just for you every day." Freya. "Incidentally, I would occasionally put monster meat as an ingredient for her kanji. It's the preserved monster meat I made by smoking the monster Freya and I had found in the middle of our trip. It properly increased her talent values." The Ice Wolf girl looks towards my direction, hesitates a bit, and then quickly lowers her head. "I misunderstood and thought I was being assaulted. I'm sorry for hitting you." "Setsuna." "No, it's fine. It's not weird for you to think that. Anyhow, it's great that you've become energetic again, so I'll introduce myself once more. My name is Kyaruga." "Kyaruga." I smile sweetly towards her, and in turn, the Ice Wolf girl's wariness went down all at once. After all, she has the feeling of indebtedness from hitting me, and on top of taking care of her for 2 days, I forgave her for her careless mistake. So she has the impression of me being a kind person. Setsuna is Setsuna, a proud Ice Wolf warrior. "Setsuna. That's a good name. Why don't we handshake?" "Kyaruga." I reach out my hand, and Setsuna grasps onto it. "For our first greeting, it should be perfect with this. Freya, can I ask you to go buy food for our dinner? I want to eat at our room today. Please get ready-made food with good flavor." "Kyaruga." "Certainly, Kyaruga-sama. To celebrate Setsuna-chan's recovery, I want to have it a bit extravagant though." Freya. "Yup, I don't mind. I'll be glad if there is a lot of meat." Kyaruga. "Since she's like a wolf, Setsuna will probably enjoy it too." "I understand. I'll go buy something tasty." Freya leaves the room. For Freya, I've made her think I'm a good person by being useful, but it's a hindrance from here on out. Now then, let's start our talk of making Setsuna into my companion in the true way. Now then, Setsuna, I wonder if you understand the current situation." Kyaruga. "Yes, I understand. Kyaruga bought Setsuna, and treated me as well. Therefore, Setsuna was able to stay alive." "Setsuna." I laugh while telling her that's correct, and clap my hands. Setsuna seems to be worrying over something, becomes conflicted, and then opens her mouth. "Thank you for saving me. The Ice Wolf race is a race that definitely returns a favor they have received, but Setsuna has to go to a certain place no matter what. That's why." "Sorry, Setsuna." In the next moment, Setsuna's hands grew larger. "No, she's making huge nails out of ice." She then thrusts it towards me, but she made sure to not have the pointed end facing towards me, so it seems that she doesn't have the intent to kill me. That's interesting. This girl has properly recognized that she received a favor and is thinking that I'm a virtuous person, but even then, she still chooses to do this for her objective. Great. That's just to my liking. However, although unfortunate, Setsuna is weak. I dodge her thrust-out hand, grab her arm and fling her while using gyration. Her body hits the bed and I hold the knife that was in my pocket right next to her nape. Did you not question anything? That in spite of me not knowing your true name, I removed your slave collar, Keare. Why, Setsuna? Generally, if you didn't know that demi-human's true name, it would be unthinkable to remove their slave collar. There is also the fact that the slave collar which is made to torment demi-humans was a hindrance for your treatment, but it's basically because I am overwhelmingly stronger than you. I have no need for those kinds of things, so I removed it, Keare. Incidentally, because I used recovery heal to make her wake up in a good timing, I was able to meet with the merchant while having a peace of mind. Keare, you're strong. Who are you? Setsuna. I'm just an ordinary chemist who's on a trip. Anyways, you were kidnapped and made into a slave, and now you're being held down by a chemist. So I wanted to know what that weak Setsuna was going to do after leaving here. Keare. Setsuna keeps silent. She knows her own weakness and her powerlessness. I had seen her life with recovery heal, and I know that she was born in an Ice Wolf tribe village. On top of that, she was born into the family who were known as the strongest Ice Wolf tribe warriors. She was stronger than anyone her age and was called a prodigy. Her overwhelmingly high talent values, her thick blood of the Ice Wolf King manifesting a unique skill inside her and her genius-level fighting intuition that can't be seen in numbers. Truly an existence loved by God. So you can't answer her. You know, don't you, that no matter what you declare, it would just be dying in vain if you leave this place. The weak and non-growing Setsuna can't do anything. Keare. Setsuna bites down on her lower lip, and tears starting forming in her eyes. It was 1 year ago that an accident happened to Setsuna, who was called a genius. She suddenly became unable to win against the people in the same generation as her. It wasn't that her fighting intuition had weakened, and her abilities had actually been polished more than anyone else. It's not like she skipped out on raising her level either, and she was fighting monsters more than anyone else as the daughter of the strongest warrior. She had reached her level limit at a mere level of 7. She who was questioning why she wasn't getting any stronger no matter how many monsters she fought found out the truth after using the appraiser her father got. But even then, she tried to fill in the level gap with ability, and it had brought results for a while. However, the level gap only continued to widen and she finally became unable to beat anyone. No matter how much effort she put in, she couldn't reach it. By then, no one expected anything from her. The Ice Wolf tribe genius became a dropout in one go. She couldn't give up though, so she continued to polish her skills and continued fighting monsters. She was given the job of patrolling the village's perimeter, and it was a job to check if the humans are coming to this village. In that Ice Wolf race village, that's a job given to the inferior warriors. And then, 2 weeks earlier, the humans' reconnoitering party had come. They broke through the recognition obstruction barrier which was made to hide the village and found the location of it. If they let those guys escape, a great number of humans will come over to kidnap a large quantity of the rare Ice Wolf race and sell them as high-priced slaves. The people on patrol split up so that 3 of them would fight the humans, and 1 would go back to ask for reinforcements. As a result, all 4 of them got caught. 1 of them was brutally killed as a lesson for the others, and another told all the secrets of the Ice Wolf race village from fear. Afterwards, the 3 who stayed alive were all sold as slaves. A while passed after they were sold, and apart from Setsuna, the rest all bit their tongue off because they couldn't stand the pain of the strange disease. The 2 that died were both Setsuna's friends. It won't end with just 2 of Setsuna's friends dying, and if it stays like this, the Ice Wolf village will be attacked in the near future. All of the necessary information was confessed by the Ice Wolf that had a weak heart as well. The people Setsuna resented were the humans that kidnapped them, and forced her friends into dying. The humans that are trying to attack the Ice Wolf village where all her important people are, and are trying to create a tragedy. And then, her weak self that can't do anything. Maybe, if she was stronger and massacred all the humans, then she could have stopped the information from leaking. Because she was weak, she exposed the Ice Wolf village to danger. She can't forgive herself for that. Therefore, I am planning to give Setsuna an opportunity to get revenge. An opportunity to kill the humans to her heart's content, and say goodbye to her weak self. Setsuna, why don't we have a discussion? But before that, I'll show you my appraiser. Keare. To Setsuna, who was being held down, I show her my appraiser. This is an appraiser I had prepared after buying it yesterday. The column of text started from the name, and parts of it would be falsified every now and then. I left the hero class there without falsifying it, so an increase in their level limit. Setsuna. What Setsuna? The genius who had fallen down to a dropout wanted more than anything else was written there. Setsuna. About the Ice Wolf Race village, I'm sorry to say, but there is a large amount of soldiers from the Diral Kingdom disguised as a mercenary group advancing towards it. If they're quick, they'll reach it by tomorrow. Well, even if you start panicking and rush back to your village, you'll be late. There isn't even time for them to run, and they'll have no choice but to fight a hopeless battle. If you go there and add 1 week Setsuna, you'll just be increasing the amount of slaves they get. After all, they're a proper army, and on top of that, they are from the Diral Kingdom, which is called the strongest country of all. All the people from the Ice Wolf race will either die, or become slaves. Keare. Since the moment I used Recovery Heal and looked through Setsuna's memories, I had been gathering information about the Ice Wolf race. For the Diral Kingdom, there is a unit that was made to earn money by pretending to be a mercenary group to assault demi-human villages and turn them into slaves before selling them off to Ranalita. I was able to find out that those guys were on the move. No, it's not like I found out about it. I had just remembered that there was that kind of plan inside the Imperial Guard captain's memories when I had used Recovery Heal on him. If I know that a large-scale army is on the move, following them from their traces is easy. It is also possible to find out their date and time of arrival too. Why is the Diral Kingdom's army, Setsuna? The job of a soldier usually has a lot of free time. So if you use those bored soldiers to assault the demi-human villages, it becomes good training for them since the soldiers' levels go up, and it also turns into money. It's one of the most important means of raising money for the Diral Kingdom. Keare. Setsuna's face distorts from hatred. The country itself is trying to ruin the Ice Wolf race just for the sake of money. That must be something the person concerned absolutely cannot forgive. Come on, hate and resent them. Now, Setsuna, as you can see from this appraiser, I am strong. After all, I'm a sword saint with a high status, a match for 1,000. Freya, who isn't here right now, is also around as strong as I am, and also, I am able to make the weak Setsuna become stronger since I can raise your level limit. We might be able to come as reinforcements and the Ice Wolf race could be saved. You can also become stronger and kill the humans that you hate. Keare. Setsuna swallows her breath. It seems that she has understood what I'm trying to say. What can I do to get your cooperation? If it's to become stronger, if it's to protect everyone, Setsuna will do anything. Setsuna. I take back the knife that I was pressing up against her nape, and stand back up. There are 2 conditions for me lending you my strength. The first one is for you to reveal your true name to me. You understand the meaning of that, right? Keare. I understand. For my whole life, Setsuna will become a slave in a true meaning. That's fine. But only after you save the village, or else I won't be able to believe you. Setsuna. But that's something that I could say as well. Keare. That is, I can't do anything apart from asking you to believe me. Setsuna. I see. I'll trust you. I'll have you show me the good faith that the Ice Wolf race has. Keare. I do think it is naive. However, that naivety will become chains that restrain the heart. Using the true name is just making them obey my orders. It's not good enough like that to constantly come up with ideas about what you can do with all your power. If it's not like that, then you can't grow. You can't become stronger. To make her like that, I need to grab her spirit tightly. The other condition is that you have to become stronger yourself. It's possible to exceed your level limit with a hero's body fluids. And although you can use saliva or blood, the efficiency is really bad. The thing with the best efficiency is semen. Keare. I point at my crotch, which was cheerfully setting up a tent. Setsuna looks at that and swallows her breath. I'll say it clearly, I want all your talent apart from your level limit. And to do that, I'll kill the humans you hate, and protect the Ice Wolf race village. I'm doing this because you have that much value. But you know, if you plan on not changing how you are right now, I don't need you in the first place. Setsuna, are you fine staying like that? Not being able to do anything? Despairing once more because of your weak self? Kieruga. Setsuna. Setsuna hesitates, which is why I purposely laugh. This isn't an order. Reach your hand out from your own will of wanting to change. Don't hesitate. This isn't just This is Setsuna's future. Now, choose. Are you going to grab onto your future with this? Or are you going to give up on everything? Kieruga. If she can't pick the option of grabbing onto her future, albeit unfortunately, I have no need for her because no matter how talented she may be, she doesn't have the essential part. Her mind isn't strong enough. Setsuna looks straight forwards to Mai. Setsuna wants to change. I want to become stronger and save everyone. I want the strength to kill the humans who kill and kidnap our Ice Wolf race for money. That's why. Setsuna. On that expression, I was able to see strong determination. I even thought that it was beautiful. Setsuna will grab her future. Setsuna, with her own will. She reached out her hand to Mai. She passed the test and grabbed her own future without being forced, and all out of her own will. Now, with this, she's also acquired her qualifications. I'll be massacring the whole Diral Kingdom army for the sake of my important companion, and to say the truth, I hate those guys too. I want to kill them. It'll also be interesting to make Freya kill the people of her homeland. Fumu. I was planning on fighting for Setsuna's sake, but it seems that it'll become an interesting game for me instead. I'm getting excited now. Once I finish increasing Setsuna's level limit, we'll depart straight away. Chapter 19. The slave that I bought had white hair, wolf ears, tail, skin, and just about everything was white. She was a beautiful ice wolf girl, Setsuna. I had asked her a question and it was about whether she would grab onto her future or not. She had then shown her courage, and picked the option of grabbing onto her future out of her own will. Therefore, for the sake of Setsuna's revenge and to protect her comrades, I decided to lend her my strength. Tomorrow, we are going to go as reinforcements to the Ice Wolf race's village that is going to be attacked by humans. Thus, today I'm breaking through her level limit barrier and giving the non-growing Setsuna wings from the power as a hero. The name of those wings are Level Limit Release. Of course, I made her cooperate as well. To become stronger, she used all her power to make an effort, albeit awkwardly. Although I want to raise her level all at once, it doesn't work no matter what if the concentration falls. Strangely, although Recovery Heal can restore physical strength and has no problem changing appearance, it's not possible to restore vitality. Because of this, it happens only once every 4 hours, which in total is 3 times that I can raise a level limit. Nevertheless, I was surprised. The moment I raised her level limit, Setsuna's level rose, and this happened all 3 times. I wonder exactly how many monsters she defeated while being in a state of not being able to become stronger. In her body, there was a vast amount of EXP accumulated, and that became part of her flesh and blood every time her level limit rose. Each time Setsuna leveled up, her face became crumpled up and she cried. The moment your level rises, there is a peculiar feeling, so I understand why she became like that. She must have been quite happy. Setsuna laughed while saying that if it's her current self, then she can kill the humans who kidnapped her friends and drove them to their deaths. I don't hate seeing her work hard, which is why I'm going to use all my power to help her. Early in the morning, I left the inn and bought a raptor which was sold in the town. A raptor is a convenient monster for riding. It's a bipedal reptile and although it has a rough temperament, it's stronger than a horse and is faster. But, you also need riding training to that extent, which is no problem for me because I have Imitation Heal. I swapped out one of my abilities with riding. I have already used Imitation Heal on knights to the point where I'm sick of it. I found out the movement of the knights disguised as mercenaries last night by sneaking out in the intervals until my hero became energetic and performed a solo reconnaissance. They had around 200 men, and if we think about the location of the village from what Setsuna told us, they should arrive by evening today. Freya, Setsuna, let's go. Keare. Yesterday, I told them both that we are going to go to save the Ice Wolf race. I also thoroughly explained that the Diral Kingdom sent soldiers to attack demi-human villages to sell them as slaves and earn money. After hearing the fiendish deeds of the Diral army, Freya became angry and declared that she will wield her power to save the Ice Wolf race. She said, "It's horrible that they are playing around with people's lives for money. That kind of thing. They aren't even human anymore. They are just beasts. Therefore, I will have no hesitation to defeat those people." I was desperate to hold in my laughter the whole time. The Princess Flare, who was just recently the number 2 in the Diral Kingdom, Freya was seriously getting angry. Well, since she said that much, I borrowed her power as well. Just to be safe, I made her wear a cap that entirely covers her hair, and a mask to cover her face. Although they are putting on a disguise of being a mercenary group, the enemy is the Diral Kingdom military forces. If her face or appearance is exposed, that itself will end up being the trouble's thing. Since they can't use the excuse that we were disturbing them from assaulting a demi-human village, they'll most likely frame some random sin on us, and put us on the wanted list. This is why a disguise is required. I straddled the raptor, and in between me and the reins, Setsuna's small body snugly fit in, while Freya was embracing me from the back. "Setsuna, there's a secret path, right?" Keare. "Yeah, that's the only thing Yumoran didn't reveal." Setsuna. Yumoran is the name of the Ice Wolf race man who was captured and exposed the secrets. Hitting the raptor with the whip, it breaks into a run, sprinting at full power. Even though it is a monster, at this pace, it would become exhausted in 10 minutes. However, I am able to use recovery heal. Because of that, I can continuously restore its stamina, which makes it possible to have it constantly running on full speed. Taking that in consideration, since we're leaving in the morning, I concluded that we would probably meet in the middle of the trip. Wow, Keare-sama, it's quite fast, isn't it? I didn't know a raptor was this amazing. Freya, I'm surprised. Even though I can outrun a horse, I can't beat this speed. Setsuna. Freya and Setsuna both give out voices of admiration. A monster's physical ability is outside of common sense, and if it has a physical strength ability, its speed would be around this much. Be careful not to bite your tongue and properly hold on to me, because if you get thrown off, you'll injure yourself. Keare. The two tightly cling on to me. A cool wolf-eared beauty, Setsuna. A beauty with perfect appearance and good style. Freya. This might be quite a good side benefit. While running, I think about what it is that I should be doing. This time, the Diral army has sent 200 soldiers, and if it is around 200 people, then I should be able to win without a problem if I use my full power. However, what would happen after that? If 200 isn't enough, then they'll double it, and if that isn't good enough either, they'll double it again, coming to fight again. One day, I can tell that I'll fail, since those guys won't end it with themselves failing because of their self-esteem. That's why a point of compromise is necessary. I'm going to get Setsuna's everything, and in exchange, I decided to achieve her revenge and protect the Ice Wolf race. Now then, what should I do to solve this challenge? I'll need to figure out the answer of this. We took a detour to pass through the secret path, and arrived near the Ice Wolf village just before the battle started. Before entering the village, we checked out the situation while hiding in all kinds of trees that were in the forest. When I put power into my jade eyes, I'm able to enhance my eyesight, and Setsuna's eyes are terrifyingly good, so we had no problem checking it out from afar. The Diral Kingdom's soldiers that were disguised as mercenaries had reached the village. They set out their encampment, and seemed to be preparing something. Sorry, the arrival of the Imperial soldiers was faster than I had expected. Keare. The battle still hasn't started yet. We just barely made it. Setsuna. Setsuna gives me a short reply in response to my apology. The Ice Wolf race's defenses are unexpectedly tough. Keare. I become surprised after looking at the Ice Wolf race's defenses that protect their village. At one glance it looks like a simple wall made of stone and mud, but it is also a barrier that uses feng shui magic. On top of that, it's quite a strong barrier that uses blood as a medium. If they use that, holding up inside their village is possible. Yeah. The Ice Wolf race has always been aimed at by a variety of races, so they're good at defensive battles. Setsuna. According to Setsuna, there are 2 underground passages to pass through the defenses, and one of them was exposed by Setsuna's friend to the soldiers. However, that path is very narrow, so they have no choice but to walk in single file, so it would be easy to protect against them. It seems that there wasn't really a need for me to come. The moment I thought that, certain things appeared from the Diral Kingdom's soldier encampment. 5 men and women, and all of them were of the Ice Wolf race. They were all naked, had slave collars stuck on them and were on all fours like a dog while being brought to the front of army. At that point in time, I realized what they were going to do. I see, as expected of the Diral Kingdom, even at times like this, they are unwaveringly horrible. The soldiers were showing themselves torture the men and assault the women from the Ice Wolf race to the people who were checking out the situation from inside the protective wall. Setsuna's eyes widen, and try to leap out towards them. I panickingly cover her mouth and hold down her body. What they are trying to do is simple. It's difficult to do something about the Ice Wolf race who secluded themselves in their den. Therefore, they are making them open the den themselves. They are waiting for them to open the gates to try and save their comrades. If the soldiers hear a small scream, they stab the person that screamed with a sword, pour alcohol on them, and set it on fire. The Ice Wolf race's screams resound in the area, and the state of the Ice Wolf race inside the protective walls becomes suspicious. Any time now, the hot-blooded, vigorous type of guys should be leaping out to save them. Honestly, I don't like it. Why do my unpleasant predictions have to be correct? I look at Setsuna. Her hatred is expanding near the limit, and I would feel sorry to make her endure any longer. However, if I allow her to go for a reckless assault, she will unmistakably die. Therefore, Setsuna, listen to my story as we are right now. Listen, if you leap out right now, you'll die. Keare. NN. Setsuna, as if saying that she already knows that, Setsuna continues to struggle. However, I don't plan on making you watch while twiddling your thumbs either. I won't order you to do something worse than death. Keare. Her comrades are made to be toys right before her eyes, and she's made to overlook for these guys that are despicably laughing. There is no way that she could endure that. I'm going to jump out to create a safer situation for you to jump out by lowering their numbers, which will let you be able to pull off your revenge. So wait 5 minutes. Are you able to do that? Keare. Setsuna became obedient, and nods her head with tears clouding her eyes. All right, that's a good girl. Besides, it seems that there isn't that much more time left since the Ice Wolf race opened the gate of their protective wall. While shouting, young men start jumping out. Like what Setsuna had done before, they clad both hands with ice nails. They must be planning to take back their comrades. Go right back to the gates. That's too naive. As if waiting for that moment, a rain of fire magic and arrows fall down on them. Just like that, the Ice Wolf men that jumped out died, and some received serious injury. It would be fine if they immediately closed the gate that they jumped out from, but the people inside hesitated. That hesitation was fatal. The soldiers raised their voices while closing in on it. It won't make it. Now, the opened gate is held back by the soldiers. It was a performance that is brilliant to a surprising degree, as expected of the Diral Kingdom soldiers. They are familiar with these kinds of tactics. I look towards Setsuna's direction, and she hasn't raised a scream. However, she is glaring towards the Diral Kingdom soldier with eyes clouded with hatred. She's properly waiting. Good on her. Now, I guess I should go. Keare. Using all my abilities, I'll go ahead and make a stage for Setsuna to take her revenge. However, just erasing my presence and taking them out isn't fun. Oh, I've thought of something good. While covering my face with a mask, I jump out of the forest while holding my sword, and then I shout out while using magic to enhance the volume of my voice. I am the hero of the sword. My sword is a sword of justice, so in the name of justice, I'll cut down these evil people who are assaulting these pure demi-humans village. Keare. It's just a bit of harassment. With the abilities of the Sword Saint, I should have those sorts of movements as well. Now, It's the world's first time I'm going serious. Even though it's this situation, I can't help but feel happy. Chapter 20. While wielding a sword, I rush into the enemy camp. While doing so, I arrived as a champion of justice and declared that as the hero of the sword, I'll protect these unsinful demi-humans even if I have to use my sword against humans. There are two objectives to this. The first one is to create unrest throughout the enemy. The existence known as a hero is the symbol of justice, so the kingdom's soldiers who were concluded as evil will definitely hesitate about their own deeds, which creates a gap. In addition, a hero is an important resource, so they want to not kill them if possible. Capture him without killing him. The moment they think that the actions they can take are limited, I'll take use of that gap. The second reason is that I said I'm the hero of the sword. If it's the same as the first time, it should be quite a while until he gets invited by the royal family. He used to be an adventurer that worked in a different country, but after hearing the justice the kingdom speaks of and falling in love with the beautiful Flair, he started getting used by the Diral kingdom. I am a kind person who is the hero of the sword and am hard to handle. Giving that impression to the Diral kingdom, I delayed their contact with me. It's just a little bit of harassment. I'll summarize the situation. We went through the opened-up path that was made in the forest, and right before our very eyes, there were around 200 Diral Kingdom soldiers that were disguised as mercenaries. Around 200 meters ahead of us, there was the Ice Wolf Race village, which was protected by a protective wall. The top priority right now is to defend the opened gate which is about to be broken through. If the gate is held down, then the Ice Wolf Race will be annihilated in the blink of an eye. I want to avoid that. It's necessary to defend the gate. Right now, what I need to prioritize the most is speed. In that case, transformation heal, Keare. I distribute my talent values to focus extremely on speed. Dash 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 dash. Race, humans. Name, Keare. Class, healing magician. Hero. Level, 30. Status, MP, 101. Physical attack, 55. Physical defense, 55. Magical attack, 65. Magical resistance, 37. Speed, 123. Level limit. Talent values, MP, 80. Physical attack, 132/80. Physical defense, 83/83. Magical attack, 100/100. Magical resistance: 72/52. Speed, 126/196. Total value, 591. Dash 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 dash. The ones that I shaved off from to increase my speed is my physical attack and magical resistance. I have no need for magical resistance because once I step into a crowd of people like this, the enemy gets scared that they might drag in others while using their magic, so they can't use it. And the reason I lowered my physical attack is because I had used imitation heal on the Sword Saint's sword techniques. The Clayolit lineage that keeps giving birth to Sword Saint uses the Oak Rule school of fencing as a base, and polished it over several myriads of battles. That is not something to show in contests, and is a style that is efficient at killing. What came as the result of that is the secret sword, Fresh Blood Flower. This time, because the kingdom's soldiers are disguised as mercenaries, they aren't wearing their armor. In other words, their vitals are completely unguarded. While running past them with all my power, I gently sliced the kingdom's soldiers' nape and wrists with my sword. Without stopping for even a moment at a speed that's faster than a human's comprehension, I run past the enemy while heading towards the Ice Wolf Race's protective wall. After I passed through them, the kingdom's soldiers started bursting out blood like a water fountain. Only after that started happening did the kingdom's soldiers start making uproar. What the heck is this? Random soldier. Hi, random soldier. What in the world is happening? Random soldier. This technique is convenient. After all, in general, it's necessary to step down on the ground and collect power from your whole body to swing a sword. Although a sword filled with power has the strength to strike someone with armor, your movement stops and you also consume stamina. However, this Fresh Blood Flower is different. It aims for the opponent's soft arteries, which is why it's enough to just brush it gently. While running, I cut down people's lives. It's a style of fencing that utilizes the speed I'm running past them and the softness of the wrist. A blood flower blooms surely each time, and has the effect of amplifying the enemy's unrest. A person's life is quite ephemeral, isn't it? Keare. Mana is turned into a numerical value by changing it to MP, but life itself doesn't appear in the status. That's obvious, because a human is easy to break. Just continuing to spray out blood, just separating their head from their body, just getting rid of oxygen, just with that, you are able to easily kill a human. Therefore, it's better to efficiently kill. In addition, the Sword Saint had a certain ability called abandonment, the deepest level of presence perception. It makes it possible to understand all movements in your area and is also possible to make you have super reflexes that exceed common sense. I am able to see everything, which is why I can run through the optimum route, which is small and thin with a small gap, while hunting lives with fresh blood flower. I've arrived. Keare. I weakly laugh. I caused only 10 seconds of disturbance throughout the enemy by naming myself a hero and naming myself Justice. In only that small amount of time, I was able to break through the center of the enemy using the maximum speed that I gained from transformation heal and the sword techniques of the Sword Saint. If I combine those two together, I can do about this much. As expected, it's not possible to use it if the opponent is in full body armor. Neither is it possible if their defensive status is high enough to stop a sword. However, my current enemies are soldiers disguised as agile mercenaries, and there aren't any out-of-the-norm monsters. Thanks to that, I can riot to my heart's content. After cutting the nape of the few soldiers who were reaching out towards the gate, my eyes met with the person protecting the gate. They were frightened, but there's no helping it. In their perspective, I am a hateful human, and I possess overwhelming strength. Therefore, I should tell them what kind of person I am. Listen, warrior of the Ice Wolf race. I am the hero of the sword, and I have come here to live up to the tears and desires of an Ice Wolf race girl called Setsuna. And now, after looking at the unjust humans here, I decided to participate in this war. Keare. Hearing that, the people from the Ice Wolf race become absent-minded. Pretending to not take notice of that, I face my back to the gate and head towards the kingdom's soldiers. Once again, I shall make a declaration. I carry out justice. There are too many of you bastards who do these barbaric acts. You bastards aren't even humans anymore, just brutes. Therefore, I have no hesitation. Become the rust of my sword. Keare. Ah, it's starting to become fun. I guess I've gotten drunk from the blood. After finally reaching this point, the kingdom's soldiers have thrown away their hesitation. It seems that they've thrown away the thought that it would be easy to capture me, and have decided to just kill me. The magicians located at the rear start chanting their magic, and pair it up with arrows. The place I am at is no longer a crowded place, which means that right now, there is no need for hesitation in using magic or arrows. The Ice Wolf race over there quickly close the gate. Keare. Even though I'm gathering all the soldiers in one place to keep the gate safe, the men who were clinging onto the gate still hadn't closed it. However, what about the hero of the sword and the people outside the gate? Gatekeeper. I will be fine alone. Give up on the ones who left the gate, you can't save them. Keare. After saying that much, the men from the Ice Wolf race finally started closing the gate. Phew, I'm looking after them too much. The same time I sigh, flames and arrows start raining on me. As one would expect, it's impossible to dodge these flames and arrows that are so widespread, so I wield a shield. That shield is a kingdom soldier that has lost most of his blood and is only barely living, so that the enemy can hit me while being in the rear. The flames and arrows all go in a mountain orbit so it won't hit their allies. In other words, there won't be a problem as long as I make my shield face up. Jia, Meech yelled. Flames and arrows rained down incessantly, and the shield started screaming. The kingdom soldiers are looking at me like they're scoffing at me. You fool. It's this amount of flame magic. A shield of meat will burn in an instant. And that kind of thing can't even be counted as protection. Certainly, that's true. I think so too. However, when the flames had cleared, both the shield and I were both in good health. although the shield had many arrows stuck inside it while continuously pouring out blood. I threw 2 spheres of gunpowder from the pit of my stomach, that exploded in the sky above the magicians and archers placed in the rear, and scattered colored flames. That isn't an attack, it's just a sign. Several seconds later, an enormous mass of flames that the kingdom's soldiers' magician are no match for came falling down, thoroughly burning everything. Freya, you've finally done it, haven't you? Killing your own army. Well, I was the one who made her do it though. Keare. As expected of the hero of magic, Freya's magic, the power and accuracy is of the highest grade. This magic is in a different dimension, a single target or area magic, and is ranked in tactics magic. Now then, the irritating rear force has been exterminated. Might as well plunge in. Keare. I once again gripped the sword and rush in, and the soldiers raised screaming voices. First off, the reason why my meat shield was able to endure it, it's actually quite simple, because I just kept using recovery heal while defending against the flames, and if I heal it before it burns out, the shield won't break. It was extremely useful by accomplishing its role as a shield. Next, the meaning behind me throwing the gunpowder was to make a sign for Freya. The magic Freya used is the highest grade magic a human can use, rank 5 magic meteor, a tactics magic which has a firing range of 400 meters. There are probably only 10 people in this country that can use this magic. From the start, I had ordered Freya to be doing something separately from us. In a place that's a few hundred meters away from here, I ordered her to fire meteor towards the sign I make. Since we didn't have any guards to protect Freya, I had to put her in an unperceivable place where neither magic nor arrows could reach. That's a super long distance away so that anything other than tactics magic can't be used. Although Freya is able to use rank 6 magic which is beyond what a human can do, on top of not having any leftover power after use, she would realize that she's Princess Flare the moment she uses it. Even with various limitations put on it, that power is tremendous. As I thought, Freya's value as war potential is extraordinarily high. Besides, what can I say? This becomes good EXP earning. Keare. A thing called a party exists, and is something that applies a certain formula to let you make a party of 4 at max, and distributes the EXP equally between members. Currently, Freya, Setsunu and I are in a party as a 3. On top of that, if we add on the hero's doubled experience skill, Freya's and my skill become twofold, making it 4 times. Fundamentally, level raising is done by hunting monsters, but as long as it is living, you get EXP equal to the strength of that existence. Humans aren't an exception. With this current state, if a tactic magic like Meteor is used and eradicates the enemy, what would happen? The answer is simple. My blood is boiling. Keare. My level suddenly rises by a lot. In the kingdom's soldiers, the average level is high. There aren't many chances to be at such a splendid hunting ground. My movements accelerate even further and I'm rapidly getting stronger. In the center of the enemies, I was running around left and right as I pleased. From time to time, I throw gunpowder spheres towards the enemy's rear so that Freya can use her super long distance magic to silence the noisy ones. At this point, what I'm doing is close to a massacre. The enemy's numbers, which used to be 200 soldiers, rapidly diminishes. What even is that guy? Random soldier. Surround him, random soldier. It's impossible, he's too fast. Random soldier. Oi, I can't even follow him with my eye. Random soldier. Does he have an inexhaustible supply of stamina? Random soldier. In a situation of fighting many enemies at once, the things that absolutely have to be avoided is getting your escape route cut off, or getting a simultaneous attack from all directions. If it's an ordinary swordsman, they would put power in their back and stop their legs to deal a heavy blow. No matter how much they struggle, their escape route will be blocked off and will go down after taking a simultaneous from all sides. But I'm different. Since earlier, I haven't stopped my legs for a moment so that I can secure an escape route. I've been sprinting at full power while cutting their arteries when I pass them. I have a great number of experiences in battles against many enemies, so I won't cause that kind of foolish mistake. Even if you are careful to not make those mistakes, there still exists an unavoidable problem. That problem is running out of steam. No matter how much a human trains, they will definitely become out of breath and stop their legs at some point. However, I am able to use recovery heal. Even if I get a small cut or lose stamina, I can use recovery heal each and every time. On top of that, I am also able to use looting heal to steal mana. Perpetual motion at ultra high speed, that is my fighting style. Hi, don't come, throw away your sword, or else this ice wolf woman will die. Random soldier. One of the soldiers holds his sword against the throat of one of the ice wolf women who were used as a warning. I run past that man in with ultra high speed and brush the nape of his neck with my sword. This guy is probably an idiot. He should know that it's useless to take a hostage. If I die, all the ice wolf people in the rear will all become toys for the humans. Their maximum priority should be to take my life. That being said, abandoning her isn't good for my mental health. If their luck is good, I'll take actions to save them, but whether they stay alive is up to them. Well, doing this much should be enough. We've defeated more than half the enemies and the remaining ones voluntarily escaped after losing their fighting spirit. I've thrown all the gunpowder spheres I had on hand, and Freya should have exhausted her mana by now. I'll grant Setsuna's wish. This is that kind of contract. Setsuna, you've endured well. From here on out, you'll be the leading actress. I'll hold your back for you. Keare. Hearing me shout out, she stops killing her presence and the ice wolf who was hiding herself in the forest. Setsuna leaps out. On both hands, there were nails of ice. This is the fighting style of the ice wolf race. Setsuna only had her level limit raised by 3. Her originally abnormal talent values and her outstanding abilities and skills, the techniques that she has accumulated until now that don't appear in numbers, her innate fighting intuition. Even if you take all of those into consideration, at best, she would be as strong as the soldiers at this place. Her level is only 10. However, the majority of the enemies have fallen, and their fighting spirit has broken. As long as I stay by her, she should be able to fight to her heart's content. Putting power into my jade eyes, I confirm there are soldiers that Setsuna can't handle and continue fighting. I make sure to keep the situation of Setsuna always fighting one-on-one. Setsuna was crying, and while crying, she swung her nails of ice. Each time she swung it, one kingdom soldier's life fell. Right now, she is carrying out her revenge to her heart's content. Above all, it's great that she's delighted, since this battle was all for Setsuna's sake. I have my own aesthetics about revenge. I don't damage things that could injure me. However, this revenge isn't my revenge, it's Setsuna's revenge. Setsuna's revenge to the ones who made her a slave, drove her friend to death and were trying to cause another tragedy right now. Therefore, I am using my power to my heart's content. Perhaps there may be someone in the group of soldiers who is forcibly being made to do these cruel deeds. However, I have nothing to do with that kind of thing. If they don't like it, they should just run away. I have no sympathy towards those that chose the option of massacring the ice wolf race and turning them into slaves out of their own will. This country is damned. I better finish it. Keare. And also, I had one more aim. Whenever I looked at Freya who had her memories erased, it always felt hazy. I couldn't see the ugliness that I saw in Princess Flare, which made me realize one truth. Although I thought that I had brought my revenge towards Flare as an individual to an end, that it was a mistake. This country was the one that made up Princess Flare. The ones I should be taking my revenge on is obviously Princess Flare, but also the Diral Kingdom who made her into that sort of person. Someday, after the Diral Kingdom lost Princess Flare, they'll try to harm me just like the first time, and they could probably produce as many substitutes as they want for Princess Flare as well. That's why, to completely exterminate the pests, I'll need to strike the foundation for it. It's just that even if I do destroy the Diral Kingdom, it isn't fun. So from now on, I'll reach my hand out to the ones who despise the Diral Kingdom, and one day bring an end to that country. That is my true revenge. While I was thinking about that, I heard the howling of a wolf. Setsuna, it seems that the ice wolf race really doesn't like humans. Keare, that's obvious. Although there aren't much large-scale attacks like this time, even until now, people of the same race have been kidnapped and treated as a plaything after leaving the forest. Setsuna, at last the ice wolf race's gates opened and they came out like an avalanche. The kingdom's soldiers no longer have the power to stop them, and they are all in the mood to fight one-sided massacres to the ice wolf race side, so that they can let out all the anger and resentment they had until now. They lost themselves and assaulted the soldiers. When we noticed, Setsuna and I had both stopped our legs. There's no need for us to fight anymore, and we just simply watch the ice wolf race's fury. Setsuna, I carried out your wish. I annihilated the humans you hate, and you yourself also killed quite a lot. How are you feeling right now? Keare. Setsuna looks up towards my face, and in those eyes, tears were accumulating. I want to know what kind of face she'll make when she fulfills her revenge, and what she'll think at that time. For that reason, I've done this much. I'm enjoyed it a lot, and it was very fun, but... No, it's nothing. Setsuna. She lets out a tiny laugh. Then, she faces forward and starts running, once again aiming her nails at the soldiers. The battle ended in an overwhelming victory for the ice wolf race, and all the humans either fled or died. There are no prisoners of war. Although there were soldiers that surrendered, the ice wolf race killed everyone. Together with Setsuna, we got invited into their village. Thanks to me saying that I was called over by Setsuna, together we were treated like heroes. In any case, my promise with Setsuna has now been accomplished, and Setsuna is now mine. I should ask about Setsuna's true name without delay. Also, I had something that I absolutely had to tell her no matter what. I can't wait to see Setsuna's reaction to what I'm going to tell her soon. Epilogue. The battle had finished. The soldiers who attacked the ice wolf race's village tried to make money by aiming to sell them off to Ranalitu as slaves, and on top of that aim to get TXP to strengthen themselves, were crushed. Afterwards, I call back Freya, who was doing separate things, and together with Setsuna, we three were invited to the ice wolf race's village. In spite of Freya and I being human, we were all treated like heroes and received a warm welcome. The ice wolf race gave us words of gratitude, and pushed food and gems to us. It was a bit weird, because although I thought they would thank us, I thought they would at least say that they hated humans. The welcoming ends and one man from the crowd came out. Setsuna, you've admirably returned, and even brought the hero of the sword with you. I'm very proud of you. Setsuna's father. It seems that he is Setsuna's father. Father, Setsuna is. Setsuna. When I heard that you were kidnapped, I was completely astonished. I thought that you would be fine doing something like patrolling. But as I thought, you being a warrior is impossible. Don't fight anymore. Go make a child after finding a husband and protect your family. Setsuna's father. Setsuna's father tightly hugs her. These words weren't what Setsuna was looking for. In the first place, she is mine. Even if it is her father or anyone, there's no way it's fine for them to arbitrarily choose her future. It's not impossible. She has talent, and if she wishes for it, she can be stronger than anyone. I guarantee it. Keare. That's why I cut into a conversation between a parent and a child. Setsuna looks at my face. Although it makes me feel a bit bad to separate a parent and child that have finally come back together, Setsuna is a necessary and capable person. Father, Setsuna will go together with this person. I'll leave the village of the ice wolf race and become stronger while going on a journey. So today will be my last day. Setsuna. Setsuna declared that while looking straight ahead at her father. This is different from a child's selfishness, and I can see the resolution of one adult becoming independent. The weird thing is, it's not like she's reluctantly coming because of the contract, but instead, Setsuna seems to want to go with me from the bottom of her heart. I see. If you're going to choose that path, I won't stop you. Hero of the sword Sama. Does Setsuna truly have talent? It's the journey of a hero, so it's bound to be dangerous. Isn't fine for me to believe that Setsuna has power and capabilities to follow along with you? Setsuna's father. It's normal that a parent would worry about their child, but the part he's concerned about is whether she has enough strength to meet my needs. This must be the peculiar way of thinking for the ice wolf race. Of course, if she stays by me, she can become stronger than anyone. There is no mistake in that. Keare. The only thing she is lacking in is her level. But that level limit wall was already removed the moment she chose to grab onto her future. In that case, I have no words to say as a father. Please, take care of Setsuna. Please take this. Setsuna's father hands me a necklace with a blue gem on it. I can feel strong mana from it. This is a magic tool, and on top of that, it's high quality. It should be worth a few hundred gold coins. What is this? Keare. This is our heirloom. I had planned to give this to the man who was to be Setsuna's husband when she became a bride. I entrust this to you. Setsuna's father, since he said I can have it, I'll depend on his kindness. It is the effect of raising your mana, and there is no trouble with having it. After that, Setsuna's father told me all about what foods she likes or dislikes, what she isn't good at, and the habits she has when she's trying to act tough to hide her bad condition. I properly recognized him as her father. She is loved, and if she stays in this village, she would probably be able to live a peaceful life under her father's protection and someday find a husband for herself. However, the moment she chose to take her revenge, she had to walk a blood-stained road together with me. For her, that may be misfortunate. After that, I parted with him and got invited to village chief's house. For this occasion, thank you very much for saving our village, and our comrades. Village chief. After passing through the guest room, I immediately saw a village chief-looking person, who was middle-aged ice wolf race man and was lowering his head. This man is this village's chief. If it's gratitude, please show it to Setsuna here. I came here because of her wish. Keare. Is that so? Even then, I'll thank you and Setsuna. You've done well. Village chief. Setsuna lowers her head. Well, I should give them a warning and some advice. The Diral Kingdom puts quite a lot of importance in pride, so it's impossible for them to give up after having the tables turned on them after attacking a demi-human village. At this rate, if they don't do anything, the ice wolf race will perish. Thinking about how I should begin to talk, the village chief opened his mouth. Hero of the sword Sama, we will throw away this village, and go towards the country that is even further after this mountain, where the elves and the firefox race lives. If it's that country, they should accept us. Village chief. That's a wise decision. As long as you live in this village, the next time you get attacked is just a matter of time. Keare. Yes. The ice wolf race is a proud race, and have been surviving by using our own strength. However, it's time for that to stop. If it stays like this, we will definitely be eradicated. Village chief. It seems there was no need for advice, and he had a proper, accurate grasp of the situation. The ice wolf race seems like they do have crisis awareness. About that, could the hero of the sword Sama accompany us? If we have that sword skill, we can have a peaceful trip, and plus, Setsuna seems to be emotionally attached as well. It should be fine to take her as a wife and live a peaceful life. Of course, we will give the best treatment we can. Village chief. I quietly shake my head. Feeling someone looking at me, I look towards Setsuna, and Setsuna averts her face. Her face is slightly red. I will have to decline that offer. I have an objective that I want to achieve, which is why I'm traveling. Keare. In the first place, she is already my property. She cannot become chains that restrain me. Is that so? I understand. We will depart the day after tomorrow. Because we are having a banquet today, please enjoy yourself. With all our power, we will make sure to entertain this village's heroes. Village chief. I'm looking forward to it. Keare. With that, our conversation finished, and we ended it with some idle chatter. The banquet continued until late at night. The steak the ice wolf race makes is very spicy and makes my throat burn strongly. Although that peculiarity is quite strong, it's quite tasty. Freya, who drank without a sense of wariness, became drunk, so I made her sleep in a room that was lent to us. And now, I had slipped away from the banquet and have arrived at the forest at night. At the forest, I made Setsuna put both her hands against a tree, and from the back of her sticking out butt, I today was quite intense. Setsuna. Yeah, because after a battle, you are excited. Keare. With a red face, Setsuna was fixing her own clothes. Setsuna's level limit is still quite low, so I'll need to properly increase her level limit. Just because I say that I won't do it today, that doesn't mean that the next day I'll be able to do yesterday's part as well. Setsuna was excited as well. Extremely. Setsuna. I wonder why an obscene appearance of an immature young girl excites my heart. Without being able to hold in my urge, I kiss her and indulge in her. What are your impressions after dirtying your own hand by killing the humans you hate? Keare. Setsuna closes her eyes, grips her hands tight to make a fist, and opens her mouth. It felt good. Both my head and body was hot enough to be burning, and each time I swung my nails, that feeling flickered. But when I saw some of them crying or shouting out, I got unnecessarily burned up, and when I became unable to move, I couldn't help but want to laugh. It's just that while I was in a trance, I killed and killed, but when I noticed it, my body rapidly went cold as if it was a lie. My mind became pure white and my tears flowed down. Setsuna. Setsuna hugs her own body tightly, and it was as if she was frightened of something. So you regret it? Keare. I don't. I've always wanted to do this. If I hadn't, I would have gone crazy. I was able to show them at least 1% of our suffering. Setsuna. Contrasting to those words, Setsuna's face turned pale. In that case, what are you afraid of? What are you frightened of? Keare. I don't know, but the one thing I know is that it's still not enough. Setsuna's revenge still hasn't ended. That's why, after my mind went completely white, I still chased after the backs of those who were trying to escape. Even then, it still wasn't enough. Setsuna. Setsuna laughs, saying it's still not enough. That's right, revenge is that kind of thing. Setsuna certainly many enemies that she hated. However, what Setsuna lost can't come back, and so she isn't able to be satisfied. Since she can't feel satisfied, her revenge isn't over. If so, you should just continue taking revenge till your heart's content. You guys are still able to fight the Diral Kingdom who toyed with you. As much as you like, as long as you are with me, that is. Keare. Yup. I'm looking forward to it. Setsuna. I stroke Setsuna's white wolf ears and head. She then leaned her body on me. I promise that you would save everyone from the ice wolf race and help me with my revenge. You fulfilled it, so I'll give you Setsuna's everything. Setsuna. I sweetly smile. Setsuna is about to reveal her true name to me, the name that is carved on the souls of all living beings apart from humans. Once I know that, I will be able to manipulate all of Setsuna at will. Setsuna will become my property in a true sense. Keare-sama. Setsuna's true name is Setsuna. Setsuna's true name is carved into my mind, and using that name, I invoke the contract magic. Setsuna and I become linked, and with this, Setsuna has become mine now. Thanks. Setsuna. I'll stay affectionate to you until death. Keare. Yeah, I have the resolution for that. Probably because for Setsuna, it's happiness. Setsuna. Even though it was decided that she would be a slave for the rest of her life, Setsuna laughed. She's an unusual one. Well, it's fine. I can use her so that she won't break after being used too much. I'll valuably take care of her. I stroke Setsuna's head, not to increase her level limit, but purely because of lust. I indulged in her body at that moment, and Setsuna reacted with a lovely voice. After that ended, we entered a limestone cave that's deep in the forest so that I can tell something important to her. That place had water that ran through the underground water vein in the city, and it was also the source of the strange disease that happened. Setsuna, you said that the two ice wolf race slaves that were with you together died after not being able to withstand the suffering from the strange disease, right? Keare. Yeah, that's right. We caught that disease at the merchant's house after being turned into slaves. Setsuna. In other words, they were directly killed by the strange disease. Keare. Setsuna tilted her head while being suspicious. It seems she doesn't understand what I'm getting at. The truth is, I knew that the spread strange disease because monster poison was being mixed in with the source of water, and I also saw that same monster which holds poison near the ice wolf race's village. From that, I realized that this was actually planned and was artificial. Keare. Using magic, I found the source of poison, which was this limestone cave. This place is in between the Ice Wolf race's village and Ranalita, and the monster which is the source of this poison is a monster that lives near the Ice Wolf race's village. If this much is revealed, it's obvious who it was. I pull out the thing that had sunk to the bottom of the limestone cave. A monster that looked like a mix of a monkey and a crab was in a half-dead half-alive state while being chained down with weights. On top of that, to fix up its wound, body fluids were pouring down its body incessantly. I laugh. Although the Diral Kingdom does ruthless things, the Ice Wolf race in one way is beyond that. If it's the amount they killed, then it overwhelmingly surpasses the Diral Kingdom. They were planning to destroy one town. No way. The reason for the strange disease was the Ice Wolf race? Setsuna. That's right. Well, the original reason was the guy that kidnapped you guys, but the direct cause was the Ice Wolf race. Well, Setsuna, I'll ask you a question. Keare. It actually wasn't necessary to talk to Setsuna about this, but it was for my hobby of watching other people's revenge. I'm able to further enhance this virus, and if I do that, more of the humans that you loathe will die. On the other hand, I can tamper with this monster's poison and make it flow medicine. It will release everyone that's suffering from the disease, and if you want, I can locate the perpetrator of this incident. It's a chance to kill the person from the Ice Wolf race who killed your friends. I'll let you choose. It's a commemoration for Setsuna becoming my property in a true meaning. Keare. Well, what will she choose? Either one she picks, Setsuna will become hurt, which is why I'm asking her. Keare-sama, please cure everyone. I want you to make it flow medicine. Setsuna. Setsuna's answer was the one I was least expecting, considering it means she is going to save the humans she hates. Are you fine with that? Keare. I'm fine. I like human suffering. But it's hard for me to make unrelated people suffer. Besides, Setsuna makes a cruel smile. If I am going to kill them, doing it directly with these nails is better. It would be boring to do it like this. Setsuna. I unintentionally break into an applause. That's the best answer possible. The harsh environment warped an immature little girl to this extent. Until now, I thought Setsuna was a decent person, but it seems it was a massive misunderstanding. She's broken enough, and possibly even more than I have. Then let's do that. Setsuna. I'll count on you from now on. Keare. Yes. Keare-sama, please treat me well as always. Setsuna. My journey for revenge has only just started. Princess Flare has had her memories wiped and has become Freya, who loved me, is devoted to me and has directed her fangs to her own country. Her sins are piling up. Someday, when she remembers everything, I wonder what kind of reaction she'll make. Setsuna, who is from the Ice Wolf race, supports me by being my accomplice and person who understands me. She will never be able to escape from me for her whole life. She's one of my cute possessions. When I realized it, the painful and lonely fights suddenly became enjoyable. Well then, what should I do next? I noticed that I was raising my voice while laughing. This fun journey can still continue.